Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 431 to 450. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart and once again commanded the eunuch, who was standing far away, to bring over a pot of clear water. She took off the multicolored stone from her wrist and let it soak in the water for a short period of time before she finally placed the Yixing clay teapot on the small clay stove. Is that stone of yours clean or not? Will I get a stomach ache from drinking water from it? Zhu Junfan was making a fuss over nothing. He watched Xiaoxiao's movements and naturally assumed that putting the multicolored stone in the water was necessary to release spiritual energy in it. Before Xiaoxiao could open her mouth to retort, a golden light flew out of the multicolored stone. It shaped itself into a small golden kitten about the size of a person's palm and stood on the table. The little divine stone tended to prefer to take this kitten shape versus the fat and chubby baby shape. Stupid humans. This divine stone's bathing water has always had good effects on your bodies. How could you possibly end up with diarrhea? If you don't want to drink it, there are plenty of people who would rather drink it instead and will line up to do so. The golden kitten lazily stretched forward and its mouth opened and closed. Only Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junfan could hear it speaking. Zhu Junfan looked at the Yixing clay teapot that was warming up on the clay stove and had an expression on his face that was full of disgust, as if he had just stepped into dog poo. What? You say that is your bathwater? Isn't that a bit too disgusting? How long has it been since you last bathed? Do you think this divine stone, I'm like you dirty humans? That unsanitary. This divine stone bathes every day and sometimes I bathe several times in one day. The little divine stone naturally liked water and often ran to nearby sources of water or wells to soak in. It currently had a good control over its spiritual energy and wouldn't leak any out inadvertently. Without its master's command, it wouldn't let any energy out. However, Zhu Junfan understood this explanation in a different manner. In his mind, Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone create mystic stone water every day in order to keep the crops growing well. This tiny little rock was probably working very hard in order to make enough mystic stone water. It looked like the little divine stone wasn't omnipotent. Since the multicolored stone's abilities were nowhere near what he thought it was, he naturally lost the desire to keep this treasure all to himself. As he was lost in his thoughts, the water in the teapot was finally heated to a boil. After waiting for the water to cool down, the process of brewing tea started. Before the tea could be tasted, a delicate and alluring fragrance spread into the air. The tea leaves used were the highest quality oolong, da hong pao. It was said that the leaves for this tea were picked off an ancient tea plant that was over 1,000 years old and grew on a high cliff. After undergoing a complicated process to stir-fry and oxidize these tea leaves, they only got around 2 caddies of finished tea leaves per year. Da hong pao that had been brewed a second time seemed to have a more mellow and rich flavor, and its aroma became a bit more elegant. Zhu Junfan had long forgotten the fact that the water being used for this tea was technically the bathing water of the little divine stone. He gently sniffed at the fragrance of the tea and then delicately tasted a sip. It had a pure flavor that seemed to tell the person to keep drinking without stopping. This is the right taste. After he finished this cup of tea, Zhu Junfan personally poured himself a second cup. Tea that was brewed from the third wash of leaves seemed to have an even more full and round flavor than the second. The emperor seemed to be engrossed in drinking tea and had apparently forgotten that Xiaoxiao was still on the side, waiting for his command. Xiaoxiao finally opened her mouth after she saw that he finished his third cup of tea. Your Imperial Majesty, your purpose in summoning this official wasn't for the sole sake of brewing this pot of tea, right? Of course it's not. He drank another cup before he finally reluctantly set down the porcelain cup and said, I've already read the reports that Junyang sent up. Were you the one who asked him to send them up? I only saw that the imperial plantations has some hills nearby that are completely vacant. I thought that it was a waste of resources and wanted to do something good. That being said, if the fruits grown on these mountains are good, would I not give you a portion? Yu Xiaoxiao cajoled with a sickly flattering smile on her face. Zhu Junfan didn't seem to need to think much about this as he simply nodded his head. This world doesn't have enough variety of fruits and they don't taste very good either. The apples sent from Yantai Prefecture are not as large nor as delicious as the Fuji apples from my previous life. The pears here have coarse meat and not enough juice. They're also not sweet enough. The grapes here are more sour than sweet. And the watermelons. Although they are sweet, there is something wrong with the melon flesh. Only the ones that you grow are similar to the ones in our previous lives. They are large, the flesh is red, and the flavor is juicy and sweet. This means that you are quite good at cultivating and planting fruits. All right, all of the hills near the imperial plantation are yours to use to plant fruit trees. However, all of the fruit for the palace must be provided for free by you in the future. For the fruit for the palace, does that exclude the regular eunuchs and palace maid servants? Yu Xiaoxiao frowned and started to haggle over the conditions. Zhu Junfan pointed a finger at her and said in amusement and exasperation, if all of the hills near the imperial plantation are planted with fruit trees, you'd have more than enough fruit to supply the whole capital, let alone the palace alone. Just how stingy are you? You're not even willing to lose even this little bit. If you add up all of the eunuchs and palace maids together, there must be at least a few hundred if not 1,000. If I had to provide fruit for every single person in the palace, just how much would it be? I'm only doing a small business and can't handle giving out that much for free. Yu Xiaoxiao's frugalness was being pushed to the extreme. All right then you'll only provide enough fruit to supply the masters and the higher-ranked eunuchs and maids then. Altogether, that's not more than 30 to 40 people. Is that all right then? You won't be losing out, right? Zhu Junfan agreed irritably. He suddenly thought of something else and brought the topic up. As for using a greenhouse to grow vegetables, if you use glass to construct these facilities, then it would cost too much to expand it, so you can't do it on a large scale. A few years ago, when I was figuring out how to manufacture rubber tires, I also came up with a method to make some thick plastic membrane. However, the strength, flexibility, and transparency of this plastic is only so-so. At that time, it wasn't considered an urgent item, and making it also pollutes the surroundings, so I didn't pursue it further. If you plan on growing vegetables on a large scale in greenhouses, I can send down an imperial decree to have some people in the Ministry of Works to work overtime and help you come up with more. Does that work? Yu Xiaoxiao was pleased beyond expectation. She nodded her head as if she was pounding garlic with it and breathlessly said, if there's plastic membrane available, that would be even better. We're just at the start of summer, so it's not something that needs to be done in a hurry. How about you first have the people at the Ministry of Works experiment a bit and see if they can increase the transparency a bit on the plastic membrane. Done. Doesn't that take only a word from me? Don't look down upon these ancient people. Sometimes I can get a lot of results by only giving them an idea here or there. It appears that there are geniuses in every era. Zhu Junfan had often sighed over this in admiration. Since he had an engineering background from his past life, he regarded these inventors and workers who had talent in these areas with importance. Thus, the Ministry of Works had also gradually enlarged throughout his reign and recruited people of talent. If we are able to build large greenhouses out of this, then I will take care of all of the vegetables for the palace for free. Yu Xiaoxiao patted her chest and happily gave this promise. Zhu Junfan glared at her and rebuked, you're only going to provide the palace with vegetables for free. That's giving you too many advantages. I'm giving you 200 mu at the imperial plantations so you can grow vegetables in greenhouses. We should be splitting the income 40 to 60. I get 40% while you get 60%. Yu Xiaoxiao was just about to protest when he swiftly interrupted her, don't cry at me yet. I'm going to give you a brief calculation. The farmlands, plastic membrane, and workers are all given to you for free by the court. You're only providing the expertise, so how can it be that you're the only one who gets all of the profits? Yu Xiaoxiao calmed herself down to think a bit. He was right. Other than the knowledge of growing vegetables in greenhouses and the mystic stone water, there wasn't much else she could provide to this endeavor. However, the fact that she had to give away 40% of the income made her feel a bit unhappy. She grumbled sourly. The farmlands were already under your ownership and the workers were already there. You're only providing the plastic membranes, yet you want to get 40% of the income. Isn't that a bit too much? Without the plastic membrane technology, you would have to use greenhouses constructed entirely out of glass. That would increase the amount of capital you have to put in, so how many vegetables can you grow? Thus, what kind of income would you have then? Have you calculated all of this out? Right now I'm allotting 200 mu from the plantations to you. This is still the first year. If this is successful, then we can expand even larger. Just think, in 1 year, how much can you make by using the plastic film over glass? Just what makes more sense money-wise. That being said, although this 40% of the income was going into his private purse, he had spent a lot of money ever since he ascended the throne. The money he personally spent was to help the country recover and the economy to stabilize. For the first 2 years, his income from taxes and such was not enough to cover all of the country's expenditures. Only after 2 years of hard work of expanding business opportunities did the pressure gradually abate. The giant mountain of money he had made when he had gone out on his sea journey had gradually shrunk in order to subsidize the imperial treasury. If he didn't rebuild his coffers, in the future, his descendants would only have an empty shell to inherit. Yu Xiaosao had already calculated everything out in her mind. If she could only use glass to construct these greenhouses, she couldn't even harvest 100,000 caddies of vegetables in 1 year. Even at a good price, that was only a few thousand taels in income. Now, if she switched to using plastic film to construct these giant greenhouses, then she absolutely could harvest around a few 100,000 caddies of vegetables from these 200 mu in 1 year. It would be stupid of her to not take this opportunity to make more money off. Consequently, Yu Xiaosao readily agreed to the emperor's request. Before she left, Zhu Junfan also had her go to the imperial kitchens and have her use the multicolored stone to alter the well water in the kitchens. The last time the little lass went to the kitchens, the food had tasted much better for a little bit after she left. Originally, he thought that the imperial chefs had improved their skills under the little lass's instructions. However, after that period of time passed, the food that the imperial chefs made went back to their old flavor and were not as good as when the lass was there. Now, he finally understood the reason for the difference. It wasn't because the imperial chefs had poor skills. Instead, it was all due to the fact that the water quality was different. Similar to that pot of tea earlier, the little lass must have secretly put the stone in the well water to alter it, which changed the water quality and ultimately changed the way the food tasted. Since she was at the imperial kitchens anyway, Yu Xiaosao once again started to cook there. This time, she made 2 desserts that she was good at. One was honey cakes while the other was flaky egg tarts. Both were desserts that little children loved to eat. When she was in the imperial gardens, she had encountered the young imperial prince and promised him that, if she had the opportunity, she would make something especially for him. Now, she was about to stay good to her word. While she was personally teaching the imperial chefs how to make these 2 types of pastries, the emperor's trusted little eunuch had secretly put the multicolored stone into the well. When she was about to leave, he made sure to give it back to her. In actuality, even if she forgot to retrieve the multicolored stone, it wouldn't be an issue. The little divine stone would automatically take its stone body back to her. Yu Xiaosao only left the imperial palace after she finished eating lunch. The imperial chefs who worked in the kitchens naturally had to be pretty talented to work there. With that added onto the altered water, the food they made was naturally better than before. Yu Xiaosao happily ate a sumptuous and delicious meal in the palace before she left. Made with fisheye version 1.0 feet model. Even the masters of the palace were very satisfied with this meal and made sure to send down a lot of rewards afterwards. It was said that the little imperial prince and princess were extremely ecstatic over the desserts today. They especially liked the egg tarts and didn't seem to want to stop eating them. They even sent down an eunuch down to state that they wanted to eat this pastry tomorrow as well. The young imperial prince even made a bet with the empress whether the pastries today were made by Yu Xiaosao herself. After they investigated, he joyfully took his imperial mother's forfeit and even implored his mother to call Yu Xiaosao into the imperial palace more often in the future. The reason was quite obvious. Yixing clay teapot. Teapot made of Yixing clay, called purple sand, best used for brewing more oxidized teas. A famous characteristic of Yixing teapots are their ability to absorb trace amounts of brewed tea flavors and minerals into the teapot with each brewing. Over time, these accumulate to give each Yixing teapot its own unique interior coating that flavors and colors future brewings. The blistering heat of summer had arrived. All of the young maidens in the capital had switched to wearing light and airy cotton clothing. The imperial plantation was backed against the mountains and had a clear creek surrounding it. When the wind blew over it, it felt cool and refreshing. Yu Xiaosao was currently wearing a short dark green riding habit with narrow sleeves. It was paired with a pair of thick, soft boots. She energetically directed the tenant farmers on the plantation to plant the fruit trees in the already dug-up holes. Royal Prince Yong was quite efficient. In just 2 days' time, he was able to deliver all of the fruit trees that she wanted. There were 10 peach trees, 10 pear trees, 10 citrus trees and 10 apple trees. She also had 15 apricot trees, plum trees and persimmon trees. There were a bit more grape vines, around 20 or so. This was the first year she was trying to cultivate these fruit trees, and it also wasn't the right season to move and plant them. Thus, the prince didn't give her too many in fear that if they died, she would be very sad. Most of these samplings had already flowered and borne fruit in the past. As long as they were planted well and taken care of, it was likely they would bear fruit in the following year. She didn't know where Royal Prince Yong had gone to get such good fruit trees, but it was likely he exerted quite a bit of effort. Each fruit tree had its roots with a bunch of soil attached, and their root systems had been preserved very well. After the trees were all planted, Yu Xiaosao personally took over the task of watering these trees. Shichun and Wudong held the water buckets as they followed their young miss from behind. They watched as she went back and forth between the bucket to get dippers of water. She was bent forward constantly to water the trees properly. Shichun eagerly stated, "Young miss, you should rest for a bit. Let this servant try instead." Yu Xiaosao put the ladle into her hands and smiled. Watering plants isn't something that requires a lot of skill. You only need to make sure that each tree gets 2 full dippers of water. I know you're worried about me. Relax. In the future, if the entire hillside is full of fruit trees, then I will make sure to assign people to take care of them. We won't have to do the hard labor then. Shichun cheerfully replied, "It's only watering a few plants, nothing too tiring." Young miss, do you think we'll be able to eat some peaches and grapes at this time next year? Yu Xiaosao used her hand to fan her face and smiled as she nodded, yes. If the trees are taken care of, they might even fruit early. Then, will they be as delicious as the honey peaches you brought from Dongshan village? Shichun was a natural foodie. Last time, after finishing her tasks well, the master had rewarded her with a peach. Since eating that peach, she couldn't seem to forget about it. Yu Xiaosao replied in a forthright manner, "Don't worry, these peaches will be even more delicious. If you don't believe me, next year at the start of spring, I'll have my family back at Dongshan village ship some peach branches over. We can graft the branches on these small peach trees. I promise the fruits will be incredibly good." Graft, is that what you mentioned before, young miss? Using pumpkin vines to grow watermelons. Shichun was very interested in this concept. Wudong, however, found her question hilarious. How can pumpkin vines possibly produce watermelons? Shichun, are you feverish right now? Be careful what you say unless you want to get made fun of by other people. Shichun was originally only a second-rank maidservant. However, the young miss was starting to see her in a different light. Wudong gradually felt more and more unhappy about this. In front of her master, she managed to control herself. However, she was starting to reject the other maid in surreptitious ways, and this was one of her methods. Shichun had a generous and magnanimous personality. She smiled innocently and said, "Older sister Wudong, don't just take my word for it. The young miss said that you can graft watermelon sprouts onto pumpkin vines. The resulting melons from these 2 vines are large and sweet. Furthermore, they're more resistant to disease and pests harming them. We should do our best to learn about these farming methods that the young miss in charge of. That way we'll be able to help her more in the future." This maid was always forthright and outspoken. She didn't have any other intentions in what she said, as she only wanted to persuade Wudong to take more interest in the young miss's farming affairs instead of being narrowly preoccupied with managing that small inner courtyard. However, her good intentions, in Wudong's ears, became a sarcastic criticism of her own inability to take care of her master, as if she was not detail-oriented enough. Anger immediately blossomed in Wudong's heart and her expression darkened. She deliberately used coarser movements when watering the plants and, accidentally, splashed Shichun's pants and shoes with some water. All of this was observed by Yu Xiaosao. From her perspective, there would be conflicts wherever people were. It was pretty normal for maids to fight for favor and power. In some ways, it could be a good thing as it would spur them to compete with each other and therefore elevate all of their abilities. However, the people that she could not tolerate were those who relied on small tricks, gossiped behind people's backs, or gave their rivals the cold shoulder. After choosing her 4 main maidservants at the onset, she discovered that Yingtao was efficient and responsible with a good handle on managing affairs. Thus, she gave the job of managing the pharmaceutical manufacturing to her and it was thriving. Yang Liu had a steady temperament and was obsessed with cooking. She was also hardworking and her culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. At the rate she was going, she was soon going to surpass her master's skills. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao had no qualms in handing over the management of the braised food store that was opened in conjunction with the Emperor Emeritus in the capital to Yang Liu. Pippa was on the slower side and only had average abilities. She also wasn't very ambitious but her ability at taking care of Xiaoxiao's inner courtyard wasn't bad. Thus, other affairs outside of the residence weren't suitable for her. Wadong had illusions of grandeur and was on the more selfish side. She was also more prone to petty actions but she didn't have a lot of ability. As long as her maids abided by the rules and showed restraint, Xiaoxiao wouldn't treat them poorly. However, it was possible that as time went on, some of them might become more bold. The sun is quite fierce today. How come you're not wearing a hat out? Zhu Junyang had been roaming around the hills and had caught 2 wild hares, 1 wild pheasant, and gathered some pheasant eggs. He noticed that her face had turned bright red from the sun and hurriedly took off the straw hat from his head and placed it on Xiaoxiao's head. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head in dislike as if she wanted to have the hat fall off her head. However, Zhu Junyang stopped her from doing so. Keep it on. Otherwise, your skin might start peeling from the sun exposure and you won't be pretty. You should delegate this type of hard labor to the tenant farmers and servants. Why do you always need to do everything yourself? You also said that this isn't the season to plant fruit trees. If I don't keep an eye on them and the fruit trees die, wouldn't that waste all of the effort you expended to get me these trees? Xiaoxiao touched her somewhat hot face. When she got back, she needed to use some mystic stone water to cool her skin down. What if, like Royal Prince Yang mentioned, her skin got burnt by the sun and started to peel? How could she go and see people then? It won't. As long as you put mystic stone water on your face a few times, I guarantee that your skin tomorrow will look as smooth and flawless as a boiled egg. It'll be tender, glowing, and soft to the touch. A tiny golden kitten appeared out of nowhere and scrambled towards a fruit tree. It batted at one of the branches with a tiny paw. It's so cute. Where did such a tiny kitten come from? It's so small. Was it just weaned from its mother's milk? Shichun stared at the adorable cat with stars in her eyes. She desperately hoped she could bring the creature back so she could take care of it. Zhu Junyang bent down and picked up the kitten by the scruff of its neck. He examined the cat, which was hissing and growling at him, head on. Its angry demeanor was very similar to its master's. He happily placed the little kitten in his palm and let the creature gnaw on his thumb with its tiny milk teeth. He smiled at Xiaoxiao. You also brought your cat along. You've been raising this little fellow for a few years now, so why is it still so tiny? Seems like it hasn't grown at all. Yu Xiaoxiao took the little divine stone from Royal Prince Yang using both of her hands and gently stroked its soft and glossy fur. She casually remarked, who knows I picked it up at around this size when I was in the mountains. Perhaps this species only gets this big Shichun quickly finished watering the remaining few fruit trees and threw the ladle down to run over. She looked at the tiny adorable kitten in her master's hands and asked curiously, young miss, is this cat yours? How come I don't see it usually? This fellow is more wild than tame and often runs off to who knows where for a few days. Not only you, I haven't seen it since I came to the capital. I even thought that it had gotten lost and wasn't able to find its way. I would not have expected to encounter it at the Imperial Plantation. Yu Xiaoxiao smoothly constructed a lie without even batting an eye. The Imperial Plantation is quite a distance away from the capital. Did it run all the way here by itself? Shichun's eyes opened wide and looked very similar to the little golden kitten's large and cute eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied, who knows Perhaps it was hiding in some corner of the carriage. Little glutinous dumpling is very smart and clever. Shichun extended her hands and asked her master, "Young miss, you should let this servant hold the kitten instead. You might get tired." Yu Xiaoxiao gave the maid a sidelong glance. "If you wanted to hold the little kitten, then just say so instead of making an excuse. How heavy could a tiny kitten about the size of a person's palm be?" Despite the little divine stone's protests, she handed it to Shichun. Shichun hurriedly held the little kitten close to her as it was struggling to get out. She continuously comforted the cat, "Little glutinous dumpling, don't be scared, be sweet. Young miss, it seems like little glutinous dumpling is a bit shy of strangers. Am I scaring it right now?" "Not at all, the little fellow is extremely bold and brave. In fact, it even teases the wolves it encounters in the mountains." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't making things up this time. The little divine stone was a bit bored for a period of time and went off to bother Big Gray. Big Gray ended up chasing it everywhere. "Wow, it's so amazing." Shichun's eyes immediately became dazzled with stars again and she instantly became the little divine stone's biggest fan. The little divine stone could sense the maid's worship and it became unduly proud and arrogant. Thus, it allowed her to hold it for a bit. Zhu Junyang glanced at the fruit trees, which still had their leaves slightly curled under the sun. He suddenly stated, "Little lass, are all of the people at the plantation usable? If there are any who are not good, make sure to tell me. I'm now in charge of everything at the imperial plantation. If there are any people who are not usable, we have the power to change them out." Yu Xiaoxiao carelessly waved a hand at him, clearly not interested in the topic. "With Steward Wang around, those people with ulterior motives will have to weigh the pros and cons before acting. It's not like I'm the only person here at the imperial plantation. Furthermore, don't I have the emperor himself as my backer? As long as the emperor treats me with importance, those people with grievances can only obediently follow my orders anyway. I have to go into the palace to report anyway, so it's not as if they can do anything. As for those people who dislike me, they can only grumble underneath their breath and say a few sour words behind my back. It doesn't matter what they say as long as they obediently follow their orders, right? All right, as long as you don't think those guys are eyesores, then you can continue using them." Zhu Junyang sincerely didn't want his little lass to be wronged in any way. He thought for a bit and decided to let those unruly people jump around a bit. He was confident he could find their weak points easily. When that came, hey, he wouldn't be lenient with them. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with a light and she changed the subject. "I heard that you bought the neighboring plantation, right? What plans do you have for it?" "Oh, you have an idea for me. Just say it. What sort of crazy idea did you come up with now?" Zhu Junyang had a good grasp on all of her expressions. Whenever her eyes got this particular look, he knew that the little lass had come up with another idea. "I want to take advantage of the warm weather to grow some watermelon seedlings. I plan on grafting them on some disease and pest-resistant gourd vines. By the time the Ministry of Works is done developing the plastic film, then we can make some giant greenhouse tents and grow watermelons and cantaloupes in there. If we can get some hammy melon seeds, that'd be even better." Yu Xiaoxiao never let a money-making method slip through her hands. The farmstead next to the imperial plantation wasn't very large and only had about 600 mu in land. It was previously owned by an idle member of the imperial clan. Somehow, Royal Prince Yang was able to convince this person to give it to him. The vast majority of the fields had already been planted with soybeans and sorghum. It was apparent that this idle member of the imperial clan didn't regard this farmstead with much importance. All of the people at this place, from the stewards to the tenant farmers, were all incredibly lazy. If they didn't prep the land now, then the timing for farming would be over this year. In actuality, it was still the middle of June, right? If she got them planted now, she could harvest a batch of watermelons by September with the help of the mystic stone water. At that time, it would be the right time in the market to sell these watermelons. Royal Prince Yang had already switched out all of the stewards at the farmstead and recruited a bunch of new tenant farmers to tend the fields. He had already sent down his orders that every single person at this place needed to listen to official use commands. Consequently, Yu Xiaoxiao had very little pressure when ordering these people around. She first had the tenant farmers clear out a batch of land as she grafted watermelon seedlings to gourd vines. The well at this farmstead had already been altered by the little divine stone's energy. She not only used the mystic stone water to irrigate the grafted watermelon vines, but she also instructed the tenant farmers to water all of the crops on the land with this water. Recently, the capital had been on the drier side and it hadn't rained for several days. Thus, her orders to irrigate all of the crops made sense to the farmers working there. For the following few days, Yu Xiaoxiao frequently ran to the imperial plantation to check on things. Lady Fang often complained that the emperor had given the work of an adult man to a 12-year-old young girl. However, only Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the reason she went there so often wasn't for the corn growing at the plantation. Instead, she was more concerned about the fruit trees on the mountains as well as the watermelon vines at Royal Prince Yang's farmstead. After some precious rain fell, Yu Xiaoxiao once again arrived at the imperial plantation with the moist wind surrounding her. The people under Steward Wang, who were in charge of the everyday details of the fields, were currently reporting to her on how the corn was growing. Furthermore, they also gave her the reports that the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue wrote on the progress. She flipped through these reports briefly and stated in an uninterested tone, "There's not much difference between this and the materials I provided in the past. Even the most detailed documents cannot replace walking through the fields for a personal look." After she talked, she strolled into the fields with a bunch of somewhat unwilling stewards and officials. Under the blazing hot sun, they arrived in the middle of one of the experimental fields. With the little divine stone as her cheat, it'd be odd if the corn didn't grow well. "Miss Yu, all of the fruit trees on the hills are still alive. Other than a few that don't look quite lively, the vast majority don't look like they've just been transplanted over." Although the fruit trees on the mountain were the private property of Yu Xiaoxiao, Steward Wang still helped her keep an eye on them. Yu Xiaoxiao gladly accepted this favor from him. In the future, once the fruit orchard expanded and the canning factory and preserved fruit factory started, she was planning on giving him a few shares. However, didn't Steward Wang state that some of the trees weren't growing well? That couldn't be right. Yu Xiaoxiao walked towards the fruit orchard on the hills in unhurried steps. When she got to the fruit trees that Steward Wang said were not quite lively, she couldn't help but frown. These fruit trees had all been moved. As the proverb said, trees die when moved, people live when moved. Finicky and precious fruit trees were the most afraid of being transplanted casually. If she didn't have mystic stone water on hand, Xiaoxiao would have never been sure that moving these trees now, out of season, would be successful. Apparently, there were people who took advantage of when she was gone and moved all of her trees. It looked like those people who had ulterior motives could no longer wait anymore and had finally acted. "Steward Wang, let me get this straight. The imperial plantations usually don't allow outsiders to easily step in, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao bent over to loosen the soil near the roots of one of the trees that was looking listless. At the same time, she secretly had the little divine stone infuse the tree roots with some spiritual energy. The little divine stone angrily complained to her in her mind that all of the fruit trees on this hill had been moved. If it wasn't for its energy keeping them alive, all of them would have dried into sticks and died. Steward Wang felt chills run through his heart. Was the problem with these fruit trees something that was caused by humans? He hurriedly stated in a serious manner, "Miss Yu, these are the experimental fields of the imperial plantation and the emperor places great importance on this. Even those tenant farmers were specially picked before they were sent here. Ever since the high-yielding crop corn has entered the country, the emperor has also sent his personal soldiers here to patrol the area. Thus, outsiders absolutely cannot enter here. So doesn't that mean that the culprits are the people who work here instead?" Yu Xiaoxiao shot a knowing gaze at the people behind Steward Wang. She slowly looked at every single person present and coldly smiled. Someone automatically spoke up in discontent. "This isn't even the season to transplant fruit trees, so the vast majority of these trees can't even stay alive. It's not unusual for a couple of trees to die here and there. Official Yu, all of us have been sent over by the emperor himself. You can't just suspect us for no reason." The cold smirk on Yu Xiaoxiao's face became more prominent as she slowly replied, "Steward Leng, it's not as if you guys are the only people who are working at the imperial plantation. Aren't there a few hundred tenant farmers too? You're so eager to jump out to defend yourself. Is it because you have a guilty heart?" Lang Fang, have been here since the Emperor Emeritus was on the throne and have been helping the Emperor manage the imperial plantation. I've already been here for many years, yet I have to deal with the sarcasm and disdain from a little girl. I can't take such disgrace anymore. This steward named Lang Fang looked to be around 40 to 50 years of age. His hair and beard was speckled with white hairs, but the skin on his face was pale and smooth, without many wrinkles. At a glance, one could tell that he very rarely spent time out in the fields. Instead, he looked like an idle and wealthy lord who did nothing at home. Yu Xiaosao quirked up an eyebrow and was not even the slightest bit polite as she said, "You also know you've been here for quite a while. You've spent many years here and it's about time for you to think about retirement. The next time this official enters the palace, I will make sure to mention to the emperor that those officials who are over the age of 50 are no longer suitable due to physical health to manage the fields at the imperial plantation." Lang Fang was so angry that he turned red from head to toe. However, he also didn't dare to say anything at this point. This girl in front of him was viewed by the emperor with great importance and would go into the palace to personally meet the emperor every month to report. What was his status? He was only a tiny little assistant official at the imperial plantation. If the little lass truly said what she had stated earlier to the emperor, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay much longer at the imperial plantation. Steward Lang backed down, but Yu Xiaosao wasn't planning on letting this issue go. "I don't care what your status is at the imperial plantation. Whether you're a steward or a tenant farmer, I will absolutely not tolerate anyone who tries to harm any of the affairs here. This time, you guys have decided to harm my fruit trees. Doesn't that mean next time you guys will start causing problems for the experimental fields in the imperial plantation? Official Yu, aren't you being a bit too unjust here? Let's not talk about the fruit trees as we can't even prove that people have tampered with them. Instead, let's talk about the experimental fields. As soon as a problem shows up, all of us can't run away either. Who would harm a project that is tied up to their own lives and livelihood?" The person who spoke up was a steward named Zhou Yang. He was on the younger side and always had a friendly and approachable air around him. Because of that, he had a good relationship with most of the people at the imperial plantation. Yu Xiaosao smiled faintly and looked at him discerningly in the eye. "I know that I am very young and also a woman. Thus, there are many stewards and officials here who are quite upset that I am in charge here. If anything bad befalls the imperial plantation, the first person the emperor would blame would be me, the official in charge of all of the operations here. As for you guys, all you have to say is, we did everything according to the leader, to wash most of your shortcomings away. Once the emperor loses faith in me, then won't all of you, who have been making things difficult for me, still be able to keep your positions here? I can't say for sure, but I bet there are already people who have thought of this and have come up with methods to get rid of me, the person you don't like. What a bunch of nonsense. Do you have any proof? This is only your own personal suspicions and nothing else." Lang Fang angrily rebutted. "Whether or not my guess is right or wrong, I'm sure the perpetrators know for sure. Looks like this official, have been too benevolent. I thought that everyone here at the imperial plantation had been here for a good amount of years and held fondness for their positions. Thus, when the emperor gave me the power to change out any people I wanted, I couldn't bear to move any of you away. However, the facts tell me that my decision then was wrong." Yu Xiaosao sighed and then spoke to Steward Wang. "Steward Wang, you're now in charge of this situation. Please find the people who are responsible for harming the trees here in 3 days. Otherwise, I will have to take drastic measures and send up a report to the emperor. Then I will change everyone here for new people." When she mentioned that the emperor had given her the power to swap people out of the imperial plantation as she pleased, everyone present, except for Steward Wang, immediately started to panic. The emperor had placed great importance on the experimental fields at the imperial plantation, so naturally, whatever they needed was given to them quickly. Thus, the treatment of the people working here was naturally much better compared to other places. Even the lower-ranked stewards at the imperial plantation got treated about as well as the eunuch stewards in the imperial palace. Furthermore, they could sometimes get a few other side benefits from working here. No one wanted to be stripped of position here and have to leave such a flourishing site. When Steward Wang was just about to start investigating, there were already plenty of people volunteering up information to him and telling him exactly what they knew. In actuality, Steward Joe was trying to privately give Yu Xiaoxiao a lesson by having his trusted subordinates retransplant all of these fruit saplings. Although he wasn't very old, he was a proud man and had usually done very well for himself due to his connections here at the Imperial Plantation. However, once Yu Xiaoxiao started taking over, everyone had to listen to her. As soon as she arrived, she had ordered all of the stewards to start working in the fields along with the tenant farmers to do hard labor. In private, all of the stewards complained and moaned about this. Whenever they got together as a group, they all grumbled and wailed that this little lass didn't know her proper place in life. When Yu Xiaoxiao transferred some tenant farmers to the hills to help transplant fruit trees, they found out that these fruit trees were privately owned by the little lass. She was blatantly using the Imperial Plantation's resources for her own private gain and profits. Wasn't this lass being too bold about this? Zhou Yong was speechless by this misuse. Once he saw that the fruit trees were thriving, he felt even more unhappy about this. He came up with a method to create a stumbling block for her and have her eat a silent loss. One night, he brought along a few trusted subordinates and had them pull the trees up before putting them back into the ground. Originally, he had thought he had accounted for everything. In any case, this wasn't the right season for transplanting fruit trees, so no one could guarantee whether these trees would live or die after transplanting. Even if they died, there wasn't any leeway to suspect anyone of wrongdoing. That being said, the lass was using the hills of the Imperial Plantation for her own private affairs. Even if she ate a loss, she wouldn't dare to bring this problem up. However, he would have never expected that she had already reported her idea to the Emperor and was now going to send up a report about people sabotaging the trees. Those who were able to act as stewards at the Imperial Plantation were naturally shrewd and not stupid. Zhou Yang's private affairs naturally didn't escape the eyes of those people. However, they also wanted to teach this little lass a lesson, so they turned a blind eye to this. Unfortunately, how could they know that the lass would rather slaughter 100 innocents instead of letting go of a single thief? For the sake of their own affairs, they needed to sacrifice Zhou Yong first in order to keep their own skins. Once Zhou Yong had been pointed out by the rest, he was sure that he was doomed to leave the Imperial Plantation. He didn't know what sort of punishment was in store for him as well. However, who would have expected that Yu Xiaoxiao would decide to do something completely outside of their expectations? Instead of driving him out and punishing him, she actually put him in charge of the fruit orchard on the hills. She was following this saying, using work to make up for your past mistakes. Zhou Yong was extremely surprised at this turn of events and he didn't know quite how to feel. However, in the end, he couldn't bear to leave his position at the Imperial Plantation and took on this task of managing the fruit orchard. Furthermore, he did a very good job in doing so. In the future, Yu Xiaoxiao's fruit orchard encompassed the entire hill and the fruits from the orchard were sold all throughout the country. These fruits were famed and well-known among the people. Zhou Yong resigned from his position at the Imperial Plantation and became the head steward at the fruit orchard. His position and treatment there was twofold higher than when he was at the plantation. In addition, the master even gave him 5% of the profits. 5% may not seem like a lot, but most people were poor for their entire lives and had never seen as much money as this steward got in 1 year from bonuses. All of his previous co-workers at the Imperial Plantation envied him completely. Obviously, this was all in the future. The stewards and officials at the Imperial Plantation finally settled down and started to earnestly do work. With someone also especially in charge of the fruit trees, Yu Xiaoxiao could focus her efforts on Royal Prince Yang's new farmstead and their melon vines. Since they had planted watermelons at a later date than usual, she had the little divine stone shorten the sprouting phase by 1/3 of the time. In any case, there weren't a lot of people cultivating watermelons in the capital. Furthermore, she was the only one in the capital using this special grafting method to raise them. After the melon sprouts were grafted on the vines, she had Royal Prince Yang handpick some trusted servants and then taught the grafting method to them. These people were not the tenant farmers on the farmstead. Instead, they were all trusted servants from Imperial Prince Jing's estate and their loyalty to their masters were a guarantee. After all of the melon sprouts were grafted onto the gourd vines, they were transplanted into the melon fields. They were irrigated with mystic stone water from the well, so they naturally grew very well. The people who had been snickering behind her back, claiming that she didn't know the first thing about farming, now had nothing to say. They no longer had a leg to stand on. After all, Yu Xiaosao managed to finish the agricultural tasks assigned to her in a timely manner and also managed to transplant her own fruit trees and watermelon vines such that they were flourishing. They now had to admit that she was very skilled in the area. The emperor's decision to give her the title of an agricultural official was truly a wise idea. There were countless people in the capital who were keeping a close eye on the imperial plantation. After 2 months passed, the tenant farmers on the plantation, under the management of the stewards, began to harvest the corn like wildfire. Which of the tenant farmers who worked at the imperial plantation weren't old hands at farming and harvesting? These people all had giant grins on their faces as they picked the plump ears of corn. They discussed amongst themselves just how good the harvest was this year. Minister Lu came over early that morning to inspect the imperial plantation. When he saw the ears of corn that had been harvested, he smiled so broadly that all of his wrinkles became apparent. The size of the ears of corn were significantly larger than the previous years and each kernel seemed to be plump and bursting with juice. Compared to the harvest from last year, this year's harvest was of an entirely different grade. After one mu from the experimental fields was fully harvested, Minister Lu personally took some people along to impatiently weigh all of the ears of corn. Oh my! 1 mu had actually yielded around 2,000 caddies of grain. He had originally thought that last year's 1,000 caddies per mu was considered a high yield. However, compared to their giant harvest this year, last year's numbers looked really too wretched. As expected, having Miss Yu take on the position of an official and being given responsibility of the imperial plantation was a very wise decision. All of the officials who had been keeping a close eye on the situation at the imperial plantation could only shut their mouths now. The vast majority of court officials rejected the idea of having a tiny little lass become an official at the Ministry of Revenue. However, the emperor was adamant. Minister Lu and Royal Prince Yang also supported this plan, so they didn't stubbornly fight this appointment and decided to wait and observe instead. If the harvest this year at the plantation was about the same as last year or even not as good, then they would have a leg to stand on to voice their objections. After all, the weather each year differed, which influenced the resulting harvest. This was the reason why there was this saying, the common people depend on the heavens to eat. This year, the weather conditions had not been very good. There wasn't a lot of rain after summer started and even the deepest wells at the imperial plantation had water levels that were incredibly low. After autumn started, a few downpours of torrential rain also occurred. Thus, these unfavorable conditions naturally influenced the growth of the crops. In fact, the commoners who lived around the capital all had their grain harvests decreased by about a third or even more this year. They were so sure that the little lass was doomed. Contrary to their expectations, the imperial plantation was not affected by the poor weather conditions. Instead, the yield of corn there actually went up. The officials that were sent by the Ministry of Revenue had tallied up the numbers and the numbers were incredibly shocking. The farmers who had bought corn seeds to plant in their own fields also got yields around 1,000 caddies per mu. As things were going, corn, as a true high-yielding crop, would soon be propagated throughout the northern parts of the country. It was likely that there would be many more farmers standing in line to buy corn seeds. The grain stores in the capital would likely explode with popularity then. The numbers from the farmstead in Tanggu town also came back to court. The Yu family's farmstead, which now had over 1,000 mu in fields. Author's note: Royal Prince Yang's 800 mu farmstead had been given to Yu Xiaosao, so now the land was naturally a part of the Yu family's farmstead, had produced over 180,000 caddies of grain. In other words, their fields had also reached a yield of 2,000 caddies per mu. It was rumored that all of the villages in the vicinity had sent out representatives to negotiate with Yu Hai as they wanted to buy these corn seeds at a high price. If the Yu family agreed to this trade, then the high-yielding crop corn would first be widely planted in the areas around Tanggu. Tanggu was the feudal lands of Royal Prince Yang, so they couldn't let the Royal Prince monopolize the benefits of growing high-yielding crops alone. Consequently, for the next few sessions at court, there were lively debates about how to disseminate the high-yielding corn to areas around the capital and the process to do so. The endless arguments at court didn't have much to do with Yu Xiaosao, who was only a small 6th-level official. She, on the other hand, was currently busy making another fortune. During the summer, Yu Xiaosao had planted 100 mu with grafted watermelons at the farmstead next to the imperial plantation to test it out. These watermelons were now ripe and entering the market. From her rough estimations, she figured that this season they could harvest more than 8,000 caddies of watermelons from the fields. Watermelon sprouts that had been grafted to gourd vines were more resistant to pests. In addition, the soil on these fields had some spiritual energy there, so this made the watermelons grow better. Furthermore, all of the people in charge of watermelons were very hardworking and did a good job in taking care of these plants. When the first batch of watermelons was ripe, the other watermelons on the market had already disappeared. Once these large and extremely sweet melons hit the shops, they all sold out within moments. They were currently in the middle of the hot spell of autumn, and being able to eat some sweet and cooling watermelon to quench one's thirst was truly such a great feeling. In addition, the watermelons from Royal Prince Yang's farmstead were not only larger than the other watermelons, but the inner rind was also fully bright red and didn't have any of the depressing stripes of white in between. Thus, eating this watermelon was much more enjoyable. If these watermelons came onto the market during the summer, then those other watermelons would have been ignored completely. With large, sweet, and juicy watermelons to be had, who would still want to eat those small and not as tasty watermelons instead? 100 mu of watermelons was not enough to provide enough melons for all of the rich and noble families in the capital. Whether it was for stately banquets, drinking parties, flower banquets, or dignified dinner parties, everyone would feel like the hosts were being too stingy if there wasn't at least one plate of watermelon at the table. Gradually, the people who didn't offer watermelon at their gatherings found out that their friends and acquaintances would find any excuse to decline their future invitations. Furthermore, their friends were also not as close and intimate with them anymore. Yu Xiaosao was only able to be happy over the blazing watermelon sales for a few days before she became busy again. The Ministry of Works had finally finished working on the plastic film and incorporated her requests. Not only was the new product stronger and more flexible, but they also managed to improve its transparency. Thus, construction on the greenhouse pavilions for vegetable cultivation began at breakneck speed. There were people bustling around everywhere on the imperial plantation. Within the experimental fields, the corn stalks had all been chopped down and their roots needed to be pulled up one by one from the ground. The ground also needed to be plowed in preparation for the second crop. Yu Xiaosao was occupied with directing the people constructing the greenhouses while also overseeing the breeding of an improved wheat crop. Although she said she was breeding, in actuality, she only had the little divine stone transform into its golden kitten form and run around the grain storerooms a few times to let its spiritual energy settle into the seeds. The construction of these greenhouse pavilions was also done by people from the Ministry of Works. Just the ceiling alone caused the workers to work very hard for a period of time. In terms of how to construct these greenhouses, Yu Xiaosao also only knew about half. She used the experience she had from her previous life, when she spent half a year working in a greenhouse, to come up with ideas and methods to properly build this. Thus, progress on these pavilions took quite a long time. Furthermore, the technology for working with iron was much more primitive in this time period. Steel output was very low, so using a steel backbone for these greenhouses was out of the question. She could only use bamboo and wood as the building materials for the backbones of these structures. The thick plastic film was then put across the wooden structures. During the winter, they could use more layers of plastic to increase the insulation and keep it warmer inside. By the time the farmers were done sowing the winter wheat, the greenhouse pavilions had also finished construction. This was her first year in trying this, so she only had them make enough to cover 100 mu. The neighboring farmstead also had large pavilions set up on the fields. However, those greenhouses weren't intended for growing vegetables. Instead, they were going to be used to grow some out-of-season watermelons and hammy melons. What did people here lack the most in the winter? Obviously, it was a lack of access to fresh vegetables and fruits. During the winter, people either ate cabbages with radishes or radishes with cabbages. As for fruits, the only fruits available were the dried and shriveled up fruits stored from late autumn, such as apples and pears. In the past, Even if you had money to spend, you still couldn't buy fresh fruits. However, this winter was going to be completely different. Once the greenhouse pavilions were done, Yu Xiaoxiao personally used her own money to hire some experienced vegetable farmers to look after the vegetables planted in the greenhouses. Green vegetables had a short growing cycle, especially the ones that were infused with spiritual energy. After the seeds were planted, they grew very quickly and were ready to harvest after about a month had passed. As for the cucumbers, eggplants, green beans and tomatoes, they were being grown in special large greenhouse tents. They grew even faster than they did at the start of spring. The hired vegetable farmers all thought this was very odd. However, they thought that it was because the tents helped the vegetables grow. The awe and envy in their hearts grew and they began to wish that the court would start selling this plastic membrane to the public. In the future, wouldn't they also be able to grow such vegetables too? Every year when it was about time for frost to start in autumn, everyone had already made sure to stock up their cellars full with cabbages and radishes for the winter. They had to store enough to eat for an entire winter. The wealthy and noble families in the capital usually cut down on their banquets at this time of year because there wasn't much variety of food to be served, so it made for a poor table for the guests. However, this year was entirely different. The capital was loosely organized with the rich and wealthy in the eastern and western parts of the city and the poor in the northern and southern parts. Imperial Prince Jing's estate had added 5 more fruit and vegetable shops in the eastern and western parts of the city. Usually, at the end of autumn and start of winter, these shops would either switch to selling other goods, such as dried goods and candied fruit, or they would shut down for the season. This was because there were no vegetables or fruit to be sold. However, this year, Prince Jing's estate had actually opened a decent amount of vegetables and fruit stores. The rich and wealthy instantly thought of the greenhouse pavilions that housed vegetables and melons on the prince's farmlands. Then, all of the rich, powerful, and noble families turned their attention to the stores. Everyone knew that this year the prince's estate didn't plant that many vegetables and melons, so they didn't know if these greenhouses could supply enough vegetables and fruits for the whole capital. Finally, these fruit and vegetable stores opened and satisfied these people's expectations. The first day they opened, they were stocked with fresh green vegetables. There was fresh spinach, tender Indian lettuce, crispy celery, and lush and verdant romaine lettuce. In addition, they had shepherd's purse, amaranth greens, Malabar spinach, pea shoots, and a whole host of other leafy greens. These vegetables were all stacked high in the shops. The lush green color of the vegetables made people feel happy just looking at them, and they all wished they could buy all of it home to eat. The day the shops first opened, all of them exploded in popularity. Because there was a quota placed on these vegetables, limiting the amount each household could buy, these wealthy and rich families only started fighting. Luckily, Royal Prince Yong had experienced the immense popularity of the braised food store before and had the foresight to send bodyguards to keep order at all of these shops. That was the only reason why fist fights didn't break out around the shops. The young miss is back. The young miss is back. When Yingchun got the news, she happily went back to the young miss's courtyard, chirping like a cheerful bird. She ran all the way from the drooping flower gate and had a sunny smile on her face. Wadung walked out from inside and had a stern look on her face. She hollered at Yingchun, "What are you being noisy about? No sense of etiquette. The young miss was only gone for a few days, yet all of you flout the rules and etiquette. As a servant, having good etiquette and manners brings prestige to our young miss. It's no wonder that the young miss doesn't bring someone like you, who has her head in the clouds, out when she leaves." The giddiness within Yingchun's heart was extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Her cheerful steps stopped and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Wadung was the personal maidservant of the young miss and was one of the earliest people to follow her. No one knew when she had become the maid in charge of the entire courtyard, but she was now in charge of all of the maids and senior servants in the young miss's residence. At first, Wadung treated the other maids amiably. However, once the young miss promoted Shichun and Hekan to fill the empty positions within the personal maid servants, Wadung changed. She became moody and prone to anger. Sometimes, the eyes she used to look at other people seemed as if they had daggers coming out of them. It always made the other maids feel a bit scared. All of the maids and senior servants in the courtyard knew that the young miss didn't have a lot of rules and regulations. As long as you did your work well, she was satisfied. The lower-ranked maids all secretly whispered that they felt more relaxed in the presence of the young miss as they didn't have to guard their every action. Even small mistakes were waved away by her with a smile. However, in Wudung's hands, if she wasn't in a good mood, you might be punished lightly with a fine or heavily by getting beaten with the plank. Ever since the young miss went back to Tengu with Hekan and had given the management of the Imperial Plantation's greenhouses to Shichun, Wudung had been in a bad mood. She and Pippa had been left behind to manage the courtyard again. Every day, she roamed around the courtyard looking for victims so she could vent her discontent. The smallest mistakes would be picked out by her and used to torture the other maids. All of the maids in the courtyard didn't dare to say anything out loud, but they cried out their grievances in secret. They were all looking forward to when the young miss got back from Tengu because Wudung would restrain herself a lot more when the young miss was around. Yingchun wasn't as lucky as Shichun and Hekan as she didn't catch the eye of her mistress to get promoted to a first-ranked maid. She naturally didn't dare to have an outright conflict with Wudung, so she suppressed the displeasure within her heart. Instead, when Wudung was not looking, she made a funny face at the other girls back as she viciously thought, "You're such a two-faced person, so it'd be surprising if the master trusted you. Serves you right that the young miss left you behind to only guard a courtyard that is the size of 3 muah." Yu Xiaosao had just entered the inner courtyard when a group of maids surrounded her and escorted her to her own courtyard. As they walked, she asked if anything important happened recently. Wudung had a face full of smiles and had rushed in front of Pippa to take the lead. She gently smiled and said, "Ever since the fall harvest, you have become a well-known figure throughout the capital, young miss. Especially once the green vegetables grown in the pavilions came to market. Everyone in the capital knows that you're able to cultivate fruits and vegetables out of season and that you can make anything become ripe during any time of the year. While you were out and about, many young maidens from good families had sent invitations to you to attend some banquets and such. If you hadn't just left for Tengu, I'm pretty sure you'd be very busy right now." Yingchun surreptitiously curled her lip. Wudung was such a two-faced person. Earlier she had been as vicious as a female wolf when scolding her, but now she was pretending to be as sweet and innocent as a white bunny rabbit. The smile on Wudung's face was so flattering. "Pick only the important things to tell me." Yu Xiaosao was not the least bit interested in interacting with these young maidens in the capital. These girls either started spouting poetry as if they were ill or had to show off their other skills in some fashion. She wasn't good at any of this stuff. All of those people sending her invitations to parties and banquets likely wanted to see her stumble in these social settings so they could laugh at her, right? Consequently, even when she was in the capital, she had no desire to attend any of those boring parties. Wudung's eyes flickered and she smiled. The best modiste in the capital, Zhang Xiniang, who is also the owner of Exquisite Garments, also sent an invitation asking to see you. Young miss, are you interested in meeting her? Many years ago in the capital, Zhang Xiniang had endured lots of criticism from naysayers similar to Xiaosao. However, she used her own abilities to suppress all of these people. Her Exquisite Garments boutique not only became famous in the capital, but she also opened several branch stores in the nearby prefectures. The stores did very well with the public and was in no way inferior to the popularity of Junsho Restaurant and the Yu's braised food shops and fruit shops. The clothing that Zhang Xiniang designed was not only bold in their usage of color, but they also harmonized very well. Even bright reds and greens, when used together, could become an impeccable work of elegant art in her hands. Furthermore, all of her clothing was beautiful and flattering to the female form. People often offered grand sums of money to have one of her stores make a piece of clothing for them. All of the ladies and maidens in the capital desperately wanted to have a piece of clothing personally made by Zhang Xiniang. It would allow them to have immense status and boasting power in their circles. Unfortunately, for the past few years, Zhang Xiniang only took 5 custom orders each season. Furthermore, not just anyone could be lucky enough to get a custom order slot. From her words, it all depended on fate. Those who caught her eye, even if they didn't have a single penny, she was still willing to design and sew a custom piece of clothing for them. Those who didn't, even if they offered 1,000 taels of gold, she would still refuse to make one for them. Even the imperial concubines in the imperial palace had to comply with her rules. After all, the emperor himself had given her a handwritten document personally written by him that stated, the epitome of a talented woman. In Wudong's eyes, the fact that such an incredible woman, who had legendary designing and crafting skills, wanted to see the young miss was an incredible honor. If those other young maidens in the capital found out, then wouldn't they be incredibly jealous? In fact, even the lady of the residence didn't have a custom-crafted piece of clothing from Zhang Xiniang. Zhang Xiniang. Yu Xiaosao paused in her motion of taking off her cloak. Was that the Zhang maiden who had refused an offer of marriage from the son of the prime minister on the grounds that she wanted to focus on her career? The two of them had never interacted before, so why would she want to see her suddenly? Also, Royal Princess Minglin is hosting a flower war banquet in the middle of this month and sent you an invitation to you. Do you want to see if the other young maidens were one thing, but Royal Princess Minglin was the treasure of her family. She was actually paternal cousins with Royal Prince Yang. Flower war banquet. What does a flower war mean? Yu Xiaosao did actually recognize Royal Princess Minglin's name. It was said that this princess had learned how to ride and shoot arrows since she was young with her older brother. The average person was not her match. She had a bit of an arrogant and headstrong personality, but also wasn't a person who looked down on those who were lower ranked than her or someone who deliberately made things difficult either. Wudong took the cloak from her young miss and handed it over to Yingchun. She hurriedly explained, "It's actually quite simple. It's just that every invited person must bring along a pot of flowers. Whoever brings the most valuable specimen is the winner." "Oh, does the winner get a prize for this?" Yu Xiaosao was more interested in this. When it came to rare and expensive plants, her godmother and princess consort Jing both had plenty that she had given to them. These were the flowers that were found in that mountain ravine. The last time they had to take refuge there, the princess consort even brought her personal maid servants around to stroll around the valley. When they left, she was able to bring back another bunch of rare flora. Wudong smiled. Every person who participates not only has to bring a pot of flowers but also needs to bring a forfeit item. The winner can take all of the forfeit items from everyone else home. They can take away everyone's forfeits. Yu Xiaosao stroked her chin and her eyes crinkled up into a smile. She looked like a little fox who had thought up a sly trick. The noble misses of the capital all cared about their reputations, so they absolutely wouldn't bring forfeit items along that were cheap. Then, didn't that mean that she could make a small fortune from this? After changing into a set of clothing suitable for the indoors, Yu Xiaosao headed out of the courtyard. "Let's go, I need to greet godmother. It's been a few days since I last saw little Linlin and I quite miss him." Wudong followed along and said, "Young miss and the little master are truly siblings. The young master always keeps asking, where has older sister gone? And, when will older sister come back? He even has no desire to eat his most favorite egg tarts anymore." Xiaosao's courtyard was very close to the main courtyard. As they talked, they already arrived at the gate to the main courtyard. Linglong grinned as she welcomed her inside. "Young miss, the mistress and young master were just talking about how much they missed you. The young master especially does. When he found out that you came back, he wanted to go to your courtyard to wait for you and only the mistress kept him back." Older sister. The curtains to the door had just been lifted when a little pudgy ball rolled out and held onto Xiaosao's leg. The little fellow raised his plump little face and pouted his lips as he unhappily whined, "Older sister, you didn't bring Linlin out to play." "Naughty, naughty." Yu Xiaosao bent down to try to pick up the little fellow and almost stumbled over. Fang Haolin had gotten plumper again and she almost couldn't hold him anymore. When Wudong saw this, she took the little master into her arms. The little fatty didn't like this change and his hands waved as he exclaimed, "I don't want you, I want my older sister." Xiaosao carried the little fatty into the inner room while Linglong and Wudong carefully escorted her from the side as they were afraid their two masters might fall over. Lady Fang saw this spectacle and burst into laughter. "Look at you two siblings. One gets thinner as time passes while the other gets fatter. Right now it looks like a skinny monkey is carrying a fat little piggy. Linlin is not a fat little piggy. Linlin is Sun Wukong and I have a golden cudgel to kill monsters." When Xiaosao was at the residence, the journey to the west had become Fang Haolan's usual bedtime story. Although the little fellow was young, he worshipped heroes. For example, the Monkey King was now his idol. He even begged his father to get him a round stick and claimed that it was the golden cudgel that Sun Wukong used. He brandished it constantly at the flora in the garden, claiming that he was destroying monsters. It was so bad that Lady Fang didn't dare to bring out her precious flowers out anymore. She was afraid that the little brat might destroy them. Lady Fang picked the little fellow up and sat on the chaise lounge. She gently slapped his bottom. If everything went the way the little boy wanted, then every piece of furniture or decoration in these rooms would have long been broken by him. She patted at an open area on the lounge and had her daughter sit down before she asked, "Was your trip this time smooth? Is everything going well over there in Tangu? Royal Prince Yang's bodyguards escorted me the entire way, so it'd be more surprising if it wasn't smooth. 100 or so mu of land next to the farmstead have also been bought by Royal Prince Yang, and the greenhouse pavilions have also been built there. The artisans in charge of building the pavilions as well as the workers in charge of taking care of the plants were all highly skilled workers from his lands in the capital. I only had to provide a bit of advice here and there, so there wasn't much for me to do." Yu Xiaosao picked out a small piece of cantaloupe and delivered it into little Linlin's wide-open mouth. She also picked a slice of watermelon for herself and happily dug into it. "Mommy is biased. How come older sister is allowed to eat watermelon but Linlin isn't?" The temperatures at the start of winter tended to be very cold and watermelon was considered a cold-natured food. Little Linlin had only recently become stronger in the past half-year, so Lady Fang didn't dare to feed him a lot of watermelon. However, it seemed like the little fellow was unhappy about this. Lady Fang tried to frighten him. "Your older sister's body is healthy and won't get sick. Have you forgotten that you had to take the bitter medicine for a while because your tummy hurt after having one more mouthful of shaved ice during the summer?" Little Linlin rolled up his sleeves to reveal his chubby arms as he argued, unconvinced. Linlin's body is also healthy. "You see, Linlin has more meat than older sister. If older sister can eat, Linlin too can eat it, too." The little fellow was so adorable that Xiaosao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She took a small piece of watermelon and placed it in his hand, saying, "Little Linlin has been obedient lately. You have been eating well and persisting in your daily run around the garden, so this is your reward. You can only have one piece a day. If you eat more, you'll fall sick." The little fellow, Fang Haolan, stuffed the watermelon into his mouth with a grin. "I'm not afraid. With older sister here, I don't need to drink the bitter medicine." After having a piece of watermelon, the little fellow knew to stop pestering them even though he still wanted more, and followed his nanny to the garden to play. "Madam, young Miss, Zhang Xiniang of Exquisite Garments is here." Lin Lang was smiling and her voice was clear as she drew the door curtain and entered the room. A while ago, modiste Zhang Xiniang had sent them a calling card and came to visit young Miss, but the young Miss was not here at that time. Who knew that Zhang Xiniang would come and visit again when the young Miss had just returned? Did this mean that her young Miss was special in the eyes of modiste Zhang? Lady Fang also felt proud. The master of embroidery that others were rarely able to invite to their residence had come as a guest to her residence on multiple occasions. It was such a great honor. Her close friends would be so envious if they knew about this. "Hurry, invite her inside." Lady Fang held her daughter's hand as she stood up. "Come, let's go to the main hall to greet the esteemed guest." Yu Xiaosao looked at her own casual attire and thought, would it be impolite if I wore this out to greet guests? She lifted her head and smiled. "Godmother, I need to go back to change my clothes. I'll immediately go to the main hall afterward. I've been careless in my considerations." Lady Fang took a look at her daughter's clothes, then lowered her gaze to her own clothing, which had wrinkled after she lay on the seat. She laughed. "See, even I, as your mother, am not as collected as you are. Godmother, this modiste Zhang is only a master of embroidery, but you're a third-rank noble madam. Why do you regard her so highly?" The Zhang Xiniang that others deemed highly of was only the owner of Exquisite Garments to Xiaosao. These madams and misses must not have enough entertainment to have worshipped Zhang Xiniang like a fan towards their idol. Lady Fang laughed. "My daughter sees the situation clearer than all of the capital's women. For the past few years, the madams and misses in the capital have indeed gone a little overboard with their adulation towards modiste Zhang. However, this Zhang Xiniang does indeed have the skills. The phoenix that she embroiders seems almost able to take off into the air, and the flora she embroiders, able to attract bees and butterflies. The clothes that she designs are able to cover up a person's shortcomings and bring out the good points of a person's figure. No matter how young or old a woman is, who doesn't like to be beautiful? That's why many began to adulate Zhang Xiniang's skills. I don't have any association with her, so why has she come to visit several times? Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled. She was not so interested in apparels, and the clothes her godmother had prepared for her was, in her opinion, already good enough. Besides, the skills of the servants in the sewing department of their residence were quite good. She was satisfied with their needlework. Lady Fang changed into another set of clothes and smiled at her confused daughter. Stop worrying and go change your clothes. Wouldn't you understand once you meet the guest? Yu Xiaoxiao returned to her courtyard and told Pippa to take out her newly made modified Qi-style attire. 1. This set of clothes was actually the result of a whim when she went to the sewing department to commission for a set of practical garments suitable for traveling on horseback. The outer garment was lilac and reached down to her thighs. It split into two sides at the waist and, in effect, accentuated the curve of her waist. A little folded collar sat prettily on her neck, while slightly darker Confederate roses were embroidered on the oblique collar and the hem of her bell sleeves. The lower part of her garment was a light yellow, pleated skirt, and the front part of the upper garment and hemline of the skirt was embroidered with the same pattern. She let Wudong style her hair into two cute hair buns and used strings of rice-sized pearls as a hair tie to hold them in place. The hair at the sides of her neck were bound into two small yet long braids that hung until her chest, making her seem playful and bright. Zhang Xiniang was softly conversing with Lady Fang when Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the main hall. Zhang Xiniang's eyes lit up as she noticed her. Actually, Zhang Xiniang was a fanatic for clothes and was completely obsessed over fashion design. This was also one of the reasons why she was always able to innovate on her old designs and receive the praises of the upper class. Since she was 10 years old, Zhang Xiniang had displayed a surprising talent for fashion design, but it had been so many years, and her inspiration was bound to dampen at some point. Although they were not as cooped up in their homes as the women of the previous dynasty, the women of this era still rarely traveled very far. In recent years, Zhang Xiniang had reached her bottleneck in fashion design, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach a breakthrough. She was distressed over the fact that she could not seem to come up with anything new. About a month ago, she almost bumped into a passing rider on a horse outside of exquisite garments because she was too preoccupied with the design of the hemline of a piece of clothing. She was so startled that she immediately looked up, but she was instantly enraptured with the rider's clothes. To be honest, if she were to describe the clothes the young girl was wearing in one word, it would be plain. It was made from ordinary muslin, and there was nothing special about the craftsmanship, but the design itself was never before seen in this region. It was a light green, straight-cut Qi-style attire with an oblique collar. It was made from muslin, and a pattern of peonies surrounded by butterflies was embroidered onto the outfit using colorful threads. Worn on top was a light blue, sleeveless jacket embellished with colorful clusters of flowers, and the edges of the sleeves and the hemline of the skirt was decorated with an inlay of faint, white flowers. The lower garment consisted of a loose pair of skirt pants made of the same material, and the hemline of the trousers were also adorned with the same pattern of peonies surrounded by butterflies. Although it was an outfit paired with trousers, it did not feel vulgar, but rather brought about an air of neatness. It was just a split second, but that small and delicate figure had deeply imprinted itself into the mind of Zhang Xiniang. A voice in her heart told her, "This girl will be the key to my breakthrough. I must absolutely find her." She inquired about the identity of that girl through various sources, and only then did she find out that the young girl was actually a 6th-ranked official under the Ministry of Revenue. That day, that girl was riding towards the imperial plantation outside of the capital. She guessed that the trouser attire was so that it was more practical to carry out any agricultural activities. She could not hold back her excitement, so she sent a calling card and visited the very next day, but the person who greeted her was Lady Fang. She was quite disheartened after she found out that the girl had left for Tenggu Town 2 days ago and they weren't sure when she would return. She forced herself to discuss a few topics on apparel and accessories with Lady Fang before she excused herself. After that, she had her servants pay extra attention to the whereabouts of the only female official at court. In actuality, when the emperor awarded her to be an official, she had become the capital's hottest discussion. At first, many were skeptical and made a lot of sarcastic remarks, but this young female official was quick to shut their mouths with her actions. She cultivated high-yield crops to the point where a single mu of land was able to produce 2,000 caddies of crops, and even managed to successfully plant fruit trees and watermelons out of their proper season. During fall, she managed to yield fresh vegetables by cultivating them in greenhouses so the people could enjoy a larger variety of dishes at mealtime during fall and winter. Even though it was already the beginning of winter, the prestigious families could still serve their guests with an exquisite plate of fruits filled with watermelon, cantaloupe, and a type of small tomatoes that seemed to be called cherry tomatoes. It was pleasant to their taste buds, tasting both sweet and sour at the same time. Those madams and misses of the prestigious families would also comment about this young female official once in a while. Although they disapproved of a girl being appointed as an official, they couldn't help but praise her for the results of her work. It was not hard to track the whereabouts of this young female official. Once she found out from her subordinate that Miss Yu had returned to the capital today, she hurriedly came to visit. Regardless of everything else, just the sight of this pretty young girl's attire had already made her trip worthwhile. It was as though a door leading towards a new fashion had opened right in front of her eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao was taken by surprise by Zhang Xiniang's zealous gaze that seemed as though it wanted to swallow her whole. She forced a stiff smile on her face and politely offered the guest some fruits and dessert, but the other person's burning gaze was fixed on her clothes, as if she wanted to strip her bare. Was there something wrong with this person? Zhang Xiniang's personal maidservant knew that her mistress's obsession had resurfaced and shot Lady Fang and Miss Yu an apologetic smile. She lightly tugged on her mistress's sleeve and softly called her, intending to remind her to be a little more reserved. Zhang Xiniang, who was seemingly entranced, ignored her efforts and stood up, walking towards Xiaoxiao. Her slender and fair hand slowly reached towards Xiaoxiao's collar, lightly feeling the embroidery as she mumbled, "The design of this collar is truly ingenious, and although the craftsmanship of this button knot is a little unrefined, it's quite stylish. This pinched waist design which splits in the middle accentuates the waist, and the layers of pleats gives volume to the skirt. The only thing lacking is the embroidery. If I made this, the quality of this attire would definitely improve tremendously and be able to reach the height of its beauty. Not one person in the world wouldn't react to a pair of unfamiliar hands feeling about their body, to be precise, their clothes." Imaginary black lines hung on Yu Xiaoxiao's forehead as she inwardly rolled her eyes as hard as she could. "Zhang Xiniang, modiste Zhang, is it all right for you to do things so carelessly?" Zhang Xiniang's maidservant felt so awkward she wanted to hide somewhere no one could find her. She felt so embarrassed every time her mistress's obsession surfaced, to the point where she wanted to cry. She apologized on behalf of her mistress, Lady Fang. "Miss Yu, I'm really sorry for this. Every time my mistress sees a new design or a particularly stylish set of clothes, she'd become a little different. She's not usually so impolite." The shock on Lady Fang's face faded as she slowly nodded. Only when one person reaches the point of obsession in a certain field, can they become the expert of said field and be true to the title of master. That is Modiste Yang's true nature. How can it be considered impolite? A significant amount of time passed, and by the time Zhang Xiniang finished studying Yu Xiaoxiao's clothes, Xiaoxiao felt that her muscles were going stiff. Zhang Xiniang slowly let out a breath and returned to her seat, sipping the tea that had been served before she said, "Official Yu, if it's possible, can you tell me who designed the clothes you're wearing?" Yu Xiaoxiao also let out a deep breath, and the smile on her face was a bit stiff as she replied, "Modiste Zhang is too courteous. Please, call me by my name. It feels like someone is calling for my dad when I hear them call me, Official Yu." Zhang Xiniang chuckled, "All right, I won't be courteous since Miss Yu is so easygoing. I'm only a few years older than you are, so if Miss Yu doesn't mind, please call me older sister." "Zhang, older sister Zhang, let's also forego Miss Yu. Since I'm calling you older sister, you can call me younger sister Xiaoxiao." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and her expression was filled with joy. She did not disdain the other maiden at all, even though she was an official and Modiste Zhang was just a merchant. Zhang Xiniang's heart had completely relaxed. Official Yu had indeed made a fortune by means of trade. She was unlike the madams and misses of other families who secretly looked down on merchants yet still wanted to get some benefits from her. Did they ever realize that if it weren't for the merchants in the capital, it would be extremely hard for their supposed high officials to carry out their work? Older sister Zhang, why did you visit us twice? Yu Xiaosao already had her own guess in her heart, but she still asked nevertheless. Zhang Xiniang had a somewhat embarrassed smile on her face. To be honest, younger sister Xiaosao, I came because of the design of your clothes. I've never seen the likes of the one you're wearing right now in the capital before. Can I know where you bought it? Yu Xiaosao smiled. This outfit I'm wearing was actually paired with a pair of pants so that I can move around the fields with ease. But wearing trousers while I'm greeting guests would be a little too impolite, so I had the servants make this white, pleated skirt. Clothing that is tightly fitted at the top and loose at the bottom really accentuates a person's figure, don't you think? Hearing this, Lady Fang laughed. You really don't have any shame, do you? You dare to speak as though you're a person in this trade in front of the true master. How can you display this outfit that you blindly came up with in front of others? Zhang Xiniang hurriedly interjected. Lady Fang, you're too humble. Although younger sister Xiaosao's outfit doesn't have wide sleeves, a train, nor is it paired with fancy accessories, there is exquisiteness in its simplicity. I should have known that when splendor and complexity reached its limit, we should turn around and return to the basics, progressing towards the direction of simplicity and humility. Younger sister Xiaosao has inspired me and opened a new window in fashion design for me. She is my benefactor. How did younger sister come up with this design? Looking at the excited Zhang Xiniang, Lady Fang secretly laughed. Indeed, the rumors weren't false. This Zhang Xiniang is quite an obsessed person, but it's really because of her obsession that she is able to throw herself wholly into her work and become a master, isn't it? You sisters keep talking. I still have other things to do, so I'll be taking my leave. Lady Fang noticed that the two sisters were conversing amiably, so there was no need for her to be around. She was naturally happy to see her daughter become close to Modiste Zhang, and not wholly because of Zhang Xiniang's craft, but rather so that Xiaosao could widen her connections in the capital and make more friends. The so-called well-bred maidens of the capital were blindly arrogant and looked down upon Xiaosao, who was born into a farmer's family. From time to time, mocking words aimed towards her daughter reached her ears, and because of this, she had cut off all ties with a few other families. She did not understand what those pampered little misses were so arrogant about. Were their chins lifted high up into the sky just because they knew how to recite a few poems, play a few instruments, and work a needle and thread together? Even Zhang Xiniang, who was a merchant, seemed better than them. At the very least, she used her own skills and effort to create beautiful pieces of clothing for others. What right did those little rich misses who only knew how to wait for others to serve and pamper them and never contributed anything to anyone have to look down on others? Lady Fang was inwardly elated when she saw her daughter chat animatedly with Zhang Xiniang. Only those who could appreciate her daughter's capabilities were worthy to interact with. As such, what importance do the words and opinions of those supposed well-bred ladies hold? Zhang Xiniang politely stood up with Xiaosao and waited until Madame Fang went back into the inner courtyard. Then, she held Xiaosao's hand and asked eagerly, "Quick, tell me. Where did you get this idea from?" Yu Xiaosao seriously pondered about it and then said, "My aunt originally married over to the northeastern mountain region, and there's an ethnic group called Manchu over there. Most of them wear clothes that are designed like this, and it's called Qi-style attire, not the Qi from riding a horse. It's Qi-style attire, from the word flag. 1. This outfit is not only practical, but it also saves a lot of cloth." Zhang Xiniang drifted into a daze, seemingly mumbling to herself, "So it's the outfits of another ethnic group. I've heard that the clothes of the Hu ethnic group that live towards the northwest are very special and pretty, and they use a veil to cover their faces. If I have the chance, I'd really want to travel around and see the world outside, then I wouldn't be lacking in inspiration." That's right, it's better to travel 10,000 kilometers than read 10,000 books. I've heard that the people in the southwest use silver accessories, and their clothes are dyed with a special method, it's really marvelous. If I had the chance, I'd like to follow our great Ming's ships to the Western Sea to see it for myself. Rumors say that the people over there have white skin, golden hair, blue eyes and a head full of curly hair. Isn't it interesting? In her 2 lifetimes, Yu Xiaoxiao had never traveled outside her country, and, though the chances were small, she still yearned to see the world for herself. Zhang Xiniang's eyes widened as she held her hand to her mouth in surprise. Blue eyes, yellow hair, moreover, curly hair. It sounds like the description of monsters from the legends. Are there really people like this? Of course, both the Emperor and Royal Prince Yang have traveled across the Western Sea and seen Westerners before. I heard that not only do they have yellow hair, but some of them also have red hair. They look different from us, and their language is also different. I don't know how the Emperor and Royal Prince Yang were able to communicate with them. The clothes that the Westerners wear are also different from ours. If the opportunity arises, we can have the fleet get us some of the clothes that the Westerners wear for reference. Yu Xiaoxiao said a little whimsically. However, the great Ming dynasty's trade ships were all currently under the command of Royal Prince Yang. She would only need to ask, and Zhu Junyang would definitely be willing to bring back not only their clothes, but also even all of their rare and strange trinkets and items for her. That would be wonderful. I'd really like to travel everywhere and sightsee. Zhang Xiniang's current expression was akin to a young girl who was filled with hopes and dreams and seemed unlike that of a master of embroidery's bearing. Yu Xiaoxiao watched her and suddenly thought that having a dream was such a wonderful feeling. What is my dream? Cultivate high-yielding crops so that the civilians would never starve. This dream is too noble and should be one belonging to a person of higher authority. It doesn't have much to do with me as I'm only a small official. Make a fortune so that my family is able to pass their lives comfortably. But I'm not lacking money, and my family's conditions only keep improving. What exactly is my dream? I really need to seriously think about it. Zhang Xiniang collected herself and returned to the more practical topic. She attentively inquired about the Qi-style attire's concepts, but Xiaoxiao only knew a little and did not understand the craft of making clothes at all. Can younger sister draw out the impression you have of the Qi-style attire for older sister to see? Zhang Xiniang felt that understanding the concept through sight was somewhat better in this case. Yu Xiaoxiao said somewhat embarrassingly, I don't know how to draw. I'm afraid that my drawings wouldn't serve any purpose and I'll only serve to humiliate myself. Why not let me describe while you draw? This seems much easier. The two of them moved to Xiaoxiao's courtyard. Servants fetched them the writing tools from the outer courtyard and Zhang Xiniang's maidservant ground the ink as Yu Xiaoxiao slowly introduced the designs of Qi attire that she knew to the modiste. Yu Xiaoxiao, who loved to watch shows set in the Qing dynasty such as Empresses in the Palace, Scarlet Heart, and Nothing Gold Can Stay, was more than familiar with the apparels and accessories of the Qing dynasty. The length of its skirt nearly reached the feet, which was a similar design to Qipao that came later. It was paired with a sleeveless jacket and had various types of the collars such as saddle-shaped, round-shaped, and slightly folded. There were several different designs of the upper garment, like Pippa style, buttoned down on the right side, and buttoned down in the middle. The matching skirt or pants had printed flower patterns, embroidery, and pleating. The edge of the lapel, collar, and sleeves were decorated with different techniques like inlay and embroidery. The sleeves were wider on the bottom and shaped like a horse hoof. It could be said that Zhang Xiniang's drawings were even more beautiful and exquisite than what Xiaoxiao had pictured. Zhang Xiniang produced a few sketches of different beautiful designs. The other girl was indeed talented in clothing design, and she was able to create designs that were even better than what Xiaoxiao had imagined as long as Xiaoxiao was able to describe even just a little part of the outfit. Her maidservant's eyes shone with pride, yet said with a little haughtiness, Mistress, the designs would be better if you'd used our colorings to draw them. There was a design where the upper garment's length reached the knees and was decorated with inlays. It was paired with a pleated skirt. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at it and smiled. My godmother would look so good in this outfit. Since the weather is getting colder, you can sew on some fox fur on the collar and the opening of the sleeves. It'd be warm to wear and it'll still look good at the same time. The inspiration that had collected in Zhang Xiniang over the past few months seemed to have found an opening and exploded. She consecutively drew more than a dozen different designs of the Qi-style attire. Some of them followed Xiaoxiao's descriptions while others were innovations of her own ideas and understanding of the concept. Each design was unique in its own way and was extremely elegant and exquisite. Looking at these designs was like seeing the sets of outfits present themselves to an observer in real life. Zhang Xiniang's heart itched when she looked at these designs. She yearned to rush back immediately so she could start turning these sketches into stunning sets of clothing. Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Zhang Xiniang laughed. Younger sister Xiaoxiao indeed has a good eye for things. I have created this design with Lady Fang's figure in mind. Shang'er, take Lady Fang's measurements later. 2 days later, older sister will visit you again after I've created the outfit according to the design. At that time, we'll see if it's the correct fit for Lady Fang. Yu Xiaoxiao was aware that her godmother had long desired to own clothes that were made personally by Zhang Xiniang, so she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Then I shall trouble older sister. You'd be treating me like an outsider if you're too courteous. If it wasn't for you, I'd have already been exhausted and my inspiration would have run out. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you well. Exquisite Garments will sponsor all of you in Lady Fang's future clothes. I'll personally make a set of clothes for you in Lady Fang every season, and I'll give you 20% of the profits from the Kistyle attires. Don't refuse me, or else I'll throw these designs into the brazier. If Zhang Xiniang was not a determined person, she would not have come out despite all the pressure and taken over the Exquisite Garments that was about to close up operations. She also would not have been able to successfully establish her reputation along with Exquisite Garments through her skills and hard work. Zhang Xiniang had initially planned to find the person who designed official Yu's clothes and subsequently buy off the drawings and designs. However, she hadn't expected that she would connect so well with the designer, Yu Xiaoxiao, and they even became sisters of a different surname. She had always put emphasis on integrity when she did her business, and reciprocity when she interacted with others. As the older sister, she most definitely would not take her younger sister for granted. Not only did she promise to personally create Xiaoxiao and Lady Fang's clothes, she had also considered Xiaoxiao's designs and ideas as an important element and decided to share her profits with her at the end of the year. With the Yu family's current conditions, Xiaoxiao didn't care whether she got the profits or not. However, she felt Zhang Xiniang's insistence, so she was not courteous with her. I'll unabashedly accept older sister's gift, then. Only now did Zhang Xiniang's face light up with joy as she stood up and said, I'll return now. I still have to sort out these drawings and write up a profit-sharing agreement, which Shang'er will send over to you later. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to have her stay for lunch, but she tactfully declined under the pretense of having things to do back in Exquisite Garments. Xiaoxiao did not insist, and called the servants to prepare a basket containing a few watermelons and cantaloupes for her to bring home. Once they were in their horse carriage, Shang'er happily put aside the watermelons and cantaloupes and said, Mistress, Miss Yu is quite generous, even just these watermelons are worth over 100 taels. The fruits and vegetables store owned by Imperial Prince Jing sells a medium-sized watermelon for 10 taels each, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to get one even at this price. Not to mention that they're sold in limited numbers, 50 watermelons and 30 cantaloupes a day. She paused, then tried to stifle her laughter as she gossiped. I heard Duke Wei was holding a birthday banquet, and in order to have a plate of fruits for each table, he had his servants queue up since the middle of the night. It so happened that his rival, Imperial Prince Rong, also wanted to hold a feast. The two of them nearly fought to buy the fruits. The melons and fruits produced in the greenhouse of Royal Prince Yang's farmstead is like a chicken that lays golden eggs. Then do you know who is the one that made growing vegetables, fruits and melons possible during winter? Zhang Xiniang asked without lifting her head as she flipped through the drawings in her hand. How could I not know? Who in this capital doesn't know of official Yu that works in agriculture under the Ministry of Revenue? Not only can she cultivate high-yielding crops, but she also made it possible to grow produce out of season. In the future, the people of the capital will be able to enjoy these delicacies. Who would have known that all of this is actually the result of the contribution of a smart yet gentle girl in her teens? Shang'er's face was filled with envy and admiration as she said this. Younger sister Xiaoxiao isn't only talented in agriculture, but she's also gifted in culinary. It's been said that many of the best-selling dishes of Junshou restaurant are her creations. Her medical prowess should also be praised. She'd even successfully treated the little prince's illness. Zhang Xiniang couldn't help but feel in awe as she thought about the girl who was only several years younger than her and yet had already possessed such capabilities. Zhang's eyes lit up as she held her face in her hands and dazedly breathed. Official Yu looks only about 11 or 12 years old, yet she's so knowledgeable and proficient. Could it be that she's a genius? Zhang Xiniang could not bear to move her gaze away from the pieces of designs, and she loathed that she could not immediately turn these drawings into pieces of clothing. She could imagine the sensation these extraordinary designs would cause in the capital. She agreeably nodded to Zhang's words. Simply from the words of her relative, younger sister Xiaoxiao was able to identify the many special elements of the designs and had servants make an eye-catching outfit out of it. If younger sister Xiaoxiao would only spend a little more time on her drawing skills, it would only be a matter of time before she would have to surrender the title of Great Ming Dynasty's Master of Embroidery. When Zhang Xiniang returned to her residence, she immediately began work on making Qi-style attires throughout the day, and she was so immersed in making the clothes that she even forgot to sleep and eat. After she left the Fang estate, Yu Xiaoxiao returned to the inner courtyard. She climbed and lay lazily atop a cushioned seat that was placed next to a heated wall. By her side, Lady Fang silently listened to Hekun's animated prattles. "Madam, you don't know how amazing the young miss is." With just a few simple sentences, she was able to let Modiste Zhang sincerely treat her like her sister. This servant was also amazed when young miss described the Qi-style attire. Although it was only in black and white, the designs that Modiste Zhang made based on young miss's descriptions were enough to make people long for it. "I'm filled with pride whenever I think that the Qi-style clothing that will be the trend among those well-bred ladies of the capital all came from young miss." Hekun was only a 14-year-old girl after all. She took it as a form of pride to be serving such a talented young miss, so her words were full of energy and filled with admiration. Yu Xiaoxiao only smiled. "That's because older sister Zhang is amazing. She's capable of sublimating and refining my thoughts and words into something better. She is the true talent in the world of fashion." Hekun agreed with this statement, but she still felt that her own young miss was better. Modiste Zhang also said that, if it weren't for young miss that gave her a spark of inspiration, she would never be able to design outfits that are so unique and beautiful. Young miss had made a great contribution to her. Linglong, who was usually solemn and serious, also chipped in. "To have Modiste Yang's sincere friendship, our young miss is definitely the first among the capital's young ladies." Hekun nodded her head almost as if she were kowtowing, and her face blossomed with a smile. "Madam, take a guess at what Modiste Zhang had promised to young miss." "What did she promise?" "Make a set of clothes for our cower." Lady Fang did not have a single thing to say against her own daughter. "Cower, you're growing. It's about time you have a few sets of apparels and accessories that you can wear out." Hekun's smile deepened. "In the future, young miss can wear the clothes that Modiste Zhang personally makes for you when you go out. With a set of clothes from Modiste Zhang every season, you'd definitely be the envy of those arrogant young ladies. A set of outfits every season. For every year." Lady Fang was astounded. It should be known that it was enough bragging rights for a year if any one of the young ladies competing managed to get their hands on even just one set of Modiste Yang's creations. Moreover, this was getting a set of clothes every season. It's not only for young miss. "Madam, you also get a set of clothes every season, made personally by Modiste Zhang." Modiste Zhang also said that the first set of Qi-style clothing would be made according to your measurements. You'd be the first noblewoman in the entire capital to own a Qi-style attire. Once the words escaped Hekun's mouth, all the maid servants in the room immediately exclaimed and congratulated their mistress. Lady Fang could not believe what she was hearing. It was good enough that Zhang Xiniang connected well with her daughter and even offered to make clothes for her, but she didn't expect her daughter to weigh so much in Zhang Xiniang's heart until Zhang Xiniang's favor extended even to her, and promised to make clothes for her, too. Everyone in the capital knew that Modiste Zhang of exquisite garments would not simply make clothes for anyone. How lucky she was. "Cower, since Modiste Zhang treats us so well, we should reciprocate and return the favor." Lady Fang thought about what she could possibly give back to Zhang Xiniang. Without much thought, Yu Xiaoxiao said, "At the most, I'll sponsor Zhang family's fruits and vegetables for this winter." But Hekun responded hesitantly, Young miss, Modiste Zhang only promised to make clothes for both you and the madam because you gave her the designs of the chi-style attire. If you also provide her with fruits and vegetables, isn't it a little? Lady Fang pondered about it, and then nodded. Hecken is right, if there are too many benefits between friends, the friendship would no longer be pure. However, some harmless little gifts should still be alright. Don't you like making pastries? You can occasionally send her some so she can try. Xiao Xiao laughed when she noticed that Hecken seemed like she wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. It's not like someone is covering your mouth, why make such an odd face? Hecken tittered. Young miss, we actually have something new that can be sent as gifts to one's BFF. She'd heard the term, BFF, from young miss before. From now on, Zhang Xiniang would be considered as her young miss's BFF, right? Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up as she said, you mean, the handmade soaps? Hecken nodded fiercely, yes, yes. I followed the instructions that you gave and tried for a long time before I finally made aloe soap and honey milk soap. I'm only waiting for you to return and check the results. Go bring it over for me to see. Yu Xiaoxiao was excited. Speaking of handmade soaps, the idea only came by when she was washing her face one morning and complained about the rough soap. This soap is expensive but it's not particularly useful. It can't keep moisture, nor can it whiten the skin, it's not worth buying. Hecken always wanted to look pretty. On normal days, she liked to make some cosmetics like rouge and face powder. Once she heard her young miss complain about the soap that cost 5 taels each, the Hecken who idolized Xiao Xiao began to pester her, asking about the kind of soap that would be able to moisturize and whiten the skin. Thus, Xiao Xiao told her 2 ways to easily make soap. Although the person speaking was careless, the listener had the intention. Hecken remembered the instructions and secretly tried them out. Xiao Xiao had not expected that she would be able to successfully craft them after only a month's work. The other maid servants in the room snickered when Hecken brought back 2 pieces of oddly shaped handmade soap. The aloe soap was only a green lump that looked like squished vegetable balls. The color of the honey milk soap was neither yellow nor white and it looked like expired cheese. Could these actually be used? Wudong felt that she had stolen her limelight earlier, so she was eager to deride her. Hecken, this is the handmade soap that you mentioned. Are you sure it's not a failed product that you brought out to fool young miss? Who would dare to use such a thing like this? Hecken's face reddened from their mockings and she retorted, it looks bad, but it works better than the soap we buy from outside. Using the aloe vera soap moisturizes your hands and using honey and milk soap won't dry your hands. In fact, it'll even make them feel fine and smooth. Wudong continued to mock her. With your lousy skills, others won't even buy it for half a tael, much less for 5 taels. Hurry and take it back, don't humiliate yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze lightly slid over her, and Wudong knew to immediately shut her mouth. Let me see it. Yu Xiaoxiao took the 2 handmade soaps from the maidservant. Their shapes were indeed too horrible to look at. Hecken was too careless with this. Did she just casually shape them with her hands? She placed the light green soap to her nose and took a light sniff. The smell was quite refreshing and exquisite, with a hint of the fresh scent of aloe. The coloring of the soap was uneven. It was probably because Hecken had not thoroughly stirred the mixture when she had poured in the aloe juice. She let Wudong bring in a pot of water and used the honey and milk soap to wash her hands. The soap suds were quite fine, and her hands felt smooth and moisturized after washing. There was a slight smell of milk candy left over. The soap worked quite well, the only thing lacking was the appearance. She gave Hecken some tips and a bottle of mystic stone water, claiming that it was an extract of many herbs that had many benefits for the skin. She instructed the maid to drip a drop of the herbal extract into the mixture the next time she made soap, so the effects would be better. Hecken revered her mistress's skills in medicine. If her mistress said that this extract was beneficial to the skin, then soaps containing this extract would definitely have the same effects as her mistress had claimed. They would be able to brighten, moisturize, and remove pimples from a person's skin. In Hecken's heart, her young miss was an existence comparable to the gods. Older sisters Yingtao and Yangliu were both people that she admired and also the target she was working hard towards. Older sister Yingtao was talented in medicine, which was why she became the manager of the pharmaceutical workshop. Meanwhile, Older sister Yangliu showed great talent in the culinary arts and was placed in charge of the kitchen of their braised food store in the capital. If she could perfect these handmade soaps and add some finishings, could she also become young Mrs. Important subordinate like them in the future? Lady Fang smiled as she watched her daughter fool around with the maid servants. Seeing Hecken getting fooled by her daughter with just a few sentences, she laughed. Hecken, your young miss has a lot of unique ideas, and what she really requires are girls like you who have the guts to try and like to take action. Try your best, this might be your chance. Yu Xiaoxiao only smiled, but Hecken was full of vigor. At the side, Wudong sulked, does the young miss not like me? She'd rather promote that lowly little girl than give me a chance. Could it be that wretch had told the young miss that I was unwilling to follow her to the outskirts to suffer, and that I had even said some sarcastic remarks at that time? Her worries consumed her as she thought really hard about what she could do to let her mistress change her opinion of her. On the other side, Xiaoxiao and her godmother were discussing the young ladies of the capital. Cower, Royal Princess Minglin has already personally sent the invite over for next month's flower war party. If we continue to decline her invite, others might say that we're arrogant and disrespectful, but I'm afraid you'll suffer grievances if you go. Lady Fang was also very hesitant. On one hand, she wanted her daughter to interact with more peers and slowly create her own circle of friends, but on the other hand, she was fearful that the other arrogant, pampered little misses would look down upon her daughter's lowly birth and use it to mock her. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, there's nothing to be aggrieved about. Those supposed well-bred maidens of prestigious families only behave so because they're backed by their family. If we disregard their backgrounds, what else is left for them to be arrogant about? Rest assured, godmother, I won't get upset because of people who are unrelated to me. You've always been free and easy, so I won't say any more. You're right, making friends require fate. We should just go with the flow. Seeing that Xiaoxiao understood the current situation, Lady Fang didn't say any more on that topic. Royal Princess Minglin's quite brisk and generous, unlike others. However, she does tend to be really down to earth with her words, so she doesn't necessarily have prejudices against you if she said something that's a bit offensive. This, you'll have to feel for yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao obediently nodded as Lady Fang continued, it's not a secret in the capital that Royal Princess Minglin loves chrysanthemums. For the flower war, you should bring the pot of 2 chows from our greenhouse and present her the thing that she likes. Even if you can't get first place, Royal Princess Minglin would still look at you differently. After thinking a bit, Lady Fang still did not feel completely at ease, so she started to prattle about the other well-bred maidens of the capital. Among the ladies of the capital, the ones who are most well known are the 4 talented girls of the capital, and the 2 beauties. Among the 4 talented girls are the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy's daughter, Cao Panyan, the granddaughter of the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Library, Wu Lingfu, Wen Shuhan, daughter of a scholar at Hanlin Academy, and Lin Weiyu, daughter of an official under the Grand Secretariat. They're all skilled in many aspects and are the target of pursuit of many scholars in the capital. These people are aloof and conceited, but they care very much about their reputation and won't offend others easily. As for the 2 beauties, they're judged by their appearance and bearing. One of them is the daughter of Prime Minister Yuan Shuiyan, who likes to wear white and is usually cold. The other is the granddaughter of the Princess Royal, Huaning, who wears red and has a fiery temperament. Although the 2 of them have opposing temperaments, they're actually quite good friends. Yuan Shuiyan is fine, but remember to never offend Huaning. If she's angry with you, she'll hit you no matter who you are. Lady Fang also introduced the traits and temperaments of other young ladies and was unwilling to stop even when she had ranted on until dinner time. She was afraid that if she missed out even just the slightest detail, her daughter might be at a disadvantage. Yu Xiaoxiao only quietly listened to her. She had not intended to interact much with those well-bred young maidens who carried themselves arrogantly and seemed so fake. When the time came, it would be just fine as long as they could get along on the surface. Days passed. As the weather slowly turned colder and colder, the greenhouse vegetables now fully displayed their charm. The farmstead had only tried cultivating 100 mu of vegetables this year, but the capital was full of people that had wealth and authority. If one were to casually throw a stick on Chaoyang Street, they would hit a person that was either rich or distinguished. Neither the wealthy nor the powerful lacked money, so when the supply of greenhouse vegetables could not reach the demand, the prices of the vegetables spiked. Even at the price of 50 copper coins a caddy, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy the green, leafy vegetables that normally sold at a few copper coins per caddy. The prices were even higher for eggplants, yard-long beans, tomatoes, cucumbers and the likes. People would still fight for them even if they were sold at the price of 1 tael per caddy. People queued in front of the fruit and vegetable stores at the east and west sides of the city even before dawn, and all the limited quantities of produce would definitely be sold out before half the day had gone by. The person who suffered the most because of this was definitely Imperial Prince Jing. Once the people found out that the fruit and vegetable stores in the east and west of the city were owned Prince Jing, all of his peers, regardless of whether they had been acquainted before or not, approached him to chat, but every one of them eventually led to topics relating to fruits and vegetables, hoping that he would supply them with more produce outside of the set quantities under the table. Imperial Prince Jing was so annoyed he could only sell out the emperor. The greenhouse vegetables are the result of a cooperation between the emperor and official Yu under the Ministry of Revenue and has nothing to do with the Imperial Prince Jing's estate. We're only in charge of sales. I'm an imperial prince, but I really have no say in this matter. Rather than wasting your time here, it'd be better if you tried their luck with the little official Yu instead. Those civil and military officials were mostly against the appointment of Yu Xiaosao as an official. Back then, when she was being appointed, some officials who were more headstrong and obstinate almost rammed their heads into a pillar. How could they, for the sake of fulfilling their cravings, put down their dignity to beg a mere sixth-ranked official? Some of them even began to accuse Yu Xiaosao of not trying to fix her relationships with other court officials. These people wanted her vegetables, yet still acted haughtily while expecting her to hurriedly hand them over. It was really stupefying. Yu Xiaosao would definitely spit her rice out if she knew how these people thought. The emperor only appointed her as a small official for practicality's sake. She did not think that she could be promoted to a first-ranked official just by cultivating agricultural produce. Sixth-ranked was as far as she could go. However, the general's estate received an increasing amount of calling cards recently. A small part of them came for Yu Xiaosao from some unknown young ladies with unknown motives. The rest were invites for Lady Fang to some gatherings that also specified for her to bring along her daughter, Yu Xiaosao, but Xiaosao had tactfully declined all of them under the pretense that she was busy with work. Rather than deal with those pretentious young ladies, she felt it was easier to go to the plantation and do some actual work. It was exactly because she rarely attended these gatherings that she became a mystery among the young ladies of the capital. Of course, the young ladies whose invitations she had declined had spoken badly about her, like how she was so arrogant, petty, how they gave her face but she didn't want to save face and the likes. This had incited more curiosity from others. What kind of person was this 12-year-old girl who was born in a farmer's family but was now a sixth-ranked official? The day of the Flower War party arrived quickly. Days before the event, a lot of people were already asking about, trying to see if official Yu under the Ministry of Revenue was attending the event. Even more eagerly awaited for a good show. If that person surnamed Yu would dare to not give face to Royal Princess Minglin, then she could only wait to be left out of the circle of well-bred young ladies. Yu Xiaosao. Is this even important? Zhang Xiniang had sent the Qi-style attire she had made to the general's estate in advance. The Qi-style clothing was about to make its first appearance on exquisite garments display. She wanted to use this flower war party as an opportunity to create a huge sensation for it among the prestigious circles in the capital. When Yu Xiaosao was trying on the clothes, she even mocked herself, "Older sister, I'm only afraid that I'll go in bright and beautifully, but come out covered in ash and mud. Wouldn't it be a shame if someone were to, accidentally, spill tea or some sauce over such a pretty set of clothes?" Zhang Xiniang's hand, which was helping her to adjust the garment, paused. She recalled the difficult times at the beginning when she was barely holding up exquisite garments and her lips thinned into a line. She proclaimed coldly, "It's all right. Those people still want to maintain their reputation, so they won't dare to do anything to you directly. At most, they'll say some unkind words, just take it as wild dogs barking. I've brought you an additional set, just remember to be careful while you're changing, or else you might fall into someone's trap." You'll have to guard against the secrets and schemes of the young ladies. The day before the Flower War banquet, Zhu Junyang, who usually couldn't be found, had finally appeared for some reason. The little lass looked like she had grown taller again and was now at the height of his chest. He was worried about her and reminded her, "Lass, if anyone tries to bully you, don't keep it inside of you. Come back and tell me." After not seeing the young royal prince for over a month, the only thought Yu Xiaoxiao had going through her head now was, this fellow is even more bewitching now. She didn't dare to look deeply into that pair of alluring phoenix eyes as she was afraid that, if she wasn't careful, she might get lost in their depths. Someone needed to take this guy down a notch because otherwise he was going to harm everyone else. When she heard this, Xiaoxiao, who was somewhat lost in her thoughts, burst out into laughter. She lifted her tiny head and looked at that devilishly handsome face and said, "Why do I need to tell you? Are you going to beat them up?" Zhu Junyang was speechless for a second and then coldly huffed, "Although I don't hit women, these girls do have brothers, you know." Yu Xiaoxiao silently gave a moment of silence to the brothers of the maidens who were planning on making things difficult for her. She then faintly smiled, "In actuality, you don't have to go through so much trouble. We just won't allow the families of those who are stupid enough to try to bully me to buy vegetables or fruits then. In any case, if she looks down on my background as a farmer, then she shouldn't be eating fruits and vegetables grown by this farmer's daughter, right? As for next year's fruit and watermelon harvest, we also won't sell it to them. When the canned and jarred fruits come out, we won't sell those to them either." Wasn't the reason why those people looked down upon her because they came from wealthy and powerful families? However, if they had the money but were still unable to buy popular goods, would they still believe that they were better than others? Apparently his little lass wasn't a little white bunny who was easily bullied by others. Instead, she was a tiny cat who hid her sharp claws until she needed them. Usually she looked quite gentle, obedient and adorable. However, whenever she was unhappy, she would reveal those claws and leave a bloody mark on you that you could never forget. Zhu Junyang, who had been escorted to the gate of the outer courtyard, helped Xiaoxiao by pulling her cloak and furry little hat into place. He smiled, "Recently I haven't spent much time with you. When winter is in full swing, I'll have more time to spend with you. Whoever tries to bully you, remember them and tell me. I will make sure to get them all back for you." In actuality, for the past month or so, Xiaoxiao had been even more busy than Royal Prince Yang. She was the only one in charge of the vegetable stand in Tanggu and also was in the midst of managing the pharmaceutical factory's new products. Recently, Tongren Medicine Hall came up with a few new pills for nurturing the body, which were the masterpieces of her work from the past month. So, the young royal prince didn't have to be concerned about Xiaoxiao pining for him. In fact, she was too busy to even think about him. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Xiaoxiao changed into the set of chi-style clothing that older sister Xiniang had personally designed and sewn for her. Her hair was combed into a pair of cute flower buns with two side braids that were expertly arranged on her head to make it look like she had two elegant flowers on her head. The buns were decorated throughout with hairpins encrusted with pink pearls. The remaining lower layers of hair were combed into small braids to swing at the front of her chest. It made her look younger by about 2 years and she looked especially adorable and unique. When Xiaoxiao entered the inner courtyard of the Duke Zhengguo's estate, countless pairs of curious eyes looked at her from head to toe. She was dressed in a simple and elegant chi-style dress that was a light pink. Her white sleeves resembled the petals of lilies as they had 2 to 3 layers. She wore a rose-red outer short coat that was dotted with clouds embroidered with gold and the collar was embroidered with icy white lotuses in full bloom. To combat the cold of the winter, the collars and cuffs of her clothing all had puffs of white fur lining it, which looked very cute. On closer look, the pleated skirt on her dress had artful layers that were colored a rosy pink. It contrasted very elegantly with the icy white lotuses and harmonized perfectly. One of the maidens there, who had sharp eyes, had noticed that this girl's clothing had a telltale seal on it. She was incredibly surprised. This set of clothing was clearly the handicraft of Yang's exquisite garments. In fact, it had to be made by the owner of the shop herself and was a brand new style. The clothing not only broke through the previous conventions of how dresses should be styled but also showed a brand new design. It was truly a stunning piece of work. The young maidens who had arrived at the gathering. Early all looked at this strange little face that had skin as transparent and luminous as jade. They were all trying to guess who she was. Which family's young miss was fortunate enough to catch the eye of Modiste Zhang and be able to show off her new work in this type of setting? Oh ho, which family are you from, little sister? You don't look familiar to me. Is this the first time you're attending a gathering with us fellow sisters? Ah. Royal Princess Minglin couldn't help but smile and stand up when she saw this unfamiliar, adorable little girl. She was previously sitting next to He Wanning, who was a beauty and had a personality that complemented with hers. Lady Fang was a bit worried about her daughter attending such a party, so she had Linglong accompany Xiaoxiao. The maid quietly reminded her and Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly placed her delicate white hands on her abdomen and bowed a greeting. She used a dulcet voice as sweet as a skylark to reply, I am Yu Xiaoxiao. Greetings to Royal Princess Minglin and the other older sisters here. Yu Xiaoxiao. Who was that? When the unfamiliar little girl said her name, everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was only one official that was surnamed Yu, one, in the capital. He had just taken up a position last year at the Ministry of Appointments and was the left assistant minister, Yu Yong. It was said that his younger daughter was around 10 years old. Was this little girl in front of them his daughter? The daughter of the right assistant minister at the Ministry of Appointments, Li Mero, smiled as she walked over. She intimately pulled on Xiaoxiao's hand and used a familiar tone of voice to address her. So it's the little sister from the Yu family. Ah. I have long wanted to meet you and wished to invite you to my family as a guest. However, your honored mother always said that your health wasn't good, so you couldn't leave the residence. From what I see today, you must be feeling better, right? Xiaoxiao had a more weak and delicate-looking body. The chi-style clothing cinched in at the waist, which made her seem even more dainty and ethereal. In addition, with her slightly bony chin and a large pair of eyes that seemed to overwhelm her face, it made her egg-shaped face seem even smaller. Luckily, her pale skin had a rosy glow to it. Otherwise, it would really look like she had just recovered from a great illness. Young miss, she is Miss Li, the daughter of the right assistant minister at the Ministry of Appointments. Although Linglong was a bit perplexed at the other girl's enthusiasm, she didn't forget her status and made sure to remind her young miss. This type of attitude didn't seem quite right. Why was she pretending to be on familiar terms with her? Was this some type of trap? Despite her doubts, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't show any of her confusion on her face and instead revealed a sweet smile as she politely replied, Many thanks, Miss Li, for your kind thoughts. It's what I should do. Li Mero pulled on Xiaoxiao's tiny hand and waved gracefully at the group of young maidens as she said, Come, older sister will introduce you to a few good sisters to let you become familiar with them. Everyone who she met in the warm room had revealed a kind smile at her. Although they were not as warm in attitude to her as the young miss from the assistant minister's family, they also weren't cold. Younger sister Yu, is the set of clothing you're wearing from Exquisite Garments. I didn't expect that you, as a newcomer to the capital, would be able to catch the eye of Modiste Zhang and get a set of customly designed clothing from her. Is there a story behind all of this? The person who spoke up was He Wanning. She was around 14 to 15 years of age and was wearing a set of clothing in fiery red. The color made her face look even more lively and her personality was similar to the color of her clothing, bold and unrestrained. There wasn't anything she was afraid to mention. Today, Yu Xiaoxiao had also set a mission for herself to promote the new chi-style attire. She naturally wouldn't let this perfect opportunity go by. The set of clothing I'm wearing was made by older sister Zhang and she had drawn inspiration from a different culture. This style really shows a woman's gentle and delicate side. I'm certain that, before long, this style of clothing will also be displayed in all of the Exquisite Garment stores. You're familiar with Modiste Zhang, ah? One of the girls sitting in the room asked in a tone full of jealousy. Yu Xiaoxiao replied in a humble manner, I've only seen her a few times, that's all. You already call her as an older sister, so it must not have only been a few times. Miss Yu, you're not telling the entire story. Quickly tell us, just how did you become familiar with Modiste Zhang? He Wanning circled around Xiaoxiao and inspected her clothing carefully from head to toe. This wasn't considered to be a rude gesture in the noble maiden circles. If any of them had gotten a customly designed set of clothing from exquisite garments, then everyone would have to look at them closely. Yu Xiaosao hesitated for a moment before she simply outlined the reason why Zhang Xiniang had asked to see her. He Wanning frowned slightly. Are you saying that Modiste Zhang saw that you were wearing a different style of clothing once and ran after you to ask about it? Li Mero also had an expression of disbelief on her face as she said, Younger sister Yu, hasn't the wife of the left assistant minister always said that you had a weak constitution and rarely went out? It's a bit coincidental that Zhang Xiniang would randomly see you outside once wearing clothing that interested her, right? Yu Xiaosao revealed a perplexed expression and asked, the wife of the left assistant minister. I have never met her, so how could she know what my body is like? I am quite healthy and I can easily ride a horse every day for an hour without any problems. Li Mero had a shocked expression on her face and used the handkerchief in her hand to cover her mouth. You're not the young miss of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments. I'm not. Yu Xiaosao blinked her large eyes. Her clear and limpid eyes reflected all of the awkward expressions on the young women's faces in the room. Li Mero stated in a somewhat angry and flabbergasted manner, didn't you say you were surnamed Yu? Out of all of the officials in the capital, other than the new left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, there isn't another family surnamed Yu, right? Just who are you? Why are you trying to pretend to be a young miss and fool everyone? Apparently everyone had mistaken her for someone else. Yu Xiaosao finally understood why everyone had been treating her so well from the start. As long as it wasn't some sinister plot, then she was fine. The tight knot she had in her chest was now relaxed. In front of the bewildered other young ladies, Yu Xiaosao was very calm. She faintly smiled and said, Miss Li, I believe we've had a misunderstanding. I am truly surnamed Yu, it's the Yu from, May you have abundance year after year. One of Royal Princess Minglan's maids next to her quietly whispered a few words into her ear. She looked at Linglong, who was next to Xiaosao, and nodded her head. She had a reserved smile on her face as she said, So you are the young miss from Zhaoyang General's estate. I was rude earlier and had mistaken you for someone else. The young miss from Zhaoyang General's estate. Wasn't that the girl who was now a newly appointed agricultural official at the Ministry of Revenue? It was true. That agricultural official was also surnamed Yu and had the first name of Xiaosao. In fact, many of the noble maidens had privately made fun of her name, stating that it was such a crude and inelegant name. It made it obvious that she came from a peasant farming family. Many of the young maidens in the warm room stopped smiling now and they had a look of slight disdain in their eyes. Li Mero was even more flustered and unhappy. This Yu Xiaosao was too vile. She had misled her and had her embarrass herself in front of all of these noble maidens. What is wrong with you? How come you didn't state your identity clearly? Were you afraid of your own status and decided to pretend to be someone else? Li Mero babbled incoherently as she was afraid the other girls would start to misunderstand and think that she was friends with a crude and lowly girl from a peasant farmer's family. Yu Xiaosao lost her smile and gave her a cursory glance. She stated in a neutral tone of voice, Miss Li, am I right in assuming that you always reference the fact that you're the daughter of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments when you're greeting someone? What's wrong with my birth? If we go back a few generations, no one should be laughing at anyone else. After they heard this, they had to admit that her reasoning was sound. Even the person sitting on that regal and golden throne was the descendant of a poor peasant in his grandfather's generation. In fact, even Duke Zhengguo and many other generals had all come from peasant stock. They weren't any more noble than regular farmers either. Li Mero sensed that Royal Princess Minglan was looking at her in a displeased manner and decided that she couldn't lose this argument. She raised her voice to say, everyone who was here had ancestors who contributed to the country, which is how they ended up with their ranks. You're only the daughter of a farmer, so how dare you compare us to you? Yu Xiaosao opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Mero. It was only when the other girl started to feel uncomfortable that she finally replied, you also said that this was all the deeds and contributions of your ancestors. So what leg do you have to stand on in being so proud and arrogant? Are you able to help the emperor in making the country better? Or are you able to improve the lives of the people? If you can't, then are you in any position to look down on other people? Li Mero was speechless. Her father, as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, was a third-ranked official. Other than he wanting occasionally saying a remark that made everyone not know what to say, there really wasn't anyone else in this circle who would speak to her so impolitely. At this moment, she was so incensed that her lips trembled and the rims of her eyes gradually turned red. As one of the famed 4 talented girls in the capital, Wu Lingyun had to interfere now. She stepped forward and said, "Older sister Li had just had a misunderstanding with you and felt a bit upset about it. The only reason why she was a bit rude was because of the situation. Official Yu, do you need to be so overbearing?" Overbearing? Her? Was the other girl sure it wasn't the other way around? One shouldn't be this obviously biased, right? Yu Xiaoxiao had never been the type of person to rein in her sharp tongue. That being said, it wasn't as if she was trying to fawn over these maidens. What was the point in swallowing this humiliation for nothing? If they wanted to cause problems for her, then she wasn't going to make their lives easy either. Miss Wu, the words you're saying are a bit too biased. From the moment I entered, have I ever personally claimed to be the daughter of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments? Miss Li made a mistake, which isn't a big deal in the first place. But was there any need for her to lash out at me about my background and birth? From what Miss Wu was saying, I should take these insults, no matter how awful, and just endure it. Then, if someone wants to slap my face, I shouldn't try to dodge and instead raise my face to meet their hands and let my dignity be trampled. Is this how the noble maidens in the capital interact with each other? If that's the case, then I was wrong to come to this flower battle. As she finished, she slowly stood up and used a sharp gaze to look at all of the maidens who were obviously enjoying the show. She flitted across Wu Lingyun's and Li Meru's faces before finally looking at Royal Princess Minglin. She moved a few steps as she said with an unapologetic look on her face, "Forgive me for causing havoc at your flower banquet, Your Highness. This pot of two chows I will leave behind as a gift of apology." Hecken stepped forward with a rigid look on her face and placed the pot of flowers in her hands up front. She also took cloth covering off of the flower, revealing a pot of chrysanthemums that had flowers that were colored yellow and purple on one bloom. Royal Princess Minglin, who was a lover of chrysanthemums, immediately forgot the words of persuasion she wanted to say as her entire attention was now on that pot of gorgeous flowers. The dark green leaves contrasted sharply with the one flower in full bloom. The flower had rows of delicate petals and, in the exact middle, there was a clear division between the bright yellow petals and gorgeous purple petals. Next to the open bloom were several delicate buds that were all half yellow and purple. They seemed like shy little sisters that hid behind their beautiful sister and regarded everyone else bashfully. Isn't this the legendary Two Chows chrysanthemum that is referenced in Two Chows hidden deeply within the bronze sparrow platform, poem and has flowers that are 2 colors? Miss Yu, where did you get such a valuable chrysanthemum? In fact, in order to find such a beautiful specimen, I begged my father and my older brothers to look for news about it. Yet, we've had no luck so far. The rumors weren't wrong. Royal Princess Minglin was truly someone who loved chrysanthemums beyond comparison. When she saw this valuable Two Chows species, she only had eyes for this and nothing else. Earlier, when her background was established, for a moment, all of the maidens in the room regarded the Two Chows on the table with undisguised contempt. That all happened before Royal Princess Minglin revealed the identity of this flower. Yu Xiaoxiao had gotten a brief overview from her godmother before she went to this party. Royal Princess Minglin had been spoiled by her father and older brothers, so she had a somewhat childish yet open personality. Consequently, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any ill will towards her. After the princess spoke, Yu Xiaoxiao glanced deliberately at the other maidens in the room and especially gave Li Mero a provoking look before she leisurely replied, "My hometown is next to the mountain and ocean. In the mountains there's a valley surrounded on all 4 sides by the mountains. The climate there is mild and very few humans venture into that area. My younger brother and I had coincidentally discovered this area and found that the valley had all types of rarely seen flora. This 2-colored chrysanthemum had also come from that valley. From my godmother, I found out that this flower is the famous Two Chows chrysanthemum. Thus, I brought it into the capital to the general's estate and had it raised in the greenhouse. The rumors that true treasures are found in the wild are true. Flowers that have been bred from the hands of humans all seem to lose some sort of liveliness. Only this flower, which came from the wild mountains, has the liveliness befitting of a treasure. After hearing Miss Yu's story, I also want to go to that valley to take a look. Royal Princess Minglin adored this pot of two chows, chrysanthemum, and couldn't bear to look away. She remembered that this pot of two chows was something that Miss Yu had brought over to attend the Flower Wars banquet. However, the competition hadn't even started before this guest wanted to leave in anger. This offended guest also wanted to leave such a valuable specimen as a gift to her. If word of this came out, her reputation, as the host, would be negatively affected and people would claim she wasn't raised well. Royal Princess Minglin reluctantly ordered her maid. This pot of two chows was brought over by the young miss of Zhaoyong General's residence to attend the Flower Wars party. Quickly bring it into the greenhouse before it gets damaged from the cold. Yu Xiaosao was about to open her mouth to say something when the princess interrupted her. There's a common saying, an exchange of blows may lead to friendship. It's hard to avoid a few misunderstandings here and there between us girls. For my sake, would you two consider making up now? Although Li Mero was indignant at the thought, she wasn't brave enough to refuse Royal Princess Minglin's suggestion. The princess's father was a first-ranked duke and her older brothers were all in the military with illustrious deeds under their belts. In fact, Royal Princess Minglin was awarded her title as Royal Princess from her father's and brother's deeds. If she made things inharmonious at the princess's party, then she likely wouldn't get any future invitations to the duke's residence. After thinking things through, she restrained the hatred in her heart and pasted on a fake smile before she said to Yu Xiaosao, "It was just a misunderstanding. Miss Yu, please don't take it to heart." This was the most she could do at this point. If she really had to apologize to a peasant with dirt on her shoes, in the future, how could she hold her head up in this circle of girls? Yu Xiaosao slightly sneered, but she decided to assent to Royal Princess Minglin's suggestion. It looked like she and Miss Li weren't fated to get along, but it wasn't a big deal. In any case, she would take things as they came and react accordingly. After looking around, she saw He Wanning waving a hand towards her, so she walked to that table. That table only had He Wanning, who was dressed in fiery red, and Yuan Shuiyan, who was dressed entirely in white sitting there. Thus, she also took a seat at the table. However, one of the maidens in the room, who she didn't know, sourly remarked, "That table either has the daughter of a first-ranked official or the relative of the imperial family or the royal princess herself. Even the daughters of third-ranked officials don't have the guts to go up there. Why should she sit there?" Royal Princess Minglin was in a very good mood after getting to see a two chows chrysanthemum. When she heard this particular maiden stating a remark meant to cause trouble, she lightly gave her a glance that held a hint of warning. Unexpectedly, Yuan Shuiyan, who had been sitting at this table silently, spoke up in a cool tone. "If we're speaking about qualifications, in this entire room full of people, other than the royal princess having her own title, only Miss Yu is personally titled as a 6th-level official. Although 6th-level officials don't amount to much in court, many of the people here have fathers and brothers who aren't high-ranked either. She is the person most qualified to sit at the head table here." The so-called 4 talented girls of the capital only had male relatives that were lowly ranked. In fact, the highest ranked among them was only a 5th-ranked official. Compared to Yu Xiaosao's 6th-level official title, it wasn't that much higher. In this room full of young maidens who were the daughters of 2nd-ranked and 3rd-ranked officials, they were only here because of their fame as talented girls. Otherwise, if they relied on their status as daughters of 5th-ranked officials or lower, they didn't have the qualifications to be invited to a party held by Royal Princess Minglin, as there were plenty of girls of their status on the capital streets. After hearing the icy beauty Yuan Shuiyan speak up, these 4 girls all blushed in embarrassment and lowered their heads. The other girls in the room, who had originally wanted to cause problems, also reined themselves in when they saw Royal Princess Minglin and the other 2 beauties of the capital, who were inspoken heads of this circle, speak up for Yu Xiaosao. "Many thanks, Miss Yuan, for helping me. Let me take this cup of tea in place of wine to toast you a cup." Yu Xiaosao held up her cup of tea and took a big drink from it. Yuan Shuiyan's lips slightly curved up in what could be considered a smile and also took a gentle sip from her cup. After placing down her teacup, she lightly said, Yu Fan is the last disciple of my grandfather, so our two families are actually connected in this way. My grandfather always praises your younger brother and states that his scholarly abilities are similar to my father's when he was young. Not everyone can understand the struggles of a talented young man who was born in humble circumstances. Although her voice wasn't loud, it was enough that everyone in the room could hear her words clearly. Someone who was praised by great scholar Yuan to be similar to his most talented son likely was truly a talented youth. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't look much older than 10 to 11, which meant that her younger brother was even younger. However, he had been taken in by great scholar Yuan as his last disciple. His future career and connections was not something to be taken for granted. The vast majority of the young maidens here silently rejoiced that they didn't blatantly reveal their disgust and contempt towards Yu Xiaoxiao. The interpersonal relationships between the young maidens in the capital were actually miniaturized versions between the officials and wealthy nobles. If they couldn't help their fathers and brothers, then, at the very least, they shouldn't be causing trouble for them. Yu Xiaoxiao could easily tell that the looks that were on her had now held less contempt and more kindness now. She gratefully nodded her head towards Yuan Shuiyan and said, Headmaster Yuan's takes good care of my younger brother, so I am very grateful towards him. I will definitely come and visit him on another day. Miss Yu is being too polite. Before the end of the year, grandfather came back to the capital from Tanggu town. He is very fond of your culinary talents and often talks about the snacks that you make. If he found out that you, Miss Yu, was coming over to visit, he would definitely be extremely happy. Yuan Shuiyan also felt a bit helpless at her foodie grandfather's gluttonous actions. In the past, her grandfather would be more restrained for the sake of his reputation. However, now he was acting more and more like an unruly urchin. For the sake of eating good food, he had done many things that made other people laugh. However, because of his status, no one actually showed their ridicule. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face became a few fractions more sincere when she thought of Headmaster Yuan's true personality. Even her attitude towards Yuan Shuiyan became more intimate. He Wanning had finally finished inspecting the set of clothing Xiaoxiao was wearing. She raised her eyes to look at the other girl's face and noticed the younger girl's smooth and perfect skin. She felt her own skin on her face and sighed, it's truly nice to be young. Younger sister Yu's face has skin that looks as smooth and glossy as a freshly peeled boiled egg. It's glowing with health and full of moisture. With my personality, I can't stand spending the entire day cooped up at home, so I have to go out to ride my horse or practice archery. Under the insults of the sun and wind, my skin is so dry that it seems like tree bark now. In actuality, He Wanning's skin was the shade of light wheat. Paired with her strong eyebrows, it also had a distinctive flavor and beauty. However, the climate in the north during the autumn and winter seasons tended to be on the dry side, so it was natural that it would cause her skin to become dehydrated. Hecken had been silently standing behind her young miss when she heard this. Her mouth opened and closed, but she didn't end up saying anything. Despite that, Yu Xiaoxiao managed to sense her maid's movements and turned her head to look at her for a bit. The two of them exchanged glances and, from Hecken's eyes, Xiaoxiao could tell that this maid had brought along some of her recently made handmade soap along. She carefully inspected He Wanning's complexion and quietly asked, Miss He, what do you usually use to wash your face? I naturally use the soap crafted by Full Spring Fragrance, which is the most famous cosmetics store in the capital. Since I often go out to ride my horse, if I don't wash my face with soap, I feel like my face doesn't get clean enough. He Wanning stated this in a matter-of-fact manner. Although soap was an expensive item, most of the noble young maidens in the capital could afford to use it. Li Mero coldly remarked from the side, Miss He, I'm afraid that some country bumpkins may not have heard of this type of soap. Isn't this like playing the chin to a cow? One of the young girls sitting next to Li Mero sniggered quietly. From time to time, some of the other young ladies would shoot a look to see if Yu Xiaoxiao had any reaction to this. Hecken was so incensed by this that her face turned red and wished she could go argue with these girls. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her warning look that said, we'll find out very shortly just who is the country bumpkin here. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced briefly at Li Mero, who was immensely pleased with herself. She lightly laughed and continued to talk with He Wanning. Full Spring Fragrances soap admittedly is very good at washing all of the dirt and oil off of your face, but it contains lye as one of its ingredients, so it takes away a lot of moisture from the skin. When added on to the dry climate of the north, it's very easy for your skin to become dehydrated in autumn and winter. Our skin is like an apple. Originally, it is full of moisture and life, but if it lacks water, it very easily shrivels up and becomes dry. Wasn't she claiming that a country bumpkin would not have heard of soap before? However, now, the person she was claiming to be a bumpkin knew the ingredients of the soap. Was there anything else she could say now? Lee Marrow felt like her face had just been slapped and felt her complexion flush hotly. Then what should I do? If I don't wash my skin clean, I'll get pimples on my face. The pimples are red and quite swollen, so they don't look very good. Younger sister Xiaosao, I heard you're skilled at medicine. Quickly tell me if there are any methods to fix this, okay? He Wanning felt her own face and thought of a dried-up apple that lost all of its juice. She shuddered and then had to ask if there was a solution. Which maiden in her teenage years didn't like to be beautiful? There were quite a few young ladies in this room that had some sort of problem with their complexion. Even the most expensive cosmetics didn't seem to do much for their skin. They had noticed that Yu Xiaosao had skin that looked as tender as tofu and felt their insides start to itch. Although they pretended to be disinterested on the surface, they all had their ears perked up as if they were afraid they would miss something important. Yu Xiaosao glanced at Hecken and the smile on her face became even more sincere as she said, Tanggu is close to the ocean, so the air tends to be more humid. It was only after coming to the capital that I started feeling like my skin was getting dry in this climate. I also have similar issues to Miss He. I spend a lot of time outside due to work and my skin gets exposed to the buffeting of the wind and the harsh rays of the sun. If I don't protect my skin, wouldn't it become as rough as tree bark then? When He Wanning heard this, she repeatedly nodded her head. Stop saying, Miss He, this and, Miss He, that. It seems so distant. I'm only older than you by a few years, so just call me by older sister He then. Younger sister Xiaosao, quickly tell me what methods you have to protect your skin, okay? When the other young maidens heard He Wanning's statement, they looked at Xiaosao with gazes full of envy and jealousy. He Wanning was the granddaughter of the Princess Royal One and, consequently, had a high status in the capital. She also had a somewhat proud and aloof personality. Most people found it difficult to get close to her. However, they would have never expected that a young girl from a farmer's family would get her good opinion after meeting her once. It looked like this Yu Xiaosao was someone not to be underestimated. Yu Xiaosao flitted a look at all of the other maidens' expressions and smiled more deeply. A pair of cute dimples appeared on her face that were adorable enough to make people take a second glance. I guess I will have to assent to your request and tell my secrets then. Older sister He, to protect the skin, you need to hold in moisture and prevent damage from the sun. Let's talk about protecting your skin from the sun. The best method would be to wear a sunshade or veil when you go outside. If you don't like wearing those, then you need to spread some protective cosmetics on your skin. In actuality, the best method is to not go outside when the sun's rays are the harshest. As for keeping and replenishing moisture in the skin, aloe vera is one of the best things to use. Aloe vera, what is that? He Wanning wasn't the only one who hadn't heard of this term. Even Royal Princess Minglin had never heard of this type of plant. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and suddenly realized something. Aloe vera was a native plant in Africa. The Great Ming Dynasty did have aloe vera, but it was probably something that was brought over by the Emperor or Royal Prince Yong when they had journeyed to the Western Hemisphere. Since this plant didn't look very dazzling, most of these young maidens probably didn't notice it, which was why none of these girls knew about it. Aloe vera is a type of plant from the Western Hemisphere. It has large and fat leaves. When the leaves are cut open, it will reveal some plant juice. This plant juice can help decrease the redness from someone's skin and also add hydration. Besides that, aloe vera also has some medicinal properties. However, the juice from aloe vera shouldn't be put directly on the skin as some people may have allergies to it. Yu Xiaosao started to explain. Allergies. What are allergies? He Wanning was currently a curious little dumpling. She had a pretty high ability to catch on to unfamiliar phrases. Allergies. Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a bit to think before she continued. Allergies are when you have a particular reaction to something. Some people will have large raised red bumps on their skin after touching something. These bumps can be itchy or cause peeling of the skin. Other people will start feeling like they have cold symptoms. Their noses will start itching and they will sneeze a lot. More severe reactions will lead to trouble breathing. Before Yu Xiaoxiao could finish, one of the young maidens suddenly exclaimed, "My mother can't be around cats and dogs or other animals that have fur on them. Otherwise, she can't stop sneezing and her eyes won't stop tearing up. It's very uncomfortable for her." "Is that an allergy?" "That's right, your honored mother is likely allergic to the fur on animals. As long as she stays away from them, she naturally wouldn't have any reaction." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head in assent. There was another young lady who had a more introverted personality and didn't like to talk. She was around 15 to 16 years of age. She wanted to say something but then hesitated. Finally, she decided to ask, "Miss Yu, in the spring, my face gets itchy and will also have some small bumps appear. Is that also an allergy?" Spring allergies were very common and a lot of people were allergic to the pollen and fluffy catkins from willow trees. Yu Xiaoxiao stated without thinking, "It must be. I don't know what kind of flora you have in your garden. Can you list them for me?" The young lady thought for a second and then replied, "In my courtyard, there's not a lot of flowers. I like the gentle elegance of weeping willows, so my mother had the servants plant a lot of weeping willows next to the small pond." "Then when you have the symptoms on your face, does it happen when the fluffy catkins from the willows come out?" Yu Xiaoxiao had a good idea of what was going on and asked specifically about this. That young maiden thought for a bit and then hurriedly nodded her head, "Indeed. Every time the fluffy seeds are flying around is when my skin has problems. I love looking at floating seeds drifting around the air. It's as if a warm snow is falling and very beautiful. But every time I'm done admiring the sight, the bumps on my face get worse. Does that mean my allergies are related to the willow trees?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Many people are allergic to willow catkins. As long as they keep far away from them and add moisturizing ingredients to their skin, their symptoms will naturally decrease. He Wanning patiently waited through the conversation about allergies and now impatiently asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, can you tell us, how do you keep your skin hydrated?" "Didn't I mention it earlier? Aloe vera juice has very good hydrating properties. I've altered some soap and created handmade aloe vera soap. It not only cleans the skin well but also prevents moisture from leaving the skin." Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to smile in a mysterious manner. "Handmade aloe vera soap. This is soap that has the hydrating aloe vera juice added to it. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, did you bring any along today? Can you take it out to let us older sisters take a look?" At a party or banquet, most people had to wash their hands at some point. Some maidens were more picky and would always bring their own soap along. Because of this, He Wanning asked to see if Xiaoxiao brought any soap along. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Hecken a look and lightly laughed as the rest of the girls looked at her. "I'm not used to using the soap that is sold by the stores in the capital, so I really did bring some along. I not only brought over some aloe vera soap but I also brought over some new soap that my maid and I came up that contains honey and milk in it. It not only can maintain the skin's hydration but also has brightening and whitening effects. Quickly take it out so we can see." He Wanning could no longer wait. Before they realized it, Xiaoxiao had become the person under the spotlight. Even Royal Princess Minglin no longer had the patience to talk to the other guests and instead looked at Xiaoxiao with interest as she sat next to her. Hecken had a proud look on her face as she transferred the 2 flower pots in her hands to one of the maids in charge of this warm room. She took out her personal purse and carefully lifted out 2 delicately carved wooden boxes. These boxes were tiny and adorable and had a lily carved on their lids. He Wanning grabbed one of the wooden boxes and carefully lifted the lid. Everyone could see that inside the box was a handmade soap that looked as beautiful as the most precious mud fat jade. It was about half the size of a maiden's palm and was in the shape of a flower. On the top of the soap, they could also see a small lifelike honeybee carved there. "It's so beautiful and it even has the light sweet smell of cow's milk. It resembles the most expensive pastry from Daohua village." A plump young girl who still had some baby fat on her face exclaimed somewhat foolishly. Apparently, Before they knew it, Yu Xiaosao had attracted the attention of everyone and had been surrounded by all of the young maidens. Everyone craned their necks so that they could see the box holding the soap in He Waning's hands. Yu Xiaosao introduced this product. Older sister, he is holding the milk and honey handmade soap. It not only brightens and hydrates the skin, but it also leaves a light fragrance on your hands after you wash with it. Quickly, bring a basin of water over. I want to try it. He Waning had an impetuous personality, so she immediately ordered one of the maids to bring some washing water over. Royal Princess Minglin was also holding a small wooden box in her hands. Inside this box was a handmade soap in the shape of a leaf. It was so intricately decorated that she could even see the veins on the leaf. It had a pale green color that looked very fresh and cute. A light sniff revealed a simple and delicate fragrance that reminded people of the smell of spring in the countryside. The aroma reminded them of fresh-cut grass and spring flowers and was intoxicating to them. As this, the handmade soap that has some aloe vera juice added to it. Royal Princess Minglin quietly asked. Yu Xiaosao nodded her head and smiled. This soap is very good at maintaining skin hydration. After washing your hands, your skin will feel slippery and soft. It feels quite comfortable. The water basin had been brought up and He Waning wet her hands before holding the milk and honey handmade soap bar. She grinned. Such a beautiful handmade soap. I almost can't bear to use it. Articles for daily use should be used in order to get their true value. Isn't that right? Yu Xiaosao took the handmade soap and gently wet it with some water before rubbing it on He Waning's hands. He Waning slowly rubbed her two hands together and a white bubbly foam quickly appeared. She grinned. Just from the bubbles alone I can tell that this soap is better than the one from Full Spring Fragrance. Furthermore, the smell of the soap is very good. Although Full Spring Fragrance's soap has some added fragrance in it, it still can't completely get rid of the scent of lye. Younger sister, your handmade soap has the slightly sweet smell of cow's milk and has no weird odors. After comparing the two, I can tell. Your soap is much better. She gently rinsed off the foam from her hands and then wiped her hands dry with a handkerchief. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "Wow! My hands are so soft and slippery. It's not like how they feel after I use Full Spring Fragrance's soap. They usually feel dry and astringent. Shuiyan, feel my hands. Aren't they soft and smooth now? Your hands, you always use them to hold on to swords or boxing. They're so hard that they feel like steel claws. How could they possibly feel soft?" From the tone of Yuan Shuiyan's voice, everyone could tell that these two beauties had a good relationship with each other and were quite close. He Waning glared at her and groused, "I was telling you to feel the skin on my hands to see if they feel soft and smooth. If you don't insult me a couple of times every day, then you probably don't feel right. Isn't that so?" Yuan Shuiyan had a clearly reluctant expression on her face as she reached out to feel the other girl's hands. Suddenly, under the expectant gaze of He Waning, she let out a noise in surprise and then carefully felt the skin on He Waning's hands again. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. "Are you done touching me? I'm starting to get goosebumps from your constant touching. If I didn't have a good understanding of you, then I would start thinking that you have lesbian tendencies." He Waning pulled her hand out of Yuan Shuiyan's hands and forcefully rubbed it. "Your Royal Highness, may I feel your hands too?" Yuan Shuiyan noticed that Royal Princess Minglin had already washed her hands with the handmade aloe vera soap and proposed a question. Royal Princess Minglin felt the skin on her hands and then felt the skin on her face. She discovered that her hands had become much more hydrated and soft compared to before. After hearing the other girl's request, she moved her hands to allow Yuan Shuiyan to feel them. She noticed that the other girl was lost in thought after feeling her hands and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yuan Shuiyan liked to make her own cosmetics at home and the products she made were not in any way inferior to the famous brand, Full Spring Fragrance. The duck egg powder she made could improve the coloring of one's skin and it looked more natural on a person's face. The maidens who had a good relationship with her all shamelessly thought up ways to ask her to give them a box of powder. If this handmade soap could earn her recognition, then it was absolutely a stellar product. Who would have thought such a small piece of soap could have the ability to keep moisture in the skin and smooth it out? Furthermore, its effect is instantaneous. This is something that even I can't come up with. Yuan Shuiyan gave a very favorable review of this handmade soap in front of everyone, which made this product recognized by all of them. Yu Xiaosao felt like it was time to be modest at this point and humbly said, in actuality, keeping the skin hydrated not only requires the use of external cosmetics but it's also important to treat it from within. Every morning, having a cup of warm water can replenish all of the water lost from your body overnight. Eating more fruits and vegetables is good not only for the skin but also for the rest of the body. Furthermore, one can frequently use thin slices of cucumber placed on the face to help maintain skin hydration. If you want to brighten the skin, then you can mix some tomato juice with honey together and use it as a mask on the skin. However, you should probably test it out on a small patch of skin first to see if you have an allergic reaction. What a joke! She remembered all of the little secrets and methods that were well known in modern times to treat the skin. In this era, where there was a dearth of information about this, her little bit of knowledge was more than enough to impress the other young maidens. As expected, a portion of the young ladies' eyes started shining with an admiring light. The rest of them pretended to be calm and not interested, but it was obvious that all of them had their ears perked up to hear everything. A flower war party had almost become a discussion in swapping skincare secrets. Luckily, Royal Princess Minglin didn't forget the purpose of her banquet. Although she was a bit reluctant to change the subject, the flower war party was now in full session. Li Mero was quite upset that Yu Xiaosao had gotten the attention of everyone else earlier. In addition, the other girl had already revealed her 2 chows, chrysanthemum flower and had an additional 2 pots of flowers with her. She couldn't help but sourly remark, there are some people here who are obviously inexperienced. Everyone only brought 1 pot of flowers over for this flower war party. She, on the other hand, brought over 3 pots. It's not like she can win by bringing more flowers along. One of the girls next to her lightly pulled at her sleeve. Earlier, everyone's impression of Yu Xiaosao had clearly changed and she had observed all of that. All of the maidens here desperately wanted to get their hands on some handmade soap like the ones that Huaning and Royal Princess Minglin had tried. Who didn't want to use some handmade soap that could nourish and brighten their skin? Jumping out at this time to cause trouble for the inventor of the soaps was truly a stupid thing to do. This young maiden usually had a good relationship with Li Mero, which was the reason why she was reminding her. Furthermore, she helped her to soften her earlier remarks. This is the first time that Miss Yu has attended a flower war party. It's likely that she didn't understand the rules before she came. Just whose side are you on anyway? You're only eyeing her handmade soaps, which is why you're saying a few flattering words, right? You just want something from her. Wang Chuyu, I never thought you were this kind of person. Unfortunately, Li Mero wasn't grateful and even snapped at her in a sarcastic manner. Wang Chuyu was so antagonized by her manner that her face turned white. She turned her back to the other girl and decided to ignore this person who was clearly too stupid to recognize good from bad. In the past, she thought Li Mero was only slightly arrogant, but she never knew that she was such a stubborn and dislikable person. Usually the other girl treated her fine, but the one time things weren't going her way, she decided to bite off the head of a well-meaning person. It was better to stay far away from such a person. When the other maidens saw that she even verbally abused Wang Chuyu, who was the young lady who had the best relationship with her, they promptly decided to forego trying to smooth things over. The more Li Mero dug a hole for herself, the happier Yu Xiaosao felt. She looked at the 3 pots of flowers that she brought and spoke to Royal Princess Minglin. I didn't bring all 3 along to compete in the flower wars. This pot of 2 chows is my gift to the hostess for inviting me. This pot of cinnabar purple camellia is for the opening act of the flower war. As for this last pot of orchids, that's the pot that I will be using to compete in this banquet. Li Mero snorted disdainfully, you certainly know how to smooth things over. Truly someone who refuses to admit a mistake. This young lady, shouldn't have bothered speaking earlier. When you lose face later on, then we can all laugh at you. Yu Xiaosao decided to not lower herself to the level of someone who had no brains to speak of in order to avoid getting contaminated by the other girl's stupidity. A maiden dressed in purple, who feverishly adored camellias, slowly got closer and remarked with an expression full of surprise, is this the famed cinnabar purple camellia from Dali Bai? Their most famous variant, It really is, it really is. The color of these flowers is almost an inky dark purple, and I heard that this type of camellia is the one with the most pigmented flowers. It's gorgeous without being overwhelming, stately without being crude. This camellia, did you also find it in that ravine in the mountain? The burning gazes of all of the maidens fell onto Yu Xiaosao. If she also stated that this camellia was found in the mountain ravine, she was pretty sure that they would all throw a tantrum and insist on going there. Yu Xiaosao hurriedly stated, "This pot of cinnabar purple camellia was given to me as a reward from Princess Consort Jing." The purple-clothed maiden muttered, "No wonder. Everyone knows that Princess Consort Jing loves camellias. Imperial Prince Jing and her 3 sons travel all throughout the country to find rare and beautiful varieties for her. Other than Lady Feng, no one else besides her would be able to have a precious specimen like this." Lin Weiyu, who was one of the 4 talented girls of the capital, had a spark flash through her eyes and a friendly smile appeared on her face. Princess Consort Jing adores her camellias the most. Younger sister Yu, you must have done something great in order to have her personally give you one of her beloved camellia flowers. I heard that Princess Consort Jing's health had improved immensely in Tanggu Town after encountering a famous doctor who healed her body. Younger sister Yu is from Tanggu and also has good medicinal skills. Are you somehow related to this famous doctor, younger sister Yu? Yu Xiaosao glanced at the other girl and gave her a small smile. No famed medicinal skills here. I only coincidentally encountered a few prescriptions that are good for nourishing the body that were able to improve Princess Consort Jing's health. However, this reward wasn't given to me at random. Princess Consort Jing's camellia had gotten infested with wood maggots and I managed to fix it, which is how I got this pot of cinnabar purple camellia. I merely tried to graft it onto an ordinary camellia and didn't expect it to actually work. The eyes of the purple-clothed maiden lit up. Are you saying that you used a branch of cinnabar purple camellia and grafted it onto another camellia successfully? And now it's growing well. Then, doesn't that mean, as long as I'm able to get a hold of a branch of an expensive and precious camellia, you'll be able to grow it into a full plant? Yu Xiaosao naturally wouldn't make such a claim. Otherwise, in the future, everyone would be clamoring for her to raise plants for them. Where would she find the time to do so? Thus, she hurriedly explained, this pot of cinnabar purple camellia only happened because this method coincidentally worked. If you wanted me to grow other ones, I really don't know where I would start. The purple-clothed maiden was a bit disappointed. However, she persisted in insisting, since you know how to treat the ailments of camellia flowers, that means you also have a good handle on how to raise plants. When spring comes, my family will be having a flower banquet, so please, Miss Yu, show up. Of course, it would be my honor. Yu Xiaosao metaphorically wiped away a bit of non-existent sweat from her face. Interacting with these obsessed young maidens was truly more tiring than she had thought. In order to make sure the outcome of the flower war party was fair, Royal Princess Minglin had especially invited a person famed for her gardening knowledge. In fact, she was on the level of Princess Consort Jing and Lady Feng and was considered an esteemed guest by both of them. She never had any issues answering any difficult questions about different flora. Every young noble maiden, in order to gain some reputation at this flower battle, had also put in a lot of effort in finding good specimens for this party. However, rare and precious specimens could only be sought and not obtained. The ordinary varieties were a dime a dozen. As for any true rare flowers, there really weren't any. The young maidens all brought along beautiful pots of flowers along. There were sumptuous and gorgeous peonies, elegant and stately chrysanthemums, delicate and adorable camellias, and refined and graceful orchids. It was truly an astonishing sight. To be able to get so many flowers in such a season, it made it seem like that atmosphere in this warm room had abruptly changed seasons. It looked like spring was in full bloom here. There was a lot of variety of flowers. In the peonies section, there was the pea green peony that had sparkling and translucent petals as adorable as jade. Then there was a variety that had thick layers of snowy white petals called bright jade, and a variety that had light purple petals that was called lightly tinted jade pavilion. There was also quite a bit of chrysanthemums in this room. Aromatic gilt, purple dragon curled in snow, precious jade phoenix, 1,000 birds, rouge stained snow, these were just the names of some of the chrysanthemums present. However, there wasn't a lot of variety of camellias present as the room only held the variants that were commonly seen. A few pots of orchids were available and their rarity was decent. Some of their names were Heavenly Jade Snow, Green Scented Jade, and Great Silk Snow. Despite that, she had seen all of these orchid variants in the greenhouse at the Fang residence. The judges all minutely discussed each and every flower in detail. Not a single flaw escaped their eyes. However, they weren't truly interested in any of the displayed pots because not a single specimen was one that caught their eye with its brilliance and grandeur. The two that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought, the two chows, chrysanthemum and cinnabar purple camellia, made their eyes glow with admiration as they were perfect examples of rare and beautiful flowers. Unfortunately, those two pots of flowers were not here to participate in the competition. Nevertheless, one was here as a gift to the hostess while the other was to open the competition. Since both were such rarities, didn't that mean that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought over a flower that was even more precious and grand than those other two for the competition? All of the flower experts here were looking forward to her entry. Finally, Yu Xiaoxiao took out her last pot of flowers and placed it on the judging table. Isn't this a lotus petal orchid? That's not right. It looks like a combination of lotus-shaped petals that has harmonized with the simple elegance and character of the three most famous orchids. I've lived for so long yet I've never seen such an orchid like this. Could it be a new breed? The judge who knew the most about orchids and who had personally thought that there wasn't an orchid in the world she hadn't seen was named Du Wenli. She was an esteemed flower expert, but she almost thrust her head forward in an undignified manner to get a closer look at this pot of flowers. Within the delicate porcelain pot, an orchid flower quietly bloomed. In between its slender leaves was a blossom of sparkling white petals that resembled the most high-quality jade. It looked like a simple and elegant court lady shyly revealing a sweet smile. Its lotus-shaped petals had fine, delicate veins running through it that were tinted a light green. It made it seem as tender as a newborn child. Another flora expert, Mei Fanghua, also praised this flower endlessly. This is definitely an example of a lotus petal orchid of the best caliber. Look at the flower petals, the length and width of them are perfectly proportional and balanced with each other. The ends of the petals come to a point like an arrow and make the petals come to the shape of an immortal peach. When that is added on to the delicate little tongue, no other lotus petal orchid in the world could possibly compare to this one. It even has the superimposed colors of a bright red outline and pure white insides. One could truly say that this orchid is something that can't be sculpted by even the best artisan, a pure example of flowers blooming from the water. That's absolutely right. Lady May's assessment of this orchid is spot on, and I believe that this specimen has increased the standards all flowers should be judged by. Truly something worthy of celebration. Du Wenli had finally encountered someone who had similar inclinations with her. She pointed at this pot of orchid flowers. Can you see the few strands of light green traveling through the petals? I believe it truly accentuates the simple elegance of an orchid flower. Just like a top-notch beauty from the Tang dynasty, it has clear features with a coquettish plumpness. Heavenly beauty, and each open flower looks like it is surrounded by 5 heavenly peaches. Truly bewitches a person beyond comparison. Heavenly immortal peaches. Yu Xiaoxiao scooted over to take a closer look. Didn't all of the petals on the flower look like they were just in the shape of a peach? She felt like these expert flower enthusiasts had imaginations that were a bit too outlandish. Expert Du must be a foodie. Her godmother had said that Expert Du was one of her good friends. Next year, when the honey peaches were ripe, she needed to give her a portion. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Expert Du's voice suddenly brought her back to the present. Du Wenli noticed that the young girl was blinking her large eyes in confusion as if she had long stopped paying attention to the events around. She lightly chuckled and thought, Lady Fang's adopted daughter is really quite interesting. At such an important event, she can even get lost in her own thoughts. Is she very confident in the outcome, or does she not care at all about this flower war banquet? Miss Yu, does this pot of orchid have a name? Lady Du gently made a few noises. Only when she saw that the little lass had finally looked at her did she quietly ask her question. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at her and said, My godmother said that this orchid's flower, leaves, fragrance, demeanor, color, spirit, Beauty combined with its lotus characteristics, simple and elegant atmosphere and other qualities makes it noble and refined. Thus, she gave it the name, Elegant Lotus Crown. Elegant Lotus Crown. Very good name. It truly describes the half lotus and half orchid characteristics of this orchid plant. This elegant lotus crown orchid is simple and elegant, pure beyond comparison, so it is definitely one of the best orchids out there. Do you happen to know where Lady Fang got this plant? Lady May also praised the name of this orchid unstintingly, and she was very envious of Lady Fang's good fortune. Lady Fang had loved orchids ever since she was a young girl. At that time, Matriarch Shaw had also spoiled her and spent lots of money to buy precious orchids for her. After she married General Fang, she didn't have any children after 20 years of marriage. Consequently, she paid even more attention to her orchid flowers. General Fang also searched throughout the country to help her find rare and precious orchid flowers. Every time she had a flower banquet at her residence, her collection of orchids always dazzled everyone there. She truly had a collection that was hard to find. Only half a year had passed since she last saw Lady Fang, yet the other woman had gotten her hands on another precious orchid flower. This orchid was particularly special and unique. It was unlikely that any of the other orchids in her collection could even hold a candle to this one in terms of rarity and value. No one was the least bit surprised that the Elegant Lotus Crown orchid that Yu Xiaosao brought was the winner of this flower war. Li Mero felt very aggrieved at this outcome. However, in front of these flower experts, who were all complimenting this orchid without stopping, she couldn't say anything. Although the look on her face was slightly ugly, she wasn't so stupid that she would refute these expert opinions. In fact, for the sake of gaining some prestige at this flower war party, Li Mero had begged her mother to use her connections to get Lady Feng to lend a famous camellia flower to her. Naturally, how could someone who loved flowers bear to lend out her most precious flowers to another person? Despite that, even Lady Feng's least outstanding flower from her collection was still more than enough to outshine the specimens from the young maidens who only had a hobby of raising flowers. However, the result was contrary to her hopes. A girl from a farmer's family, from who knows where, had actually brought over a pot of flowers that even the flower experts had never seen before. Furthermore, this new variety was also one of the rarest orchids too. It really ticked her off that someone else had stolen her thunder. Li Mero remarked in a dissatisfied manner just as everyone was in good spirits, "This pot of rare orchid isn't something from your own collection. So what's the point in you feeling so happy and proud about this? So unexpected that you have such an ambitious personality that you would bring out a rare orchid from Lady Fang to show off. You just wanted to stomp everyone else in the ground." When she finished speaking, Yu Xiaosao didn't deign to reply, but many of the other young maidens in the room had their expressions change. Out of the 24 or so young ladies here, just how many were true flower lovers? Most of them were only participating for the fun and took the flower war party as an excuse to spend time with each other in a lively situation. The vast majority of them had brought over some rare specimens from their older relatives to attend this party for the sake of saying a few flattering words to the royal princess. Now that their actions had been brought to the forefront, how could any of them be happy? Flushes of anger and shame appeared on their faces. Every young maiden here had a different personality. Some of them swallowed down their fury and seethed inwardly. Others, on the other hand, ignited as if they were a firecracker and brought the conflict out into the open. Li Mero, just what are you trying to say? You're shameless enough to scold other people. What about that pot of crane feather camellia you brought over? Do I need to say anything more? Yesterday, your paternal aunt visited Lady Feng's residence and didn't bring anything along. However, when she left, she came out with a flower pot. I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen you take much interest in flowers. Yet, you suddenly appear at this party with a rare species of camellia. And this all happens after your paternal aunt called upon Lady Feng, the renowned lover and collector of camellias. What do you have to say for yourself? Another young maiden took advantage of the situation to sling some mud at her. Li Mero had originally been trying to target that lass, Xiaosao, but she didn't expect her actions to draw the ire of the others. After being confronted with the pointed remarks of her previous friends, her eyes immediately turned red as if people were bullying her. She choked out, "You guys. Why are you guys speaking up for that stupid lass? Were you truly just bought over by little handmade soap and methods to nourish the skin? Or are you guys thinking of other benefits you can get from her, so now you're targeting me instead? When she said this, everyone else was even more offended by her words. From what she was claiming, everyone here was only using others for their own advantage and were stepping down on her. Royal Princess Minglan sent a scathing glare at her, hinting at her to stop talking. Then she came out to relieve the pressure. Miss Lee's words were a bit rash. Everyone has known each other for many years, so we should all be familiar with her personality, right? That being said, this flower war party was for the sake of having some fun, and I only did it as an excuse to have everyone come together. Does it really matter where we got the flowers from and who actually owns them? Despite that, my eyes have truly been opened by today. Apparently, there were many species of precious flowers that I have never seen before, so I have grown in knowledge. In the future, if we continue to have more flower banquets, it's likely that all of us will become much more knowledgeable in flowers. After receiving Royal Princess Minglan's warning, Lee Marrow didn't dare to show that she was upset despite the grievance she felt in her heart. If she ruined the Royal Princess's party, then in the future, it was unlikely that she would be invited by any of the noble young maidens for other gatherings. She squeezed out a smile on her face and tried to show her friendliness to the other girls present. However, she still somehow managed to neglect Yu Xiaoxiao in her apologies. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take any of this little girl's petty actions to heart and continued to sit peacefully at the main table. She was currently in a lively discussion with Yuan Shuiyan, who was very interested in the elegant lotus crown orchid. Older sister Yuan, if you like this flower, then when the flower starts diving into a second stalk, I'll give you that one. This pot of elegant lotus crown orchid was actually one of the other stalks that had split from the one she had given to her godmother 2 years ago. However, she had used the excuse of borrowing this pot at the banquet already, so she naturally couldn't just give it to someone. Thus, Xiaoxiao could only promise that in the following year, she would give a stalk that split from the main plant to Yuan Shuiyan. Yuan Shuiyan sincerely liked this orchid that was pure and elegant. It was really to her taste and fit her temperament. However, she could tell that this elegant lotus crown orchid was extremely rare and valuable from Lady May's assessment of the flower and the older woman's envious tone. This was the first time they met. Although their personalities got along and she truly liked this younger girl, she really couldn't accept such a valuable gift so shamelessly. He Wanning, who was sitting at the side, could tell her good friend's misgivings and hurriedly interjected, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, this orchid is extremely valuable and precious and must be the treasure of your godmother. Is it all right for you to so easily promise that you'll send a pot out without asking your godmother first? What if she has other plans for it?" Lee Marrow, who was sitting at a neighboring table, had been eavesdropping this entire time in an attempt to catch Xiaoxiao at a disadvantage. How could she possibly let go of such a good opportunity? She coldly laughed and sneered, "Looks like some people here throw caution to the winds in order to flatter the noble daughter of the Prime Minister. I wonder how Lady Fang would feel if she found out that her own goddaughter promised to give out her treasure to climb onto others. A piece of dog meat cannot stick onto a sheep. Some people are so shameless that they'll try to grab onto anyone. However, doing so will never change the truth of their lowly background. Just who was the dog meat and who was the sheep?" Yuan Shuiyan lightly frowned. Just how did the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments teach his daughter? She never thought before she spoke and acted impulsively and arrogantly. She was narrow-minded and only concerned with the superficial. How could this type of person be also considered a noble young maiden? Lee Marrow didn't realize that while she was trying to point out Yu Xiaoxiao's flaws and flatter the daughter of the Prime Minister, she actually ended up offending said daughter of the Prime Minister. Furthermore, Miss Yuan now considered her to be a person she absolutely could not interact with in the future. She had truly bitten more off than she could chew. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and, under the concerned gaze of Yuan Shuiyan, easily refuted the other girl's accusations. "Miss Li, it is of no concern to you whether or not I have the authority to give out this elegant lotus crown orchid. I am well aware of what I can and cannot do. However, some people did their utmost best to borrow a valuable plant from others yet clearly have no idea how to take care of it. If that flower got damaged by frost or even destroyed, I don't know how you'll make it up to the original owner, right?" Lee Marrow still wanted to talk back, but when she turned her gaze to the flower that she brought over, she realized that it really didn't look as lively as when she came. Lady Feng loved flowers, so if it was really harmed in any way, her aunt tearing her apart would be considered letting her off easily. With this thought in mind, Li Mero felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She struggled for a long time inwardly and finally decided not to stay to the end of the banquet. She came up with an excuse and left the venue ahead of time. She carefully protected the pot of gorgeous camellia flowers for fear of any mishaps. After sending away that eyesore, Yu Xiaoxiao ate and drank with relish at the banquet. The cooking skills of Duke Zhengguo Estate's chefs were pretty good. Duke Zhengguo Estate had put in a lot of effort for the sake of this flower competition. In addition to meat dishes, the vegetables were all bought from the greenhouse. For these 2 tables of dishes, they had to spend at least several hundreds of taels. During the meal, Royal Princess Minglin picked up a refreshing and crisp green vegetable and said, "In the past, when I wanted to eat some fresh greens in the winter, I would have to grow some vegetables in the hothouse like planting flowers. It would usually be hard to even have a plate of leafy greens on the table, let alone eat to one's heart's content. The small amount of vegetables grown in the greenhouse wouldn't even be enough to entertain guests at banquets and New Year celebrations. Now, we can buy nearly any fresh vegetables that we want to eat. We can even eat fruits and melons in the winter." "That's right, younger sister Xiaoxiao, what exactly is your brain made out of? You actually came up with the idea of growing vegetables in a big greenhouse. You're my savior. Do you know that? I really hate eating cabbage and radish, but in the winter, other than the different kinds of meat, those 2 are the only 2 vegetables that can be eaten. The taste makes me want to vomit, but if I don't eat it, I'll get inflammation and ulcers in my mouth. It's fine now because I'm saved by the greenhouse vegetables." He Wanning took a bite of the tired fried lettuce with oyster sauce, which had a fresh and green appearance that roused one's appetite. For families of high-ranking officials like them who had money and power, they could afford to eat vegetables daily. However, at today's banquet, there were quite a lot of young misses from families of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked officials whose fathers and brothers worked in a post without much profit. Thus, they couldn't eat vegetables, which were even more expensive than meat, whenever they wanted. In addition to sweet watermelons, the fruits served after the meal included the sweet and delicious muskmelon and little tomatoes that were about the same size of pigeon eggs. These little tomatoes were produced by genetic mutation with the help of the little divine stone's power. They were small but had an even better taste. They also had a richer concentration of spiritual power than ordinary fruits and vegetables. The frequent consumption of the little tomatoes would trigger an obvious change in the human body, so in order to prevent this, they only planted a small amount of the tomatoes. Most of them were kept for their own consumption, while a small portion was sold. The price for the little tomatoes were 10 taels per caddy, which almost caused a fierce competition. This was because there was a purchase limit. Each household could only buy 1 caddy per day. They would at most sell 10 caddies a day, so it could only be considered something novel to try out. For example, for Duke Zhengguo Estate's banquet today, they either had to line up for several days without rest, or ask families, who they had a good relationship with, to help them buy the tomatoes. What? They should have had their servants go buy more in disguise. If they got discovered, they would get blacklisted by the store. Moreover, there were so many rich and influential businessmen in the capital. Would they allow one family to dominate the goods? No one dared to openly cheat in front of public eyes. The fruit plates were mostly filled with cut-up watermelons and muskmelons. There were only enough little tomatoes for each person to eat one. The people here were all tactful and knowledgeable people, so no one dared to inwardly complain that Royal Princess Minglin was being petty. Instead, they admired her for being able to entertain guests with little tomatoes. It was the first time that these young ladies, who had come from humble backgrounds with fathers and brothers in low-ranking positions, had tasted such a delicious fruit. There was a slight sour taste in the sweetness. With one bite, the juice would instantly burst within their mouths. It was an incomparably satisfying feeling that caused people to savor the taste for a long time. He Wanning finished the little tomato in 2 bites, and then looked at the remaining fruit on the plate. When the little tomatoes were served at the main table, except for Yu Xiaoxiao, everyone had picked up a piece to carefully taste. Even Royal Princess Minglin, as the host, was unwilling to give up the little tomato, which she seldom had the chance to eat, to the guests. Younger sister, you're not eating. Seeing that Xiaoxiao had reached her hand out to get a muskmelon and slowly savored it, He Wanning looked around and asked with a smile as she pointed at the remaining tomato. Yu Xiaoxiao took in the expression in her eyes. She suppressed her laughter and thought, she really is just a teenage girl who can't resist the temptation of tasty food. Then she looked at the other young misses, who held the little tomato in their hands and were unwilling to eat it. So who's the ignorant country bumpkin? If older sister Wanning likes it, you can have my share. These fruits and melons were all grown by her, so would she lack these at home? This lassie Wanning had a straightforward temperament, but she wasn't someone with ill intentions. For someone like this, if she liked someone, she would even be willing to take out her heart and give to others. But, of course, if she didn't like someone, then she would unreservedly show it on her face. He Wanning was just waiting for her to say that, then I won't be courteous. Ha ha, just look at how embarrassing you're being. Does the Princess Royal not feed you? You're embarrassing yourself at other people's house. Yuan Shuiyan knew her temper, so she jokingly scolded her. As if she was Zhu Baji eating a ginseng fruit, He Wanning ate the little tomato in one bite. She sighed and said, you should also know that this thing can't be bought even if one has money. Even if you line up in front of a fruit shop for 3 to 5 days, you still might not be able to buy one caddy back. My grandmother isn't very interested in other fruits, but she loves this little tomato. After we managed to get a caddy back with much difficulty, most of them were given to my grandmother. Do you think that I can snatch food from my grandmother, who has doted on me since I was young? Who told you to put up a front and say that you don't like eating it? Yuan Shuiyan knew the reason behind it, so while she teased her, she actually agreed with her friend's actions in her heart. With a troubled expression on her face, He Wanning replied, if I didn't say that, my grandmother would be reluctant to eat it and she would save them for me to eat. My grandmother has doted on me for nearly 15 years, so why can't I pamper her once? Poor me, I have to find an excuse to leave every time my grandmother eats the little tomatoes so that she wouldn't see my salivating expression. Someone who was filial couldn't be too bad of a person. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that she was someone who was worthy of making friends with. However, she wouldn't say this in front of everyone. She just asked in a roundabout way, what does older sister he usually do for fun? I just read books and practice swordsmanship. Occasionally, I will run a few laps on the racetrack in the countryside. When my older brothers go hunting, they would sometimes take me along. He Wanning wasn't interested in the 4 arts and was brought up like a tomboy by her older brothers. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I have a little red horse with good strength in its legs. On another day, if you're interested, we can go for an outing on horseback together. There are many pheasants and wild hares in the mountains near the imperial plantation. My archery skills aren't very good, but I know how to set traps. If we catch some game, we can have a barbecue at the foot of the mountain. Outing. It was winter now, so it wasn't a good idea to go on an outing in this cold weather. But the thing that piqued He Wanning's interest wasn't the outing. Instead it was the location of the outing, near the imperial plantation. What was the most famous thing about the imperial plantation now? Greenhouse vegetables. At Royal Prince Yang's plantation next door, they had the even more famous greenhouse fruits. Inside, they had her favorite little tomatoes. Younger sister Yu was considered half an owner of these greenhouses, right? If she went as a guest, wouldn't she be treated to good food and drinks? She might even be able to back some stuff back when leaving. Okay, when are we going? With that thought in mind, He Wanning was itching to leave Duke Zhengguo estate and immediately go to the imperial plantation. Seeing He Wanning's reaction, Royal Princess Minglan understood what she was thinking and immediately said, Younger sister Yu, you can't just favor one over another and only invite her but not me. It's my honor to be able to invite Your Highness the Royal Princess. On another day, I'll send an invitation to invite Royal Princess, older sister He, and older sister Yuan to go on an outing. Please accept my invitation. Of course, she didn't mind making friends with some of the most famous noble young misses in the capital. Now, her godmother didn't have to worry about her not being able to make friends. When she came out of Duke Zhengguo estate and the carriage had traveled a short distance, Hecken quietly said, Young miss, Royal Prince Yang is in front of us. Could it be that he's waiting for you, young miss? Linglong shot her a look and the smile on her face slowly faded. Where are your manners? What right do you have to speak of the master's matters? Hecken bowed her head and timidly replied, yes. This servant knows my mistake. Please punish me, young miss. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Linglong, nodded, and said, then you will be punished with no salary for 3 months. Go back and reflect on yourself. I understand. Hecken inwardly scolded herself for crossing the line. Her master was kind, but that didn't mean that servants didn't have to abide by their duties. She had become somewhat smug after her handmade soaps were praised by the noblewomen. From now on, she must remember this lesson and live up to the trust and support of her young miss. How is it? Did things go well at today's flower banquet? When Zhu Junyang, who was riding on Fierce Wind, saw the familiar horse carriage come over, he guided his horse to follow beside the carriage. His voice sounded through the window of the carriage. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain and looked at the devilishly handsome man dressed in dark black brocade robe. There was a profound glow within his pair of phoenix eyes, which seemed to be able to lure one's soul, as he looked at her. The corners of his eyes were slightly slanted upwards, which enhanced his seductive charms. With his lips pursed together, it seemed like the snow had melted and spring had started. So devilish he's seriously so devilishly charming Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly exclaimed when she saw the young maidens and matrons on the street staring at him with blushing faces. What's wrong? Got bullied? Who is it? Tell this prince. Zhu Junyang's face was suddenly covered with frost, and a wave of murderous intent lingered around him. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, you're thinking too much. No one bullied me. The flower banquet went very well. All the flowers that everyone brought over were famous species. However, in terms of value, they naturally couldn't compete with my elegant lotus crown. I won a lot of rewards today. Since you're here, how about I share half of them with you? This prince isn't interested in things that girls like. Seeing that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the little lass's expression, Zhu Junyang's heart felt half relieved. As for the other half, he would see after he inquired about what had happened. It wasn't hard to find out about the discord between the daughter of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and Yu Xiaoxiao, who was an official under the Ministry of Revenue. When Zhu Junyang heard about this matter, he was immediately enraged. Not far from the entrance of Assistant Minister Li's residence, he stopped eldest young Master Li and beat him until he looked like a pig head. Fortunately, he had controlled his strength. Otherwise, he would have broken several ribs and that guy would have to lie in bed for more than half a year. Before he left, he even arrogantly said, tell your foolishly complacent younger sister to stay away from the Ministry of Revenue's official Yu and don't come out to disgust people. Otherwise, this prince will beat you up every time I see you. Eldest young Master Li lay on the ground and groaned. Who did he offend? He didn't have any relationship with this black-faced king of hell. Why did he suddenly encounter misfortune out of nowhere? When Assistant Minister Li heard the news and came over, he only saw the elegant and unrestrained back view of Royal Prince Yang leaving, and his son lying on the floor like a dead dog. What happened? Why did you have to go and offend the black-hearted and cruel king of hell? You're lucky that he was being merciful to you, otherwise, you might have died. Quickly go get a doctor. Assistant Minister Li only dared to complain in his heart and didn't dare to actually go seek justice. If one offended Royal Prince Yang, there was nowhere to voice one's complaints. Eldest young Master Li was helped up by 2 servants. He covered his swollen face with his hands and murmured, how would I dare to offend him? I usually stay as far away from him as I can. I was just someone else's scapegoat. Whose scapegoat? Your 2 younger stepbrothers. They're timid and weak, so there's no way that they would dare to do anything. Your 2 younger brothers. How old are they? One is 8, while the other is 6 years old. Even if they want to offend that jinx, they wouldn't be able to do it. Assistant Minister Li thought of all the possibilities, but still couldn't find the answer. It couldn't be that. He was the one who had unknowingly offended Royal Prince Yang, right? It seemed, perhaps, probably, when official Yu was bestowed the position of an official, he had voiced his opposition. He wasn't one of the main opposers. The royal prince wouldn't have held a grudge for this long and finally decided to get revenge, right? Eldest young Master Li snorted and shook off the two servants. As if he had an egg in his mouth, he shouted, "You want to know? Then go ask your precious daughter." Assistant Minister Li had 3 sons with his legitimate wife and 2 illegitimate sons, so he had a bunch of sons. Since Li Mero was his only daughter, he had always doted on her. As a result, this daughter of his had been spoiled rotten by him and his wife. At times, even eldest young Master Li, who was the oldest son, had to give her some face. This resulted in Li Meru's arrogant and cocky personality. Normally, when interacting with other noble young misses, she would listen to her parents' warning and somewhat restrain her temper. When she encountered those whose fathers and brothers had a lower rank than her father, she would display her bossy and snobbish attitude. The young misses, who came from families of lower-ranking officials, would also suppress their dislike and try to flatter her, which enhanced her arrogance. Now, she had finally offended someone she shouldn't have. Yesterday, when Li Mero returned from the flower competition, she broke several valuable porcelains in her room. She locked herself in her room and cried for a long time. Upon asking, they found out that she had been shamed by the newly appointed female official of the Ministry of Revenue. Assistant Minister Li and his wife finally pacified their precious daughter after they coaxed her and promised to help her get some face back by teaching that 6th-ranked official a lesson. Upon hearing his son's words, Assistant Minister Li didn't take his words seriously and said, "Your younger sister. What trouble would a little girl like her cause? Besides, I actually want your younger sister to have some relationship with Royal Prince Yong. But, on second thought, with your younger sister's temperament, she wouldn't be a suitable partner for Royal Prince Yong. There's no way that it was your younger sister who offended him, right? Think about it again. Perhaps, during the meetings with other scholars, you had inadvertently said something bad about that jinx. He told me himself to tell your precious daughter to stay away from official Yu. If she appears in front of her again, Royal Prince Yong won't bother to do anything with a little girl, but he will vent his anger on me, her older brother. Father, I'm just a weak scholar, who can barely take a flick of his finger. If you don't want me to die before you, then you should restrain that daughter of yours. Don't act differently in front of different people and look down on others because of their origin." With a toss of his sleeves, eldest young Master Li limped into the estate. He didn't need to participate in the scholar meetings for the next few days. With his face swollen like a pig's head, his friends would definitely ridicule him. Assistant Minister Li's brows were tightly creased together as he stepped forward and said, "What did you say? Are you saying that Royal Prince Yong came to avenge that lass with the surname Yu because Mero offended her at the flower competition? What ability does that lass have for that jinx Royal Prince Yong to support her? I don't know what ability official Yu has, but I know that if your daughter doesn't know when to stop, then I, your son, won't need to go out anymore." Eldest young Master Li replied angrily without giving his father any face. How exactly did that cold-faced death god make it so that his entire body ached but his bones were fine? He didn't check the almanac before going out. It was seriously such an unlucky day. That wasn't the end of it. After Royal Prince Yong left Assistant Minister Li's estate, he went straight to his vegetables and fruits shop and directly ordered, "From now on, if people from the household of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments come to purchase fruits and vegetables, don't sell it to them. Just tell them that it's an order from this prince. Since they look down on farmers, then they don't need to eat the fruits and vegetables grown by them. Also, send out the message that whoever helps Assistant Minister Li's household buy fruits and vegetables will also be on the blacklist." The vegetables and fruits shops on the east and west side of the capital city were all part of Princess Consort Jing's dowry. In the past, they either rented them out, or sold goods like silk fabrics and pastries. However, compared with the present fruits and vegetables stores, they were only small businesses. It wasn't enough to use thriving businesses to describe the vegetables and fruits shops. Every day, the people lining up to buy food would fill the entire street. During the busiest times, military forces were dispatched to maintain public order. Since Royal Prince Yong managed the business of the fruits and vegetables shops, Princess Consort Jing gave the stores to her youngest son. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and she didn't have to worry about them. Before the transfer of the shops, Many people used their relationship with the imperial Prince Jing's household to harass the imperial prince or sent their wives to visit Princess Consort Jing. This really bothered the couple. Since they gave the shops to their youngest son, the world instantly quieted down and the people who wanted to go through the back door completely gave up on the idea. It seemed like her youngest son's aloof face was quite useful at times. Since the fruits and vegetables shops belonged to Royal Prince Yang now, everyone had to do things according to the Royal Prince's rules. No matter how high one's status was or how influential one was, it was all useless in front of this fellow who wouldn't even give face to his own relatives. In this way, although the business was booming in the fruits and vegetables shops, it was still very orderly. Those servants who assumed that they had a high status all acted in an honest and careful manner in front of the shops. They were afraid of violating the shops' rules and causing their masters to not be able to eat fresh vegetables. In front of the vegetables and fruits shop, everyone was equal. As long as one was willing to spend money and had enough patience and energy to line up, there wouldn't be a situation in which the shops refused to sell the goods to them because they lacked power and influence. They also wouldn't use their status as a high-ranking official to pressure merchants to give up their business opportunities to them. In conclusion, even if the emperor came, they still might not give him face. Therefore, when Royal Prince Yang's message was sent out, no one questioned the reason, let alone put in a good word for Assistant Minister Li. There must be a reason why Royal Prince Yang refused to sell fruits and vegetables to him. Soon, some people recalled the flower war a couple days ago. Who in the capital didn't know that the female official in the Ministry of Revenue was supported by Royal Prince Yang? After Assistant Minister Li's daughter mistook her identity, she got angry from embarrassment and repeatedly used the young girl's family background to insult her. However, she didn't gain anything from this. Instead, she was roasted so badly by the other party that her head was completely muddled. In the end, the girl became friends with Royal Princess Minglin and the two beauties of the capital. She ruined her own reputation for no reason and went home in disgrace. Who in the capital didn't know that Royal Prince Yang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? There was nothing one could do if their son got beaten by him. There was also nothing one could do if he refused to sell fruits and vegetables to them. Assistant Minister Li was extremely anxious these past few days. His father's 70th birthday was coming up soon and they had already sent out all the invitations. However, the purchasing servants came back to report that Royal Prince Yang's fruits and vegetables shops had put them on the blacklist. It didn't matter how much money they had if the other party wasn't going to sell the goods to them. Now, people no longer cared about having fish, meat, and valuable seafood at banquets in the capital. Vegetables that could be bought with 1 copper coin in the spring and summer had become the new favorite on dining tables. If one didn't have a few fresh green vegetable dishes on the table when entertaining guests, people would say that they were insincere behind their backs as they weren't even willing to line up to buy some vegetables. When they hosted another banquet again, many people would find different reasons to decline the invitation. People often said that 70 years old was a critical moment. If one could pass this critical period, they wouldn't have any problem living up to their 80s or 90s. Therefore, Assistant Minister Li, who was a filial son, had made a lot of effort to prepare a big event for his father. Assistant Minister Li had planned on spending a lot of money. He had arranged more people to line up day and night with the thought that it would eventually be their turn to make a purchase. It was the beginning of winter now, and the vegetables could be kept for many days. Moreover, the shelf life for the greenhouse vegetables was longer than ordinary vegetables. On the day of the birthday banquet, there would be more than enough vegetables and fruits. But their household was suddenly blacklisted by the stores. This meant that their family wouldn't be able to eat greenhouse fruits and vegetables anymore in the future. They could only eat radishes and cabbages over the winter. It was very easy for the frugal to become extravagant, but hard to reverse the process. In comparison to the fresh and tender green vegetables, the radishes and cabbages stored for the winter were seriously not very appetizing. It was just the beginning of winter, so how were they going to endure the long winter? Instead of something in the future, we should talk about the patriarch's 70th birthday banquet. If they didn't have any fruits and vegetables, there wouldn't be anything special about their dishes. If the banquet failed, the patriarch would be upset. Then if something bad happened, Assistant Minister Li didn't dare to think about it anymore. He hurriedly asked someone to help put in a good word for him. But, was there anyone who didn't know about the royal prince's temper? Even his parents might not be able to change his mind. If they made him upset again, even the mediator would be placed on the blacklist. The loss outweighed the gains. As a result, the people who Assistant Minister Li wanted to seek help from either found various reasons to refuse or directly ordered the doorkeeper, "If Assistant Minister Li comes, just tell him that the master isn't home." Seeing that he was so filial, the Ministry of Revenue's Minister Lu pitied him and reminded him one day after court, whoever started the trouble should end it. Official Li should go back and think about why Royal Prince Yong blacklisted your household. Did you offend him? Offend Royal Prince Yong? Who would dare? Suddenly, he recalled that day that his oldest son got beaten up. He seemed to have said that his daughter had offended the Ministry of Revenue's female official. During those few days, his daughter kept scolding that lass with the surname Yu. Could it be that Royal Prince Yong was targeting their family because of this? Assistant Minister Li finally understood the underlying problem. He disregarded going back to work at the Ministry of Appointments and hurried home. He had his wife wake up his daughter, who was still in bed, and asked for the details of what happened on the day of the flower competition. Li Mero naturally made it seem like she was in the right. She described Yu Xiaosao as a crude and hateful country girl who was disrespectful and arrogant. She, on the other hand, became a pitiful person who was insulted, ignored, and ostracized. Assistant Minister Li had a good understanding of his daughter. Although she was somewhat arrogant, she still got along quite well with the noble young misses in the capital. Why would those girls unite to bully his daughter for the sake of a rural girl who just arrived in the capital? Ruer, tell me exactly what happened on that day. Tell me honestly. Don't add things into the story and don't recount it in a biased manner. This is very important to our family. This was the first time that Assistant Minister Li pulled a long face and spoke in such a serious tone when hearing his daughter's complaint. Since she was the only daughter in the family, she had been pampered since young. When had Li Mero ever seen her father with such a stern expression? For a moment, she was stunned. Lady Li's heart ached for her daughter as she pulled on her hands and said to Assistant Minister Li, "Husband, give the child some time to speak. Don't scare her. Ruer, listen to mother. Just honestly tell your father what happened on that day. Didn't mother tell you this in the past? It doesn't matter if you cause trouble. The most important thing is for you to honestly tell us, your parents, the truth, so that we can help you solve the problem." Seeing her parents' anxious gazes, Li Mero realized that there was some major issue related to the flower competition. She stopped pretending to be aggrieved and told them about her conflict with Yu Xiaosao that day, as well as how Royal Princess Minglin and the other noble young misses treated Yu Xiaosao. Although she still added some personal feelings in, she had recounted most of the details of what happened that day. Lady Li lightly gasped. From her daughter's narration, she could clearly feel her precious daughter's contempt and hatred towards the female official. She could also understand why Royal Prince Yong was targeting their family. He was helping the female official get some face back. "It's all your fault. You always talk about how it's disdainful and shameless for women to be officials. Your words have influenced the child's view on the female official. Our daughter has a frank temperament, so she won't hide her likes and dislikes. Well, isn't it great now? She has seriously offended someone." Li Mero had a wronged and puzzled expression on her face that also showed a slight sense of unease. Seeing this, Lady Li couldn't bear to say harsh words to her daughter, and got angry at Assistant Minister Li instead. At that time, he had voiced his opposition about women being officials before that official made an outstanding contribution. Since the big harvest of corn and the emperor decided to promote this high-yield crop in the north, had he ever said anything bad about that female official? Moreover, her greenhouse vegetables and fruits had become a trend in the capital. It was an honor to have them on the dining table. How could he complain about her when he was eating her food? At this time, he desperately wanted to be on good terms with her, okay. But, his ignorant daughter just had to go and offend the other party. What made him even more helpless was that she not only didn't find fault in the other party but also got roasted instead. There were so many noble young misses at the flower competition, but why didn't they come out to say anything? This child had been spoiled rotten by her mother, so she didn't have any worldly wisdom at all. What should we do now? There's only 5 days until the patriarch's birthday banquet. Even a good housewife wouldn't be able to cook without the ingredients. Without the vegetables and fruits, how am I supposed to hold a banquet with over a dozen tables? In the past 2 days, Lady Li couldn't eat well and sleep well for the sake of the birthday banquet. She felt like her hair was going gray from worrying about the banquet. Assistant Minister Li looked at his daughter with a hopeless expression, snorted, and said, "What else? She's the one who caused the trouble, so it's natural that she's the one who must clean up the mess. Tomorrow, bring our daughter to the general's estate. Make sure to bring enough gifts to show our sincerely. I won't go. I won't apologize to that boorish wretch. If I do that, then how am I supposed to hang out within the capital's noble young ladies' circle in the future? I'm not going. I won't go no matter what." Without letting Assistant Minister Li finish speaking, Li Mero screamed desperately with a look of pain and madness within her eyes. Assistant Minister Li was seriously angry now. If he had another choice, would he let his daughter be wronged? But the birthday banquet was already in the works. If there was a lack of vegetables and fruits on the tables, it was obvious that the Li family would become a laughingstock for the entire capital. How was he supposed to lift his head in front of his colleagues in the future? "You're the one who caused this mess. If you don't go, who's going to go?" When faced with his daughter, who kept shaking her head and was extremely resistant, Assistant Minister Li felt very exhausted. His precious daughter, who he had doted on for a dozen or so years, was actually so selfish that she only cared about herself and neglected the overall situation. "Mother, I'll become a laughingstock if I go apologize to that wretch. I definitely won't go. If you guys force me, then I'll go kill myself." Li Mero recalled that last year, there was a noble young miss who encountered a similar situation, in which she had to bow her head to her rival. At that time, she had taken the lead to ridicule and humiliate her. That night, that noble young miss hung herself with a white silk. She shivered at this thought, and the air around her became suffocating. Seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, Lady Li couldn't help but say, "Husband, why don't you ask your colleagues to see if anyone has a hot spring manor or grows vegetables in a greenhouse? We can buy them at a higher price." When Li Mero heard this, she fixed her expectant eyes on her father. Assistant Minister Li sighed and slowly shook his head as he said, "Think about it. Would those who could afford a hot spring manor lack money? It's better not to mention money. Otherwise, the other party will get irritated. Also, those who own greenhouses are people with literary pursuits. Their greenhouses are used to raise valuable plants and flowers. Have you seen anyone grow vegetables in their glass greenhouses?" Li Meru's hopes were completely shattered. She hugged her mother's arms and silently wept. Assistant Minister Li went up to her and gently stroked her hair. He said, "Ruer, Father knows that you feel wronged. However, Father really doesn't have any other choice. Think about it. If you attend a gathering with those noble young misses and there's a lack of fruits and vegetables at the banquet, what would you think?" "What would I think? I will definitely gossip about them being stingy and shabby with other noble young misses in private. Since they can't prepare a high-class banquet, they shouldn't pretend to be capable and make a fool out of themselves." It was going to be her grandfather's 70th birthday in 5 days. Originally, her family had made great efforts to gain some face through this birthday banquet. If they couldn't get the vegetables and fruits, then it wouldn't be gaining face. Instead, it would be getting slapped in the face, slapping themselves in the face. But it was worse than killing her to have her lower her head in front of that low-born and vulgar lass, admit that she had offended the other party, and ask for her forgiveness. Seeing her daughter silently weeping, Lady Li's heart ached as she said, "Why don't I go visit Lady Fang alone? I don't have a close relationship with her, but after all, both our husbands are officials of the imperial court. Lady Fang is the female official's godmother, and they allegedly have a relationship that's closer than real mother and daughter. If I can persuade Lady Fang, that female official wouldn't not give her godmother face, right?" Li Mero raised her head again, sniffled her nose, and a spark of hope flashed through her eyes. Assistant Minister Li thought about it carefully and still felt that it wasn't right. "This is our last hope. If we mess it up, our family won't be able to raise our head in the capital anymore. I think that it's better to bring Ruer along, just in case." Seeing the slightly desperate look for help within her daughter's eyes, Lady Li showed a troubled expression and said, "But. No buts. I'm someone with no backing, so do you think that it was easy for me to get up to this position step by step? If you feel bad for our daughter, then let's just let it be and not care about losing face. Anyway, my term for this position will end next year. I'll just apply for a post outside the capital. When we move to a new location, no one will know us." Before Assistant Minister Li had finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Mero. She anxiously said, "Don't. I'll just go apologize to you Xiaosao, so don't apply for a position outside of the capital." When Li Mero was younger, she had grown up in that environment. Although it was true that she had a higher status among the noble young ladies in that place, it was still a much lower status than in the capital. Hanging out with a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins had pulled down her class. Although she wasn't very famous in the noble young Misses circle in the capital, she was the subject of flattery among the young misses, who came from families of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked officials. If her father transferred to a position outside of the capital, then she could only interact with those unpresentable people in the future. Moreover, she was 15 this year, and had reached the marriageable age. Had it not been for the fact that her parents doted on her and wanted her to stay with them for 2 more years, she might have already gotten engaged like many of the other noble misses. But, if her father transferred out of the capital, he would have to go for 4 years. By then, she would be 19 years old. Even if she didn't get married to a local at that place, she probably wouldn't be able to find a good marriage partner when she got back to the capital. There was also a big possibility that she would get married to a local and not be able to easily return to the capital. She didn't want that to happen. Thus, she made a decision to stay in the capital and lower her head to the other party. Lady Li's heart ached for her daughter, so she got someone valuable from the dowry and gave it to her daughter. When Li Meru's eldest sister-in-law found out about this, she privately grumbled to eldest young Master Li, "It seems like they're the only ones who are related by blood, and you, the eldest young master, was picked up from the streets." The next day, Lady Li delivered a message to Count Zongchen's author's note, new title awarded to Fang Zizhen, a state about their visit. When Lady Fang received Lady Li's message, she looked strangely at the maidservant who brought the message over. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments sent a message over. When did our general ever have any relationship with Assistant Minister Li? The maidservants thought about it and all shook their heads. Junju said, "Madam, don't you always say that the general doesn't like to interact with those civil officials? Those scholars all speak in a genteel manner and have a stomach full of schemes. It's tiring to listen to them speak." Lady Fang knew that her husband didn't have a close relationship with any of the officials in court because he used to be a commander under General Zhao in the previous dynasty. Normally, their household only interacted with some of her close friends and matrons who liked flora. She had never met this Lady Li before. Okay. One wouldn't come for no reason. For what reason would this Lady Li come over today? Lady Fang muttered to herself. Hupo spoke without thinking. "I reckon she's a weasel paying respects to a chicken. She has ill intentions." "What are you saying? Even if she wants to be a weasel, your mistress, am not willing to be a chicken." Lady Fang glared at her and pretended to be angry. Hupo hastily smacked her mouth and begged for mercy. "Look at this servant's mouth. I can't control it. This servant has said the wrong thing, so please punish me, madam. I'll let it go this time. In the future, remember to be cautious with your words, lest you cause trouble outside. I might not be able to help you even if I want to." Lady Fang was usually quite tolerant of her maid-servants, who had mostly grown up around her. However, she would still discipline them when needed. Linglong hurriedly came out to help her. "This servant thinks that Lady Li's visit might have something to do with young Miss Kaur. Since coming to the capital, Kaur has either been working at the imperial plantation or playing with Linner at home. She seldom came in contact with the families of other officials in the capital. How would she know Lady Li?" Xiaosao was afraid that her godmother would be worried, so when she got back from the flower banquet, she didn't tell her about her unpleasant matters and only reported the good things that happened. She told her that she had invited Royal Princess Minglin and the capital's 2 beauties for an outing at the imperial plantation. She didn't mention anything about the incident with Li Mero. Linglong pondered for a moment, and then said, although young Miss had no contact with Lady Li, she did have a friction with the young Miss of the Li family at the flower competition banquet last time. What? Did the daughter of the Li family bully our cower? Lady Fang sat up straight and looked at the message with a frown. She was deliberating on whether she should let Lady Li wait outside for a while. Lady Fang felt that she had a rather good understanding of her goddaughter's personality. That kid Xiaoxiao would never deliberately cause trouble, but if someone provoked her, she wasn't someone who would take it sitting down. Sure enough, Linglong pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Madam, would that young Miss Li be able to bully our young Miss?" Of course, she got roasted by young Miss. Lady Fang threw the visiting message aside and asked with interest, "Oh. Quickly tell me what happened." Linglong told her about how Li Mero tried to use the young Miss's family background to insult and ostracize the young Miss, but she ended up being retorted and rendered speechless by the young Miss. In the end, she was the one who was ostracized by the other noble young Misses. Their family's young Miss, on the other hand, left a good impression on Royal Princess Minglin and the two beauties. Excellent. Lady Fang hit the table, and the smile on her face deepened. Humph. In what way is Assistant Minister Li's family background better? He's just a poor scholar who can't do anything by himself. Had it not been for his in-laws providing financial assistance, he wouldn't even have enough travel expenses to come take the exam in the capital. At the beginning of our dynasty, there was a lot that needed to be done and the imperial court was in urgent need of talents. This was the reason why someone like Assistant Minister Li, who had just done well in the primary rounds of the imperial examination, was able to stay in the capital. In the previous dynasties, people like Assistant Minister Li would have been sent to a post outside the capital. It would be extremely difficult to get a position as an official in the capital without working for a decade or two. Li Meru's maternal grandparents' family is merely a local squire, so that lass also grew up in the rural area. How many years has it been since she came to the capital? She's already putting up airs and looking down on others. Who does she think she is? No wonder the young Miss said that the more one feels inferior, the more one will attack others in order to seek a balance in their hearts. This young Miss Li is probably one of these people. Linglong quite agreed with her young Miss's theory. Lady Fang looked at her trusted personal maidservant with amusement. Linglong was a thorough and prudent worker, so she had sent her to help her daughter with several errands. She hadn't expected that this girl had gradually become a strong supporter of her daughter. There was no shortage of maid-servants in her daughter's courtyard, but there wasn't a supervising matron. At the beginning of spring next year, Linglong would be 18, which was a marriageable age. Lady Fang was pondering about which young steward in the estate had a bright future and would be a good person to betroth Linglong to. Later, one could work in the outer court, while the other could serve her daughter. After gaining a few years of experience, the couple could accompany her daughter when she got married. One could manage the affairs of the outer court, while the other could manage the inner court. After being stared at by her mistress for a long time, Linglong felt somewhat perplexed as she asked, "Madam, did this servant say something wrong?" No. Lady Fang thought about it and decided to test the girl to see what she had planned for the future. If she wanted to leave and return to a normal status, she wouldn't insist on making her stay. "Linglong, you're not young anymore. Do you have someone you like?" The sudden question from the madam caused Linglong's entire face to flush up. She quickly changed the topic with slight embarrassment. "Madam, Assistant Minister Li's wife is still waiting outside. Do you want to see her? Please give me an answer." Lady Fang chuckled and said, all right. Today isn't the right time, so I'll let you go for now. But, you should also have something in mind. With your status as a head maidservant in the Count's estate and pretty appearance, it would be a waste for you to just marry into a poor, humble family. Of course, if you want to stay in the estate, I'll ask the master if there's any promising young stewards in the outer court. Madam, Linglong's face was as red as the sunset at dusk. She tried her best to shift away from the topic. "I heard that Assistant Minister Li and his wife have spoiled their daughter rotten. Do you think that Lady Li is coming to help get justice for young Miss Li?" "Seek justice?" Lady Fang snorted coldly and said, "If she dares to mention the incident at the flower competition, then I'll rip into her. How long has it been since their family got rid of their identity as country bumpkins, yet they're already looking down on my daughter? Go, invite." That Lady Li in. I shall meet her. At this time, Assistant Minister Li's wife was in the carriage reminding Li Mero, who was dressed as a maidservant, Ruer, mother knows that you feel wronged. However, for you to be so understanding, your father will definitely make it up to you in the future. Later, if you're too embarrassed to speak up, then just lower your head and appear as if you understand your mistake. No matter what that female official says, you must endure it. Mother, I understand. Li Meru's heart was full of hatred. What exactly was so good about that despicable wretch for Royal Prince Yong to protect her? Not to mention that Royal Prince Yong was a member of the imperial family, but he was also someone trusted and favored by the emperor. Although she usually stayed at home, she had also heard that Royal Prince Yong was a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they offended him, her father's future would be completely ruined. Li Mero was taken to the capital when she was 6. At that time, she could already remember and understand things. After experiencing the prosperity of the capital and the joy brought to her from power and influence, she didn't want to return to that small and backward place. She wouldn't be able to stay there for even a moment. She didn't want to leave the capital. Didn't she just have to apologize to that lowly wretch? Even Han Xin had to suffer the humiliation of crawling under someone's legs. For the sake of her father's future and her own future, she decided to bear the humiliation. After preparing herself mentally, Li Mero appeared very well behaved. This made Lady Li very happy, yet her heart also ached for her daughter. Later, when we enter the estate, I will accidentally knock over the handwarmer so that you can go change your clothes. In this way, others would think that I came to Count Zongshan's estate with 2 maidservants. Your friends won't know about you coming to apologize to official Yu. Lady Li was worried sick about how to help her daughter save face. Li Mero hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Mother, do you think that girl with the surname Yu will spread this out? Using my humiliation to improve her reputation. Lady Li pondered for a moment and said, Later, I'll talk to that official Yu. If she's really that kind of person, Mother will think of another way to handle the situation. When Linglong invited them in, Lady Li came down from the horse carriage with her daughter, who was dressed as a maidservant, and her personal maidservant. Lady Li, sorry for the wait. Our young master likes to pester people in the morning, and our madam just managed to pacify him. Linglong looked at Li Mero, who had her head bowed. She felt that the maidservant looked somewhat familiar, so she looked at her again. Lady Li stepped forward to block her line of sight and said with a smile, Children like to cling to others at this age, but it's just for these 2 years. When they get older, it will be difficult to get them to be so close to you. Sure enough, after they entered the estate, Lady Li, accidentally, knocked over the handwarmer in her hands, and the silvery ashes inside soiled her clothes. She pretended to apologize and said, Just look at me. As I get older, my hands and feet aren't as nimble as before. I can't meet Lady Fang in such a state. It's so impolite. Young lady, can you find a room for me to change my clothes first? It had only been a few days since the flower competition, so Linglong still had a rather deep impression of Li Mero. At that time, she had already recognized Li Mero, who was dressed as a maidservant. Seeing Lady Li's action, she already knew her plan. She sneered in her heart, acting in such a sneaky manner, they definitely aren't coming to cause trouble. If Li Mero was in the right, they would definitely make it known to the whole world. On second thought, in the past 2 days, Royal Prince Yong had announced that his fruits and vegetables shops would never sell their goods to Assistant Minister Li's household in order to avenge her young miss. Could it be that this pair of mother and daughter had come because of this matter? If she frankly admitted her mistake, her young miss might be benevolent and let the matter go. But, upon seeing this mother-daughter pair put up this act, Linglong inwardly made an assessment of this young Miss Li. She wants to be AB*TCH, but she also wants to look honorable. Everything went as Lady Li expected. In the room that Linglong prepared for them, the mother and daughter changed into a new set of clothes. Of course, Linglong also reported their actions to her mistress. Lady Fang had an even worse impression of the mother and daughter. They had indeed come from a low-class family. Even after being in the capital's aristocratic circle for 10 years, they still couldn't get rid of their petty nature. A daughter from such a family actually dared to look down on her daughter. In front of the mother and daughter of the Li family, Lady Fang acted in a polite and aloof manner. Others couldn't find fault in her, but they also couldn't get close to her. The servants were ordered to serve tea. Lady Fang held a cup of tea and gently blew the tea leaves on the surface of the tea. She took a sip of the tea, and then asked with a spurious smile, "Lady Li, aren't you going to try the tea? Would Lady Li be in the mood to drink tea?" She took a sip casually, forced out a smile, and repeatedly nodded as she said, "It's fragrant and tastes very good. May I ask where Lady Fang got such a good quality tea?" Lady Fang just smiled and didn't say anything. She slowly took another sip with her eyes narrowed, as if she was savoring the sweet aftertaste of the tea. She finally spoke up after a long time, "Lady Li, have you ever heard of peach blossom tea?" Peach blossom tea, was it that beautifying flower tea that was very popular with the noblewomen in the capital and imperial consorts of the imperial palace in the past 2 years? When Lady Li looked down and saw the clear and fragrant tea in the cup, her expression turned solemn. One should know that it was very hard to find peach blossom tea in the capital. Ayo, she remembered now. Didn't this peach blossom tea come from Lady Fang? She looked up at the Lady Fang, who was over 40 years old but had a complexion that was even better than someone in her 30s. Lady Li's attitude became more sincere as she hastily said, "Even if one has money, it's still very difficult to buy this peach blossom tea. It's an honor to be able to drink this precious product here." Lady Fang put down the cup in her hands and wiped the corner of her lips with a handkerchief. With a slight smile, she looked up and said, "This peach blossom tea is valuable not only because it tastes good, but also because it can detoxify and beautify, making one's body feel lighter. It's easy for people like me, who are older and had just recently given birth to a child, to have a plumper figure. After drinking peach blossom tea for over a year, my body feels much lighter and my complexion has also gotten better." "That's right." Lady Li lowered her head to look at her love handles and protruding belly. She looked even more eager as she said, "My lady, from the back, you look just like a young maiden. Also, there's a healthy flush in your fair skin. There's no sign of dullness at all. Unlike me, I'm only around 35 but I have enough wrinkles to kill mosquitoes." Li Mero quietly pulled on her mother's sleeves. What exactly was she talking about? No wonder her father didn't think it was a good idea for her mother to come for a visit. He was probably afraid that she would say the wrong thing and embarrass their family. Lady Fang looked at the young miss of the Li family. She pretended that she didn't see her small action and continued, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I gave birth at the advanced age of 40 and got a mischievous little fellow. After giving birth to Linner, I was out of shape and would pant after walking a couple steps. There were spots on my face, which couldn't be covered by a thick layer of powder. I had even more wrinkles than you. Had it not been for this peach blossom tea, I wouldn't even dare to come out to entertain guests. Does the peach blossom tea really have such an amazing effect?" There weren't any women who didn't like beauty. Lady Li seemed to have forgotten the purpose of her visit, and her train of thoughts had been led astray by Lady Fang. Lady Fang deliberately touched her smooth and delicate face and smiled mysteriously, saying, "Lady Li, don't believe what people tell you until you see it for yourself." "What do you think?" Lady Li leaned forward and asked eagerly, "Lady Fang, can you tell me where you bought this peach blossom tea?" "Buy." Lady Fang revealed a proud smile on her face and lightly shook her head, saying, "If it can be bought, who in the capital doesn't have the money to buy it?" The peach blossom tea would have already popularized amongst the upper-class circle. "Lady Li, have you seen anyone else drinking it except me?" Lady Li shook her head without thinking. Who wouldn't want to put powder on their face if they had it? If the noblewomen in the capital had something good, they would want everyone to know about it. She had tasted premium quality Da Hong Pao tea at other people's houses, but she had only heard about peach blossom tea. What did this mean? Peach blossom tea was so valuable that it couldn't be bought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Lady Li mumbled, "Could it be that this peach blossom tea was made by Lady Fang?" If it was like this, then everything made sense. It was no wonder that, except for the imperial consorts in the imperial palace, there were only a few people in the capital who could show off the effect of the peach blossom tea. On second thought, those people all had a good relationship with Lady Fang. Lady Fang shook her head with a smile and said, "Would I have such capability?" Then, Lady Li didn't believe that the peach blossom tea had nothing to do with Lady Fang. She looked at Lady Fang with an extremely eager gaze. Lady Fang felt that she had tantalized her long enough, so she said in a rather appreciative and proud tone, "It's thanks to my filial daughter. I don't know where she got the recipe, but she personally made this peach blossom tea, which has the effects of detoxification and enhancing one's beauty. At the beginning, I didn't really believe that the peach blossom tea would be so effective. After drinking it for a little less than half a year, my skin and figure have improved significantly. Those madams, who are close to me, noticed my change and asked about it." Hence, the peach blossom tea was spread out. The process of making peach blossom tea is very complicated. I'm afraid that my daughter would be too tired, and I don't want her to work several days and nights to make the tea. Thus, she only makes 1 or 2 caddies per year. There isn't even enough for our family to drink. The only reason I gave those madams the tea was because I usually had a good relationship with them. I couldn't refuse them when they came to ask me for the tea, so I had to harden my heart and give some out." Lady Fang's words not only verified the amazing effects of the peach blossom tea, but she also clearly told Lady Li, "Our relationship isn't so good that I would give you the little bit of tea that I saved for myself. So, if you're smart, don't ask about it." Hearing this, Lady Li silently swallowed down the request that was on the tip of her tongue. She complimented with a smile, "So it turns out that Official Yu is also skilled in this area. At such a young age, Official Yu is not only skilled in cooking and medicine, but also making flower tea. She is really full of talents. Lady Li is being too courteous. There's no need to call her Official Yu. Our family's cow came from a peasant family and has a low status. She can't compare with young Miss Li, who came from a noble family, so she doesn't deserve such praise from Lady Li." Lady Fang blandly refuted Lady Li's compliment. When Lady Li heard her response, she knew that the other party was angered by her daughter ridiculing Miss Yu's family background at the flower competition. She quickly glared at her daughter and said with a helpless expression, "Lady Fang, the purpose of our visit today is to apologize to Miss Yu." "Apologize? My cow is busy working for the imperial court and seldom has time to socialize. She probably doesn't know Lady Li, right? So what is Lady Li talking about?" Lady Fang asked with a puzzled face, pretending not to know. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Lady Li sighed and said, "My daughter has been spoiled rotten by me since she was a child. She has a straightforward temper and believes everything she hears. Last time at the flower competition, she was egged on by others and said something rude to Miss Yu. When she got home, she realized her mistake and felt very guilty. She asked me to bring her to see Miss Yu so that she can apologize to her in person." "Lady Li, you're making a fuss over nothing. We have both been young girls too. The relationship between young girls can be different every day. It's normal for them to argue and throw tantrums off. Why would there be a need to apologize in such a serious manner?" Lady Fang's smile didn't change, but her lowered gaze was covered with coldness. She called her daughter a lowly person in front of so many noble young misses, but wanted her daughter to forgive her with just a few words. How could this be resolved so easily? Lady Li was slightly irritated to see that Lady Fang wasn't someone easy to deal with. However, she still remembered the purpose of her visit. She suppressed the unpleasant feeling in her heart and said with a smile, "Lady Fang, the child is still young and inexperienced, so her thoughts are rather simple. She was led on by others to say those things at the flower competition, and thus said those words in a haste. I have already severely disciplined her at home. I have scolded her for not knowing people's hearts and making bad friends." She paused briefly and saw that Lady Fang had no intention of replying, so she continued, "You see, your daughter is 2 years younger than this brat in my family, but she's already working for the imperial court. Moreover, she's very talented in many areas. There isn't a very big age difference between the two girls, so I think my family's brat should learn more from Miss Yu." "Please don't." Hearing this, Lady Fang interrupted the other party and said, "My daughter has a low status and her work requires her to work with country bumpkins. Assistant Minister Li's daughter is raised in a pampered lifestyle, so it's better not to let Kaur, who came from a peasant family, led her to become boorish and vulgar." Boorish and vulgar were words that Li Mero used to insult Xiaoxiao with at the flower competition. Lady Fang felt angry in her heart when she said this. Had it not been for the fact that her husband and assistant minister Li were both officials of the imperial court, she would have already kicked these two out of her house. What kind of people were they? When others were of no use to them, they would trample them under their feet. But, when there was someone useful about the other party, they would pretend to flatter them. No one was a fool here. If there was something they needed to say, they should just do so directly. What was the point in being so pretentious? It's all my daughter's fault. She came to apologize to your daughter wholeheartedly. If Miss Yu is upset, she can vent her anger by scolding and hitting her a few times. Lady Li worked hard to suppress the impatience in her heart and said in a good-natured manner. Lady Fang, on the other hand, picked up the teacup, took a sip with her head lowered, and said, if Lady Li and Miss Li had come for this matter, then it's unnecessary. My daughter doesn't care at all. Perhaps, you might not believe this, but she didn't mention anything about the misunderstanding with Miss Li at all. She only said that she had met a few friends with similar temperament at the flower competition. After she said that, she held the cup and looked up at Lady Li. The meaning of her words was very clear. My daughter is magnanimous and won't be on the same level as your daughter. So stop pretending to be apologetic. Even I feel tired for you. In actuality, what she was hinting at was quite different. My daughter is able to get along swimmingly with Royal Princess Minglin, Miss He and Miss Yuan, yet she's unable to get along with your daughter. It was obvious. The problem did not lie with her daughter. Lady Li glanced at her daughter and noticed that she had her head lowered obediently and wasn't making a sound. She remembered that she was here to complete a mission. Despite the fact that the other woman had already served tea and was saying pleasantries, she continued on, Miss Yu is magnanimous and we were unable to treat her properly. Is Miss Yu available to be seen so that we can clear the air on this misunderstanding? In reality, Lady Li didn't believe a single word Lady Fang was saying. If she really didn't take any offense to the situation, why was she refusing to allow her daughter to be seen? Was this the way the Fang residents received guests? If they didn't have a grudge against them, then why did they ask Royal Prince Yang to support them and cause so much trouble for them in the capital such that they had no face to see anyone else? However, she was here to apologize to them today. Therefore, she could only suppress these questions within her heart. Did I not tell you that my cow has gone out to the imperial plantations early this morning to overlook the affairs there? My memory now has gone to ashes after chasing after that little disobedient boy all day everywhere. Lady Li, please don't take offense. Just think, if my daughter was at home and a young miss came over, how could I not have her come greet the other maiden? That is not how my general's estate treats guests. Lady Fang pretended to look frustrated but her eyes flashed with a mischievous light. Lady Li's expression changed suddenly and she slightly frowned, but, before long, she regained her serenity. She sighed. It's not easy for her to take care of court affairs. It's getting colder with every passing day. It must be very difficult for her to run to the imperial plantation every day. Lady Fang also sighed along with her and stated in a tone full of approval, that's right. As a mother, how could I bear for my dear daughter to endure any grievance? After all, she did receive the imperial decree, and the emperor places great importance on this winter wheat. A few days ago, he even showed up himself with only Chief Steward Su along to inspect the fields. We won't even get into her other responsibilities, but she has been fretting over her greenhouses full of vegetables. Ever since she got back from Tanggu town, she had to personally go and check whether the people from the Ministry of Works had finished building the greenhouse pavilions. The vegetables have just sprouted, so she goes over every day to check on them to make sure that we will have green vegetables in time for the New Year's. Then Miss Yu must be working very hard. Lady Li suddenly saw an opportunity when the topic of the conversation moved to the vegetables. She obsequiously began to flatter. Speaking of the greenhouse-grown vegetables, everyone in the capital knows how incredible Miss Yu is. In the years past, other than radishes and cabbages, it was already considered pretty good if we could have a few wilted green vegetables to eat at this season. Not at all like today. As long as you have money, you're more than able to eat some fresh green vegetables. Li Mero sneered inwardly when she saw her mother giving flowery compliments to that disgusting, low-born girl. What was so great about her growing vegetables in the greenhouses? Was that low-born lass really that pure and great? They claimed that she was growing them for the sake of allowing people to have access to fresh vegetables, but how come they didn't talk about the immense amount of money that Lass made from selling it? No matter how many vegetables she grew or how much money she made, that low-born chit was still a farmer. Muddy peasants were all the same. The low-born were always the low-born. Lady Li was currently racking her brains in praising Yu Xiaosao more and more beautifully. The words coming out of her mouth were so fake and obvious that even the personal maid servants attending to Lady Fang rolled their eyes in their hearts. No one paid attention to a young lady for no reason. There must be an ulterior motive. This wife of the assistant minister had already dawdled at the residence, chattering away, for almost half the morning, yet she still hadn't got to the crux of the issue. Did she really want to stay over and also eat lunch here too? My daughter is still young and isn't worthy of Lady Li's compliments. Lady Fang couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to interact with her anymore. She interrupted the other woman and said, "Lady Li, if you only came here to apologize, then I can receive this apology in my daughter's stead." She absolutely didn't take this misunderstanding to heart. However, is there anything else you need today, Lady Li? Lady Fang had already made it this obvious, so Lady Li didn't try to beat around the bush anymore. She slightly frowned and got to the point. "To tell you the truth, this time when we came to visit, other than giving an apology to Miss Yu, we also had another matter we wanted to discuss." "What sort of matter do you want to discuss right now? Just directly say it. As her mother, I can definitely speak in her stead at certain times." Lady Fang had already a good inkling on what this other lady was hinting at but pretended to be clueless on purpose. Lady Li was inwardly thinking that Yu Xiaosao was a commoner and had only become a puny little 6th-level official recently. In the capital, there were the scores of 6th-level officials just walking around the streets. If Lady Fang didn't manage her matters, then how could that lass be able to work in the capital without any problems? However, these were thoughts that she could only think of and not say. "You also know that my family's patriarch will be celebrating his 70th birthday in a few days. Everyone says that to reach the age of 70 is a very rare thing. My husband is very filial and wanted to make sure that his birthday celebration goes very well, so he started preparing very early. However, recently we have come across a small problem." Lady Li raised her head to look at Lady Fang and stopped for a moment. "The fact that Patriarch Li has reached an old age is a cause worthy of celebrating." Lady Fang said a few words of congratulations as she inwardly roasted the other lady. "Your family's patriarch is celebrating his birthday, but we haven't even received an invitation here. Can't you tell that our two families don't have much to do with each other? Do you really think that coming here to ask for favor is truly suitable at this point?" Lady Li noticed that the other woman wasn't taking a hint and felt even more vexed inside. However, she had already reached this point. She could only go ahead and shamelessly continue. "You also know that scholars are distressingly direct and can often inadvertently offend someone with their speech. I'm not sure when my lord husband has offended Royal Prince Yong, but his fruit and vegetable stores refuse to give my family any service. How can we have a birthday banquet without any fresh vegetables? However, other than Royal Prince Yang's own vegetable and fruit stores, there are no other stores in the capital that are selling any fresh vegetables. I heard that when Miss Yu was in Tanggu Town, she had helped Royal Prince Yong handle many things. Thus, she does have some ability to ask him for a favor. You see, can't Miss Yu help say a few words in our favor and let Royal Prince Yong allow us to? I was wondering what such a big problem was. Isn't it just some fresh vegetables?" Lady Fang acted as if she didn't understand her true meaning, but she continued, "Patriarch Li's 70th birthday celebration is a very important event. We absolutely cannot let him have a poor time then. Don't you worry, I will take care of all the fresh vegetables needed for his birthday celebration. Linglong, tell the kitchen to not touch any of the vegetables that will be sent to us in the next couple of days. On the day of the birthday celebration, we will send them all to your residence." Before Lady Li could interrupt, Lady Fang continued, "As one of the younger generation, I should actually visit your residence on the day of Patriarch Li's birthday. However, you have also seen how many things I have to manage at the general's estate. In addition, my family's little rascal is very clingy and needs me at every moment. So just take these vegetables as a sign of my respect to your patriarch. Please don't take it to heart." Lady Li did not expect that the result would turn out like this today. On the surface, she had completed her mission. In actuality, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. They were able to get a supply of fresh vegetables for the birthday celebration, but what about in the future? Lady Fang had already said that these vegetables were being sent to show her respect to the patriarch for his birthday. What about after the birthday celebration? Was their entire residence going to have to go back to eating only radishes and cabbages for the rest of the winter? When she tried to interject, Lady Fang had already started to pretend that she was very busy. She had her maids go in and out of the courtyard to manage affairs as well as report to her what was going on today. Helpless, Lady Li could only say a few pleasantries before she finally said her farewells. There was always time for a second attempt. In the future, she would wait for when Miss Yu was at home and then bring her daughter along to see her then. She was very sure that Miss Yu, who was only around 10 years old and also from the rural countryside, would be much easier to fool than the experienced Lady Fang. The two of them had just left the parlor when they saw a maidservant gleefully rush in. Following that, the sound of the maid's clear and crisp voice could be heard. "Milady, Modiste Zhang from Exquisite Garments is here to see us. Quickly invite her in. Junju, go into the greenhouse and pick a few ripe tomatoes. Hupo, tell the kitchen to cut some watermelon and some cantaloupe to bring into the parlor." Lady Fang's voice seemed much more inviting and welcoming. Lady Li sneered. Was a mere seamstress and someone born of the merchant class worthy of everyone's compliments and praises? How did their current society turn out like this? Everyone rushed now to chase after some crude and rustic farmers and lowly people from the merchant class. Everyone tried to fawn over them constantly. Society was only getting worse and worse with each passing day. As she raised her foot to leave, she heard that maid, who was named Linglong, speak. "Milady, Modiste Zhang is likely here to deliver the sets of clothing meant for winter and autumn. Last time, our young miss had worn a set of chi-style clothing fit for the autumn season at the Flower War banquet. The Princess Royal's granddaughter, Miss He, had asked about it constantly. Didn't the Prime Minister's wife invite you over to appreciate the plum blossoms in a few days? If you wear some chi-style attire over, I'm sure you'll be the subject of all the matrons' discussions then. Stop that. I'm already of an advanced age, so how can I be like a young maiden, only preoccupied with showing off my clothing?" Lady Fang laughingly scolded the maid. Linglong's voice was full of glee as she replied, "My lady, let's not even talk about the newest style of clothing that Exquisite Garments has come out with. There's probably not even a second person in the whole capital who is able to have Exquisite Garments send her clothing that is handmade by Modiste Zhang for all 4 seasons. Oh wait, I mean there's probably not even a third person in the capital. Our young miss is the only other person in the capital to have such an honor." Lady Li, Linlang, who was sending off the guests, saw that the mother-daughter pair had stopped in their tracks and was shamelessly craning their heads to listen in on the conversation in the parlor. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were eavesdropping. These two women were really too much. Only then did Lady Li lead her daughter to walk slowly down the hallway. As expected, before long, Modiste Yang's figure could be seen in the building. After Zhang Xiniang became famous, obtaining a set of personally handmade clothing from her was rarer than gold. It didn't matter how much money you had. She would only custom-make clothing for those who caught her eye. Assistant Minister Li's official position was not low, but his status could not ever compete with those families who had been rich and powerful for many generations. Lady Li and her daughter had long lusted after a set of clothing made by Modiste Zhang. However, every time they went to Exquisite Garments to see her, they were always sent away with some excuse or another. Even now, they had never even met Zhang Xiniang in person. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lady Li pasted a friendly smile on her face. Even Li Mero, who had kept her head down this entire time since she had entered the Fang residence, looked up with eyes shining with delight as she stared avidly at Zhang Xiniang. It was as if the famous dressmaker was a piece of delicious meat that she was craving for. They were just about to stride forward and find some way to speak to Modiste Zhang to make a good impression on her. However, they were blocked by Linlang. Out of the 4 personal maid servants of Lady Fang, Linlang was the tallest out of all of them and was likely around 1.7 meters tall. With her blocking the way, Lady Li and her daughter were unable to even see one glance of the famous seamstress. By the time the two of them were able to walk around the blocking maid, Zhang Xiniang had already walked past them. Modeste Zhang. Li Mero was quite anxious and gently hollered a greeting. Zhang Xiniang didn't slow down her steps one bit. She only turned her head to nod at them when she rounded the corner. End of chapter 450. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.